All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to Championship Saturday here on the Paradise League HoN Awakening Tournament number 2. That is right. We got Championship Saturday. We got the loser bracket finals followed by the grand finals here for this event, and looking forward to see what happens. 3 teams going at it. 1 team will be able to claim the title of champion. I'm Breaky CPK, joined by Dutch Onage here. In our first match, a loser bracket finals, we got Vinicius going up against Noah Sky Cruise. The winner of this best of 3 will play Lunar Tier, who's awaiting in the grand finals. This should be some good HoN. With that said, Dutch Onage, how you doing, man?
Hey, Breaky, I'm doing lovely, actually. Yeah, I'm very excited to see these 2 teams play off against each other, because we've had a little bit of a break, actually. Usually it's only like 1 week in between the how do you call it, the preliminaries and the finals.
The preliminary. That's a tough word that you're trying to use. I can't even say that word right now.
No.
The first weekend of the event. There you go. Yeah. It was a weekend skip, and now we're coming back.
The prior games. But like now we have 2 weeks between them, and I know that like a couple of these teams have been practicing and scrimming like very religiously, and especially from the Thai players, I've seen like both Lunar Tier and also Noah Sky Crew that we see here in the Hellborn. They've been playing a lot. They've been practicing a lot, and something that I love to see is just the adjustment of the meta, both from their point of view, as in they are adjusting picks, they are like changing specific bans and specific picks, but also from the European side, where, for example, we see Wild Soul being played a lot more. We see Tundra being played a lot more because I'm assuming that the European players have seen well that Tundra in the hands of some of these Thai players. I think it was like Nondog that played the Tundra a couple of games. Mm-hmm. And he was very dominant with it, right?
Yeah, it's been fun seeing the influence, as it always is, when it comes to other regions, playing against one another, especially in the online format. That's what we had at the previous event, and now into this one, as you're getting at. The Thai scene really making a statement here onto it. Obviously, Vinicius, they are the previous champions, but both Lunar Tier and Noah New Sky. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, this was a rematch of the previous grand finals with these 2 teams. Now, of course, meeting up in the lower bracket final. So, but clearly proving that they can hang and bring some good competition to the scene, and obviously some influences you're getting at right there. So, all right, we got a draft though currently underway. So let's start talking about what we're seeing here. We have the Calamity Corrupted, Tundra, Nymphora, Kane, and Deadwood bans to happen. We got the Soul Reaper first pick opener from Vinicius, and then Bubbles and Iker going to be the response so far. We've mentioned plenty about Iker. I always say it differently. Iker, whatever you want to call it. This is a support hero that is very difficult to deal with, I think is one way to put it. One of the tankiest, if not the tankiest support hero in the scene right now.
Yeah, and of course the Bubbles has also been a very staple pick for the Thai teams. It has definitely seen a resurgence in play rate because of the influence of the Thai players. But also something like a Soul Reaper. I don't really think we saw it. Well, it had like a little bit of a resurgence recently because they buffed quite a bit of his abilities. But for example, also the Kane. Kane was a hero that was in the first tournaments. Like, I think it was played once and never actually banned. I think it was B Pro that picked it up actually. And I thought it was actually a really strong hero because I tried to mess around with unpopular heroes a lot. I just love to see if I can make them work. Right. And the recent changes, in my opinion, at least, made him very strong. And I think that a lot of people have, at least realized the same thing, where we see Kane actually being like a first ban. So either like they think it's very strong, or they just don't want to play against it.
Yeah, no, and I like hearing that because Kane's actually a hero, one of personal favorite of mine, especially one of the not really newer, I guess, at this point now, but you get definitely down the line of heroes that was created for Heroes Newerth that we never really got to see a lot of in general, even previous competitive HoN. So interesting to hear that maybe making a little bit of a resurgence here. You mentioned obviously with the being banned by Puppet Soul with the first tier of bans, guys, got to be some kind of insight there for sure. The second tier of bans to happen now, we have the Magnus Rhapsody. Talk about something a little more typical, that classic combo. And you're all right with the Bubbles Iker. We actually did. I want to say it was probably even Noah Nugent that was running it. Very, very aggressive play style. You could play it. If they play it what we saw in the previous round, I'm going back to even to the previous event, of course, where we saw them play in the aggressive lane and the off lane, and it was very disruptive, very annoying to deal with. So obviously a combo that they like to go with.
I think they played it against something like a Wild Soul, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh yeah,
and they just completely ran over the lane, as you do with Iker. And for me, at least, the issue with dealing with an Iker is in the laning situation. I would not know what hero or what support you could pick that really wins against this, because a lot of the strong supports early game, they rely on some kind of debuff or some kind of effect that you apply to the enemy. And Iker just completely ruins that option for you. For example, if you have a Voodoo Jester, where normally you cannot really do anything with the curse, Iker can take the curse from his allies and actually give it back to you. So
I actually wasn't aware of that. So he could actually transfer the curse. That's interesting to me. It's not dissolvable. Huh.
Yeah, because it can actually like transfer typically non-transferable debuffs. Because the curse is like if you look up like the debuff icon, it's like a blue debuff. So something that you normally would not be able to interact with, even if you're shrunken, you cannot get rid of it. But Iker, in my I believe at least, is the only hero that can transfer those kinds of debuffs.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how that comes into play here. Obviously, there's a lot of stun already on the Legion side, a bit of crowd control and abilities that certainly Iker is going to have an impact in terms of transferring throughout the game. Kraken Vindicator will be the next two heroes that we'll see. On the side of Noah Nugent, back to Vinicius. They're going to pick their final two heroes before we get the final overall hero, of course. So what do you think they need over? What we got? Rhapsody, Magnus, Soul Reaper. I assume it's going to be a Soul Reaper. Well, I guess I shouldn't assume, frankly. Mid Soul Reaper, even a safe lane, but Raxus NG. Okay, that's a lot of stuff.
Either mid or a short lane, but they're gonna just stack the jungle for him and allow him to take those stacks. And I feel like these guys are going to run a Bensington here with the Vindicator. They've been never mind, the Predator. Because we've seen like the Tide teams play Vindicator a lot, and I've seen them, especially like with the Bensington, they've been very successful with that, where they would initiate with the heroes and use Vindicators like to prevent the counter initiation, basically.
Yeah.
But in much the same vein, I look at like this Magnus and the Rhapsody with two channeling abilities. And of course, Rhapsody's amazing against, or Vindicator's amazing against that as well, of course.
Mm-hmm. Predator, the final pick, though. Again, Kolic, obviously, this guy knows how to farm. It's definitely a name that you should recognize if you watch the previous event. Really making a name for himself, especially in the NA EU scene. With the coverage of this team. I mean, this guy just is a flash farming machine. But I also really appreciated the diversity that we saw with the hero picks, especially from him, where sometimes these carry players, you'll see them play like, the 2 to 3 carry heroes every single game. Has he played Predator? I don't remember playing Predator last tournament, and I can't say for this event, but just another hero that we're seeing that's like, let's just add another one to the list.
Yeah, so I think we've seen him on Forsaken Archer a lot.
Yes.
I think we've seen him on
Wild Soul, Forsaken. We've seen Madman a bit.
Moon Queen?
Moon Queen, yeah.
I'm not certain on the Moon Queen, but in general,
at least one Moon Queen, yeah.
Yeah, they tend to favor what I would consider like the traditional hard carries, at least. and I think they're kind of set in the way that they like to play, for as far as I've seen, where they want this like one specific hard carry, like with a solo kind of core. They want, or like at least, I think this is maybe a little bit more of a dual core with the Kraken and the Predator here, both providing, of course, like a decent bit of physical damage output. But the Bubbles just kind of does its own thing in the bottom lane the entire game, in the off lane, where he just split pushes and tries not to die. And it has been working out for them.
I was gonna say these players, and Steven been brought up in chat. I kind of agree. Like these players, I feel like they're kind of changing names. Because what was the name of the mid player that played Kraken and dominated with Kraken? It's not Nongdog, but is this the same player? I'm needing to like try to remember now. Go back in my memory here, but I just remember.
To be honest with you, like keeping up with people in general, like changing names it's a day job. Yeah. It's a full day job.
It's a little unfortunate the players.
Okay, wait. I checked. Midwinter.
That's what it was. Yeah, Midwinter. It's all the same. So, okay, I did confirm that. So Midwinter, that's what it was. Yeah, he dominated as Kraken. That's definitely coming back to memory now as well. So,
yeah. So I'm looking at like the game from 3/8. So that's 8th of March. That's Esperanza, Pee-wee, Midwinter, Colic, and SRP.
That's right. Okay. And I assume, Love Dog again. No, I assume it's the same player, but it's just on a different name now as well. But playing that Bubbles right there. Either way, this is from my understanding, this is the same actual team. They've just kind of swapped around some names. We do see top lane action though. Vindicator, that's a dead Vindy. I mean, this is a very potent tri-lane combo with Rhapsody, NG, and Magnus. There is zero chance you get away there as soon as that first stun hit. So well played.
They have a farming engineer. That's something I've seen in a while, to be perfectly honest with you. I've seen like engineer being played as like a core in the mid lane a little bit every now and then.
Oh wow, yeah.
But to really prioritize farming him here, and especially like to leave the Soul Reaper in the solo lane, is. I mean, it's risky.
We talk about the lack of the traditional carry for Colic, right? You were mentioning that. That's kind of like which makes sense, but yeah, that's a very good point. I mean, this is a conscious. It's not like they adjusted. I mean, NG was their final pick with the Meraxes, so they clearly had this in mind. That they were going to be doing this as middle lane. By the way, Soul Reaper. They're trying to make a play onto him, but it's not really going to happen. Kraken's actually just going to end up TPing top, so obviously some late adjustments coming out right here. Understandable. You don't want to have Predator 1 versus 3 at the top lane, so we'll see how Vinicius maybe responds to this as Rhapsody already making their way down here. But yeah, some early lane adjustments in the mid lane.
Yeah, and like the Magma stun into the engineer is also just like one of those typical old school lane combos, right? Where the Magma stun is long enough for you to reliably hit the NG keg and stun him back like happens in the top lane right now. He's just taking so much damage.
That gonna be dead Kraken, most likely. Yeah, he's a charge. You're taking him for a ride, and Magnus, good positioning, able to secure the kill right there. But yeah, I'm with you. It's still like having to remind myself consciously that Magnus is not the one farming. It is Engineer. Sigma playing the NG. He's got the hatchet. They are prioritizing farm on him. But I think this kind of screams a lineup that, it's not that traditional hard carry. They're not going to build NG as like a right-click carry. It's just they want to get him some farm to maybe get the early PK, eventual stapper. But just this team wants to fight early and fight often. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. So the engineer's staff is also just really insane, to be perfectly honest with you. Like the engineer's staff, it deals like percentage damage, but it also just applies the effect that you would get if you walk through to anyone that is in the field when it spawns. So, and that's like a 2-second silence and perplex, which is just absolutely insane in general. They're not like many abilities that like perplex in this game in general.
Yeah.
And they're like Hellflower. And that's basically it, I think. Of course, I have like mini from the Witch Slayer and stuff, but
Yeah. No, it's and geez, obviously having that ability is a very powerful tool. And I mean, right now he's literally free farming the top lane. We're just not even trying to disrupt it.
They even rotated the Predator to the bottom lane.
He's been in all 3 lanes.
Yeah, he's taking a tour on Newerth. But I think in the bottom lane is the one lane where they simply cannot contest him because the Iker's there. Yeah. Even if they rotate like 3 people there, I don't know if they can actually win that. Funny enough. Oh, Magnus tried to go for the rune, but Bubbles actually managed to take the rune. And Bubbles is going to be walking to the top lane.
They might try to make a play on entry, but he's just already so farmed. Bubbles by himself, there's no way, of course. So he's very underleveled.
And Bubbles does not have to take cover, so he might be in trouble.
He's dead. Maybe. One more attack. God, that's so much right-click damage already. Meanwhile, there's a kill at the bottom lane. Lovedog goes down. Or that was Lovedog. Esperanza goes down on the Iker. So 2 more kills on the list for Vinicius, and this is a dominant start. I mean, clearly this lane setup is throwing off Noah Nugent quite a bit. We talk about the obvious being Colic. He just really is finding it difficult to find a comfortable place. And that's another kill top lane. I mean, this comes in and just dies again. Energy field. He is not engineered. This would be a big kill. Baker can get that, but he just doesn't have damage by himself. So never mind. TP out. 3,000 gold lead at 5 minutes into the game, Dutch. That's pretty massive.
Yeah, and also they are just so far ahead with like XP as well at this point that just getting back to these lanes is becoming difficult for the Hellborn side here. And I'm not sure, like I don't think they had a weak draft, the Hellborn side, but I think that the way that they laned it really played into the Legion's hands. And the top lane actually will go down again.
Yep, that's another kill on a Bubbles, another kill on Iker, and this is a 7-0 start now. 4,000 net worth lead. I mean, it's just one of those games. It is a best of the 3 series, so I'm not saying, certainly not saying, think game 2 already, but it's,
Kraken
at least you got that in your back pocket. Yeah, Kraken, he's fine, but just saying hello to Moraxis right there. Hey, speaking of Moraxis, I've been waiting for a little bit of a window to bring this up, and figure we'll just do it now. Kianshu, a name you probably don't recognize for good reason. It's a newly created account, apparently. This is Imba Boy, we're being told. For those that know HoN, know competitive HoN, especially in the later years, a name you should definitely recognize. He is playing the Moraxis, so it's good to see a player like him back as we do have another kill at the top lane taking place meanwhile. But yeah, I'm excited to see, again, some of these names coming back with more recent announcements and playing competitive again, and so that was fun to hear. Imba Boy always been a fantastic player in the HoN scene. So.
In general, like, the strength of Imba Boy, in my opinion, has always been how consistent and how flexible he is in his playstyle. Because we have, of course, like, traditionally seen him in a carry role, but he is also very comfortable in this case, like a suicide role. And actually, Kraken might jump the Soul Reaper now.
Oh, he tried. Oh, is that going to be a turn kill? Oh, he tried to catch him with the release the Kraken, but Papa Soul is like, nah, you ain't catching me. Bottom lane meanwhile, finally a kill taking place with Noah DJ. They do take a Rhapsody, and they are going to get the kill on Vindicator in response, but now Imba, he's going to go for the TP play, and he'll be fine. And no more stuns, he knew it, so free TP out. So at least they're on the board in terms of hero kills, but that's just a very small at least. Nearly a 5,000 net worth lead just continues to grow for this Legion side.
Yeah, and like the lack of stuns on the Hellborn side actually is something that we see the Hellborn or the Legion side make use of a lot. Because I think we've seen Engineer poured out, we've seen Moraxis poured now out in the bottom lane as well. They've only got 1 stun with the Kraken, actually. Oh, yeah, that's Soiper.
There you go. That's got to feel good at least. I mean, again, no matter how far behind you are, you got to make plays to start recovering. You got to take some risks, and well, they do so right there. They finally kill the Soul Reaper, and of course, the extra bounty in hand. So I'll gladly take that and at least open up a little bit of space. I'm not going to oversell it, but hey, it's one step at a time here for Noah Nugent in terms of climbing back into this game.
Yeah, you gotta believe in something, right? No,
Gotta
but
believe that Colic
like,
will find his farm.
yeah, one thing that I've always been curious to see is that I've seen this a lot recently. Bubbles players don't level their take cover.
Huh. Really? Oh, yeah, he still doesn't have it. That's a good point.
Oh, top lane?
Oh, that's a kill field. Energy. Engineer even. He puts energy field down. Iker trying to finish the job. The mine goes through. Oh my god, no way Sigma lives. Okay, he finally goes down. He gets the keg off to kill Iker in response, but that is a exchange and actually will favor the Hellborn side. Meanwhile, bot lane, Predator. He's going at it with more axes. More axes. Pops the Matrix. And that'll just mean they'll walk away and nothing more will come of it. But you know what? A big kill at the top of that is a 460 GPM NG that you just took out. And Kraken's upwards of 300 GPM now. Predator's getting there. So again, Noah Nugent doing what they need to at least start recovering in this game.
Yeah, so the Kraken actually got a solo kill on the Soul Reaper there with the ultimate. The Soul Reaper went for the Ghost Marches, only has 800 HP right now. So the Kraken will definitely be able to get a kill if he catches a Soul Reaper. Because like one of the cool things about the Kraken is like a relatively new addition. If the enemy is like in the center of your Kraken ultimate, it takes like 10% more physical damage for 3 seconds. And that scales throughout the game as well. Like there's no armor on the Soul Reaper at all, so he's just gonna melt if he gets caught there. Oh, actually Kraken might be in trouble.
Oh no, he hit a little bit of the cliff there. He tried to charge away, and it's just one of those instances where you just barely hit the wall and stopped his charge early, certainly, and really no chance at that point. So, but yeah, good catch, good rotation from the side of Vinicius, and they get some revenge for that Soul Reaper as they take out the Kraken. Bottom lane, Rhapsody getting away from Predator. Predator unable to commit to that chase. Now Vindicator has to be careful as more access on him. Pops that Matrix once again, and that is a lot of damage. Wow. As soon as that explosion goes off. And Imbo Boy, the pain train is still coming. Predator, he doesn't have stone knife for another 3 seconds. That means a death on him as well. The chase is real for more access. It is difficult to get away from that hero once he starts going. Top lane, NG. Mines are down. He's got the energy field once again. Release the Kraken. It's going to be dodged. Forces him to go up, though. Iker jumps in. They get the kill out of NG. Iker lives and they kill Magnus. Well played by Esperanza. Somehow lived right there with that transfer. And, you know, they win the exchange at the top lane.
Yeah, they were very afraid of there being a mine trap. There were only like 1 or 2 mines there, but you don't know. And Engineer is definitely playing around that, so they were very hesitant to jump in. And at the end, I think the Iker was like had the mindset of, if I'm going down, I'm taking you with me. And he just jumped in.
And he didn't even die.
No, he didn't die.
That's good news, too. Oh, well
they
played.
tend not to Iker players.
Yeah, right. That's fair. NG.
Oh, Vindicator.
Is Vindy dead again? Yeah, he's definitely dead again. Well, maybe. Huh? Yeah. Staccatos come out, and that's going to be his 4th death, so finds himself running the Soul Reaper Rhapsody. No chance to get away there. I was going to talk about NG. So we mentioned NG's, obviously, Sigma. It's been priority farm on him. Now, his GPM has dipped a little bit. I mean, it's still 420 GPM, so that's nice right there. But what did he go first? He went the Soul Trap, Ghost Marcher. So he's just built up his inventory. Nothing too crazy, but we're getting an idea of at least the direction he wants to go. I got to assume something like the PK maybe next, but what do you think of the build so far?
I think I would be willing to place a lot of money on a Dreamcatcher. Oh, actually, top lane. Kraken?
On the full Dreamcatcher even. Well, not in play yet, but Kraken trying to make a play, however, gets cut off first. The charge away. He's got that hatred and able to maneuver, though. Calfield catches, but does he ever release the Kraken? He doesn't yet. 1 more second. Oh, the timing of this. Magnus goes down. Release the Kraken is off cooldown now, but you know what? If it was off cooldown 10 seconds earlier, this fight may be completely different, but it was not. And it ends up being a 1-for-1 trade right there. Oh, Vindy able to TP out, by the way. The Soul Reaper's trying to find him in the mid lane.
Yeah, and they were just very, very... I think they're very scared of like something like a mine trap. And Sigma has been just placing mines everywhere here and there. But like the power of the Dreamcatcher right now is that it gives an insane amount of stats for like what it actually costs. It's quite cheap as an item in general. and it's like a counter to bottles. Oh, actually, top lane.
Okay.
Kraken?
Well, it's also, we'll get that thought in just a second. Kraken, Acker is there for the initial save, so even if he dies, he's done his job. And that's a big if, because it's Acker. We've been over this so many times. He is going to walk away for the time being. I mean, they want this kill still. They will get it. They had to dive a lot further than liked, but you see Kraken making his way back to base, so he'll at least stay alive and get his regen on. But you are right. Going back to that, the Dreamcatcher is actually finished. And now we'll see what he goes for next. But great against a hero like Predator to that point too, right? Where he relies on a bit of lifesteal kicking in.
Yeah, and so the way that the Dreamcatcher works right now, right? Even if you dispel it, a part of the Dreamcatcher, I think like 60 or 50% or something, still applies. So let's say like you put the Dreamcatcher on the Predator, and he gets rid of it with W. He still takes 30% less healing. So it's definitely good for that. And secondly, if you're playing top lane, Iker jumps in super aggressively.
Yeah, they're just trying to stop this farm right there, and Iker will eventually fall. The energy field cutting them off, I think. He Kraken wanted to make a play, but unable to do so with that. And now with 4 heroes here all of a sudden, that is a dead Kraken as well. Release the Kraken used, but Engi's just going to actually TP away as he's in the midst of it. Back to base. Double kill for Sigma on that Engi. Ooh, that's an interesting pickup, by the way. Sort of the high picked up by Soul Reaper, so it is going to be that Mock of Brilliance build.
Yeah. I'm guessing he just wants basically the farming potential here. And of course, like even Mock gives also just a little bit of right-click presence, which they might honestly need if the Predator gets out of hand at some point. But yeah, like the Dreamcatcher, why the Dreamcatcher is so good is like let's say you're chasing down a Bubbles, right? What Bubbles likes to do is he likes to dodge a spell, bottle up, and sit and take cover a little bit. If you just apply the Dreamcatcher to him, he cannot do that anymore. And if you look at what it actually does as like an item, Codex deals 350 damage for 2.5k.
Mm-hmm.
Dreamcatcher deals 300 damage for less than 2k. So you basically have to imagine it's just a Codex level 1 that you have in your inventory there.
Just, don't put that secret out there. A lot of players will start picking it up then.
Yeah, it's like damage over 10 seconds, so you don't really it doesn't seem that way necessarily always. But 300 damage is a lot. It also prevents like the bottle, of course. And what it gives you then is 1500 HP, 20 move speed, 6 in all stats, and 2 HP regen. Mm-hmm. I've seen it like being picked up on, I think, one of the Thai players. I think it was Colleague actually. Last tournament he picked it up on a Swiftblade as well when he was suffering. So he just went like Ghost Marchers into the Dreamcatcher, into like the Mock or something. And it worked out really well. It's actually a really strong build. Ooh, actually, Kraken?
Yeah, PK from Moraxis. It was Veiled Rot right there, but they do not find their timing. Definitely for the better, because I think there's more numbers there than that would have favored the Hellborn side. So Moraxis thinking better of it. But look at Predator. I mean, this is, again, Kolek, he's proven to be one of the best farmers on the scene right now. As a carry player, he just knows how to find that GPM. He was all 3 lanes of lane phase. Clearly, the Legion was on a mission to lock him down specifically, as you should. But he's up to 360 gold per minute now. He's got the Hanamitis, or the Octopus Bones, obviously, as Bubbles may die to this. Oh, NG's able to run away with the Haste Rune. Good job by him, keeping his distance. They take out Bubbles, and now Vinicius trying to fight back for more. Predator thinking about going back in. He's got another leap ready to go. The fight definitely going to continue on. Kraken charge back, kills Engineer, so they finish him off. They're going for the kill as well on a Magnus. The great Rhapsody ultimate will mitigate some of that damage at least, but now Rhapsody in a vulnerable spot. No way he gets away. It looks like he is actually. Great line stun, and here comes Soul Reaper as well to finish the job. Beautiful turn at the end by Vinicius. A double tap for Puppet Soul. It seemed like maybe Noah Nugent had a chance right there, but no, they did not.
Yeah, the Magnus had very good positioning there. like not actually ending his stun with the... I think that was like the Kraken or the Iker there, but actually like stunning through into the jungle. So he did not get stunned by the Kraken. And of course, good Rhapsody ultimate saving the... I believe it was either the Engineer or the Noraxis there. And it was like a PK that was just picked up by the Kraken. He hadn't shown it yet. So this was like their opportunity to turn the game, I think. If that team fight went a little bit different, and a little bit like more in their favor, if the enemy stacked up a little bit more, it would have been definitely... They would have a chance to come back there. But right now, we see the Legion side doing Kongor, and the GPM chart is not flowing in favor of the Hellborn side here.
No. It is telling the story quite well. Both Soul Reaper and Engineer are a very, very big farm. Nearly 10,000 gold lead as a team already. I always have to kind of remind yourself of the time of the game as well. We're only 18 and a half minutes in. I mean, that is a very, very big lead. You mentioned Kongor. He's even doing some Ancients in the meantime. Soul Reaper making some efficiency here take place. Moraxis will barely survive, but does live. And Soul Reaper with that Mock, finishes the job. He's going to be well on his way to a next item. And Perseverance going to be, or a Sustainer even picked up for now. So we'll see. Maybe the Nullstone coming out, but...
Probably Nullstone, yeah. But he needs to get some armor, though, because if you look at the enemy side, right, with the Kraken, with the increased physical damage taken on the ultimates, minus armor on the Q, and of course the Predator that just applies some minus armor to ultimate, and like a lot of physical damage, he will get melted if he's not being careful. Now the Engineer, of course, the Engineer ultimate is an amazing defensive tool if you play around it properly. And Engineer has been like a staple pick for these teams for such a long time that they really know like well how to play around it. And also like in general, like actually Iker being jumped.
An Iker that's scouting out gets caught. No chance to survive.
No. It takes a while, but he does go down eventually.
Yeah.
And Iker actually prioritizing his own Dreamcatcher even before Red Boots.
Oh, wow, that's interesting. He actually does not have it. Oh, top lane, Magnus, that's a big eruption on the Predator. The silence comes out after the fact. Oh my gosh, he's actually here. Maybe set up a turn. The Sanitarius, great use by Colic over the turn kill on Engineer. But with the energy field down, that's going to stall him just enough to take him out, as well as the Vindicator with Soul Reaper showing up. So, that was a close call to a turn onto the NG, but it just was not enough damage. Well played by the Magnus initiation right there. And I mean, you see that in Sanitarius certainly coming into play, but Colic just cannot find any consistent, comfortable farm right now, as Bubbles is, well, he's trying to live. He's got to take cover now. He's going to be able to keep his distance at least, but
yeah, they even used the Soul Reaper ultimate just to stun the Predator there at the end. Yeah. Because the Soul Reaper ultimate is, of course, like the stun is superior magic, but the damage portion of it is like normal magic. And Kraken running into 5 people here.
Uh-oh. Well, he was veiled rot, and then it exposes him. That's funny. Veiled rot, usually the one that is veiled, they're the ones that are going to be jumping as soon as they expose, but it's like he got exposed, and all of a sudden it gets jumped immediately. So that was just very good heads up by Vinicius to realize that he showed up out of nowhere and kill him quickly.
And like Magnus is Sunk Bob. He's quite a well-known player, like within the high team and community in general. Oh, actually, Vindicator being jumped.
Maxis going on that back line. Soul Reaper, great job with the protective melody once again from Rhapsody. Predator cannot do any damage as a result. He has to just walk away with his head down in shame. His teammates falling around him. That's going to be a tier 2 tower dead as well, maybe even more. Obviously, a massive fight once again for Vinicius. So their biggest lead, 15,000 gold lead. Colic will just walk towards the mid lane, and well, he'll use the Alchemist both and trying to find farm over here instead. But yeah, they just cannot get any consistent groove going at all here on the Hellborn side right now.
Yeah, but they keep like taking fights where one person is down. Like the last team fights, Kraken was still down. Kraken was not there, no. And the Rhapsody had a really good ultimate that actually saved the Soul Reaper there from being basically melted by Predator. But yeah, if they were just a little bit more patient, a little bit more coordinated, they maybe like they couldn't have some turn potential here, but if they start like keep taking these 4v5 fights and that kind of stuff, it's definitely gonna be a struggle for them.
I mean, yeah, and the last fight, it's just an example of just when a team has a big lead. Obviously, they're going to have items that certainly benefit and give them the advantage in the fights. I mean, you mentioned with Rhapsody,
smoke, by the way, 5
if it wasn't, yeah, we see the 5-man smoke. Oh, if it wasn't for Rhapsody with the portal key that she had picked up, that fight definitely is a bit different. But she was able to keep her distance. She portal keyed and got the perfect positioning as a result to save the Soul Reaper and allow for that turn, as you mentioned right there. So here's that 5-player smoke, though, as Meraxis, he almost exposed it, but it turns the other direction and will farm down there instead. So
it was invis still, though.
That's true. But either way, the Legion side, I mean, they must have got some kind of information there because they spread out and they did not give them any chance at a jump.
Yeah, like they have very aggressive vision, and like since no one is farming top lane, it kind of gives the way that like they are doing something, right? And they might actually jump to Iker here. Engineer running into Predator though.
Bubbles, good job with the take cover initially. Iker, he's going to come back to the tower and going to try for the TP play, but that was a very ambitious one. Really no chance Calfield used it. No chance of getting away in the end, though. And that's going to be a tier 1 bottom
Yeah,
kill.
they ran into the Engineer, though, with the Predator and the Vindicator, so Engineer goes down.
Oh, they did, yeah. So at least getting him killed in the process. But Bubbles, just when he thought he might have been getting away, he might actually still. Good job with the Shell Surf, and the axes are just out of range. Another take cover just in case. And he will survive. Very close call there. But yeah, big kill on NG.
Backpass about to go for the Bubbles. He wants to.
He's going in. Okay, that's a commitment. And you know what? Does he actually get away for this? Oh, Rhapsody, another save, but at what cost? Gonna get charged by Kraken. The 2 are dead. Okay, I mean, Vinicius clearly feeling themselves a bit. That's what we saw right there, and it's understandable, but you don't want to do that too many times.
Yeah, I think like for the Magmas, it's probably worth it to kill the Bubbles there, because you want to prevent the Bubbles from getting his Grimoire. You just want to lock down him as much as possible, because Bubbles is the only one in their team that can really split push. Like the rest of the team and the Hellborn team cannot really do that efficiently. They'll just die. But Rhapsody definitely should have just let the Magmas die there. Like, even if she channeled the full 6 seconds of that ultimate, I don't even think it would have saved the Magmas. Because his PK was still on cooldown and stuff. Yeah. But yeah, this does give the Hellborn opportunity to maybe get this mid tower down. Although we see mass TP's middle, actually.
Yeah, just when you think, maybe. The best word there, maybe, because they are not able to do so. And now Iker is actually going to get caught. He gets still no boots. No chance to get away from him right there. So not only do they defend, they get a kill out of it. And NG, of course, has that PK now as well. As he went the spell shards first, but did eventually get PK, and now is leveling up those spell shards. So a lot of amplified damage coming out. Top lane. Oh, Bubbles. He's going to be stopped right there thanks to the tablet. And now Bubbles. Okay, Shell Surf. He's going to go deep into the trees. They want him, though. Do they find him? I don't think so.
Oh,
he's just out of range.
Him. They missed him with the dust.
Yep. He's going to survive, so very close call right there.
Oh, they might find him still?
NG, yeah, he's still suspicious. He's like, I know you're here somewhere, but Bubbles is...
I thought they saw each other there. They literally kind of ran into each other.
I think that's why they're still hunting, for sure. But he's a little too much time being spent here and trying to find him still. I mean, in the end, Bubbles, he should survive. It's just how much do you commit? Bottom? No, Magnus is good. But yeah, look at Predator. Let's keep an eye on Predator. He got the Ice Brand. Another 2,200 gold saved up now. And he's going to actually finish the Frostburn. So more progress is being made. 428 gold per minute. He is definitely becoming a little bit more of a threat now.
Yeah. I kind of like don't like that the Predator never chose to actually pick up the Toxic Claws in this game. Because, like, in the early game, the Toxic Claws on basically any melee carry, I would say, it's kind of a must, almost. Like, playing a melee carry without Toxic Claws, they just run away from you. And we've seen that just a couple of times in this game, where, like, the Engineer And even like the Soul Reaper just kind of run away from the Predator because he's just not able to chase them down properly. And he does have the Frostburn now, which is basically the same thing. But no, Toxic Claws, in my opinion, is the same item but for 200 gold.
Right. Well, that's interesting. I mean, the same item, but I get your point, though.
The same effect, I'll say.
Similar effect. Same effect even there, sure. But, yeah, so passing that up, in the end, obviously, you wouldn't expect to get it later on in the game. That's definitely more of the early game, but we'll see how he continues to progress here. But they did get caught. I mean, that was obviously a good response by Newerth, getting that Conqueror immediately, doing it at the same time.
Kraken being chased down by Engineer here.
I love that release the Kraken. It's just wide enough to fill the river. Now, unfortunately, it's not going to stop the PKs from being used to go over it, and that will be another kill onto the Kraken. So, yeah, he tried his best to get away right there, but to no avail. He's trying to finish that BKB, which is getting close. Vindicator, well, they're also going to catch him, apparently. They just, one after the other. I mean, they have 4 portal keys, right? Yeah. They have 4 portal keys around the Soul Reaper. I mean, this is a team that is just go, 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 catch, catch, catch. So it is difficult to stay alive right now if you're the Hellborn side.
Yeah, not only 4 portal keys, but also 3 tablets.
Yeah.
On Moraxis, Magmus, and Rhapsody. So, in general, like, they are strong right now. And when you're strong, like when you are at the advantage, you can generally commit a lot more to those chases and for those kills. And they've definitely been capitalizing on that. They've been going very deep and very greedily been going after these kills. And it's been paying off for them for sure.
Talked about Imba Boy. He's making a comeback here in this event, playing the Moraxis, the cute Kianshu, just to name that an account that he has there. But that is Imba Boy, been confirmed. Speaking of some old school names showing up, Super KGE, shout out to him in chat. I know he's returned recently. He's been playing some Project Kongor. He's actually been streaming a bit, so another name that, of course, I love to see. One of the best, if not the best hooker of all time in HoN's history. So I just love seeing these names popping up here and there as we continue to have fun with Project Kongor, and of course the announcement of Reborn, with Newerth Reborn, making some excitement as well, as it definitely should. So Soul Reaper, Soul Reaper, by the way, is going to be jump first. Vindicator ultimate as well. That will stop any kind of response, and that is a very good kill. I mean, Soul Reaper was playing cocky, as you kind of would expect, but can they get more out of this? I mean, that's a silence on Magnus. Magnus, he's trying to live. Kelfield holding him in place. Morax at the back, that's going to go for Bubbles. We have a bit of a scatter fight. Big charge from Kraken. They kill Magnus. And this is getting worse and worse for Vinicius right now. They may lose every... Oh, no, but Soul Reaper buys back. Soul Reaper, he wants revenge. He's going for the Hellfire. The ultimate on Predator early on. Not enough damage, but definitely puts the sun on. Predator wants to cut now. Rhapsody cut through the second melody. I don't even know if it really did much. Get it, save Soul Reaper. Soul Reaper barely stays alive with a heal and will survive. He missed. That's
the evasion from the mock made him miss.
That is unfortunate. And so not only Soul Reaper stays alive, but now Bubbles, he is going to be run down. I mean, an aggressive buyback, couple of buybacks there, but it does work out for Vinicius. I mean, if they don't survive that, this game completely has a chance to turn around, but it does work out for Vinicius. And now they're looking to begin the end phase, I think you could say.
Yeah, it is 2 buybacks, but you can see, like, the Soul Reaper is still really squishy. Like, he only has 10 armor, so if the Predator gets to just, like, sit on him, the Soul Reaper will melt. But they really need the Vindicator ultimate for that, I think. Because the Vindicator ultimate is what is ultimately keeping them safe from counter initiation. Oh, Magnus actually going in.
Yeah, we saw that Vindicator ultimate. That's how impactful it was at the beginning of that fight. But here we go. No Vindy ultimate right here, but they got to defend their base. They do get the kill on Magnus off the bat. Those mines, though, the deeper you go, the more you're having to deal with. I mean, obviously that was a last-ditch effort there by Noah Nugent. Little to no avail, though. And you see a buyback coming out from Kolek, but I think Game 2 is definitely on the verge of being sooner than later. But they're not going to give up just yet, to their credit. They are still going to fight this one out for now. thinking they have a fighter's chance. But why would you keep your foot off the pedal if you're Vinicius? They say, yeah, we're just gonna keep revving, we're gonna keep going, because we know that you can't stop us.
Yeah, and like you saw the power of the Soul Reaper there, when Predator was like half HP and boom, and was gone. That's just the power of the Soul Reaper ultimate in general. And like Predator with that Insanitarius, he goes low like really easily. It's just the Soul Reaper just does so much passive damage overall. Even though like I don't think that the W goes to Shrunken, but I'm not sure about that.
The Withering Presence?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's...
I don't think it does. Oh, they're going in.
Predator. Oh, he has his Stonehide up, so Icarus Arrow as well to support. Vindicator ultimate, was it used? It was. So now the Vindicator ultimate's going to be on cooldown, and now Kraken, he's going to chase Soul Reaper. Demonic Execution, not going to kill him, actually. Able to charge away. They will lose bubbles in the midst of it, and more chase continues. There's Kraken again. This mobility's insane. Between all the portal keys, the tablets he mentioned, you just cannot get away from these guys. Look at Predator. He's like, come on, just die, please. That ain't happening. He's dead, and that's a GG. Is going to come out. Vinicius will officially take game number 1. And really a game, Dutch, that they never really felt too threatened, let's be honest. Vinicius was in total control from the laning stage and beyond.
Yeah, and especially like the way that they set up their lanes. I think that was the most, or like the most decisive factor in this game, because we saw from the laning stages, I think that the Hellborn made like 3 or 4 adjustments to their laning setup within like 2 minutes. And you're falling behind really quickly when you keep doing that. Because of course, like you have to TP, you have to suddenly like have unfavorable matchups, and they just kind of took advantage, and they didn't really stop, capitalizing on that advantage.
Yeah.
And I think the item pickups definitely reflects that as well, with huge mobility, and whenever the enemy tries to man up, reps the ultimate to save you. So yeah, well played.
Again, I really appreciate the diversity in general with these tournaments here, these top teams playing so many different styles. And we talked about the NG priority farm. It worked out beautifully, though. They went with a lineup that was all about just that go, go, go. Let's fight fire with fire strategy, as we talked about in the previous event. And these Thai teams, you got to be willing to just contest with them and play at their pace. And we're definitely seeing that here from Vinicius. So the returning tournament champions are attempting to get back to the grand finals, and they're one step closer now with this 1-0 lead. But we'll see what Noah Newgen, clearly a team that's very capable, will have up their sleeve for game number 2. Here in this best out of 3. Stay tuned. I'm Break CBK, joined by Dutch. We'll be back with game number 2. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We got Vinicius versus Noah Sky Cruise. And again, Vinicius, dominant performance in game number one. Definitely not to say no new gen can't compete, because they certainly can, proven in the last event as well. These two teams both meeting in the grand finals and giving us quite the performance here. But in this one, Vinicius, again, looked very good and a pretty diverse lineup once again. A lineup that was all about, we want to win the laning phase, even in all three lanes, and then kind of roll you over from there. And Kolick, carry player over there for Noah, has been an impressive player to watch throughout these events. Just that was one of the few games we've seen where he just never could really find any kind of consistent farm. So definitely credit to Vinicius on that as well. But I'm Bricky CBK, joined by Dutch once again. Here we got game number 2, Dutch. What do you think? What does Noah New Gen do here to come back, potentially force 3?
I want to go back to what you said there, with that Kolick was never really able to find farm. That's definitely true, but it's also partially due to the hero that they gave him. If you give him like something like a Forsaken Archer or a Moon Queen or something that can just flash farm and get a lot done that way, he's gonna find farm for sure. But with a Predator, you're kind of bound to single target damage almost exclusively, and unless you buy Thunderclaw or Hypercrown. Mm-hmm. And he did buy an Outbones to bump up his farm a little bit, but it's not the same kind of flash farming you would have as if you would pick a more flash farmy carry, for lack of a better word.
Yeah.
Anyway, story go.
Well, I was just, you brought that. I was actually gonna bring that up, so I'm glad you kind of did. Yeah, it seemed a little interesting to me, because to that point exactly, the idea that it's an item that, now not to say that, if he went Thunderclaw, that game's completely different, but it's just one of those kind of decisions that you think in hindsight certainly of, okay, would that have maybe made more sense throughout the game? But either way, it is what it is there.
Well, you need to you're basically forced to fight, and a Thunderclaw doesn't really help you in that situation, right? And a Thunderclaw only really helps you if you have a significant amount of stacks. And to credit to Vinicius, they never really gave the enemies the opportunity to stack anything and farm it. So I think it was the correct choice to not go for Thunderclaw. I think maybe you could have argued that he should have gone for an Elo Parasite. Of course, that's something we see on Predator very often, because I felt like he was getting kited a little bit too much. But I mean, with an Elo Parasite, you basically still die if your W runs out and you get ultimated by the Soul Reaper. So the end result would have probably been the same. In general, I think they should maybe try to focus more on winning the lanes. And this is whenever I was drafting anything, it's definitely like a trap that I fall into as well, where you're thinking about these big combos, the Flux Engineers, the Tempest Flux, the big combo wombo team fight things.
Right.
And then you get to actually play in the game and you lose the laning stage so hard that you don't really have an opportunity to ever get those combos off. And I think it's Sungpop that said it at some point, where I was casting with him, where he said you have to pick to win the lanes at least to actually be able to play the game sometimes. If you don't win the lane and you lose the lane so definitively with an early game lineup, you never get to actually execute your game plan. And I think that was something that we kind of saw from the Thai players here from Noah, where they never really got to actually play the game. They were always just so far behind and under so much pressure that the enemy team just kind of ran them over. So yeah, I'm Forsaken Archer.
Yeah, there's Kolick's hero. You mentioned if there is a hero that maybe stands out for Kolick, he does play a diverse amount, but Forsaken seems to be one that I played maybe a little bit more than the others. 2 or 3 games and was very impressive to watch him on there. So a carry that can certainly fight earlier on as well. It doesn't need to just sit back and farm. So makes sense there. Obviously with a Deadwood opening too, and then of course the Rhapsody to support the Forsaken Archer. NG Bubbles the combo so far on the side of Noah New Gen, but Yeah, Deadwood opening. They got the Forsaken. What do we think?
Yeah, so the Iker is also still open. I know that they love to play the Forsaken Archer with the Iker because the Forsaken Archer just allows you to output so much damage and whenever he gets that null Fireblade. So I'm curious to see if the Hellborn side is going to ban that. But I will say, if they pick up like another support here on the Legion side, they really don't have anyone to farm besides the Forsaken Archer. So that is definitely like a potential weakness for them. And if we look at the bans, we see that the Legion side is definitely banning these initiators, the fast initiators. So Magmus with the Magma Stun, Pharaoh with the ultimate. That makes a lot of sense. They just don't want the Forsaken Archer to be jumped like that. And Kane actually banned again.
Yeah, Kane obviously a fantastic lockdown. That is something he certainly brings with his ultimate right there. So don't want to have that come into play. So yeah, all three very strong initiators, good for locking down specific heroes. They take out. Obviously, there's still plenty there on the table. So we'll see what Vinicius runs with this time around. You brought up Sir Benjamin as a possibility last game. It is actually going to be picked up this time by Vinicius. I'm also curious with Engineer, is that going to be a core Engineer again this game, or will they now have it more of a support? We'll see. Iker, though, you also talked about he was left open, and sure enough, it is going to be picked up by Vinicius.
Yeah, but honestly, that's like the power of Engineer. The strength of the hero in general is his flexibility, right? The fact that you can play him as a core, but also as a support, and also as like a position 3. I haven't seen position 1 Engineer, but I mean, I'm certain it can be done. Bring back the old OG turret, and it's gonna be easy.
Let's not do that.
What? Still have nightmares about that turret?
Many people do. I'm just gonna put the item down and walk away and destroy your whole team. Yeah, that's a great game design there.
Oh yeah, that was definitely fun.
All right, anyway, back to the Legion side. Well, one thing I want to clarify also, by the way, is Master of Arms coming out, but we did actually get more confirmation. It's looking into Nongdog. That is not Midwinter. So we were talking about, he's by Kraken. Is that Midwinter? You know, he did so good in the last tournament. Apparently, it is not. It is actually just a full-on different new player there for the team. So just heads up there. Master and Keeper finish. Interesting.
Electrician.
An electrician.
Keeper's definitely like a strong hero that we really haven't seen being picked up at all. And so is Electrician, actually. Like, Electrician is... It was a very powerful hero, like, I think, like 2 years ago, where his W was a lot stronger, like the shields, what is it called? Electric Shield? Yeah. It just gave, like, from the top of my head, 1.35 times the shields that it does right now. And especially once the Electrician gets a staff, the W becomes permanent. Or like passive, however you want to call it, right? Mm-hmm. And they run exactly the same lane setup, actually, as they did last time, with Imberboy going solo to the top lane, where he's going to be facing a Deadwood plus Master of Arms lane, which is definitely very powerful.
Yeah.
And... oh, interesting. They're going to put Colic into the mid lane instantly here, instead of having him face off against a tri-lane, which... definitely the right call, I would say. Because the mid lane is like the one lane you cannot really tri-lane. At least not really.
Effectively.
Yeah. I mean, you can, of course, but... in generally speaking, it's like the safer lane from tri-lanes. Because if you look at the tri-lane from the Hellborn side here, with the Iker, the Engineer, and the Bensington, that is a powerful tri-lane. Mm-hmm. The Bensington, of course, has the long-range initiation. Bensington, generally speaking, if you want to talk about like his weaknesses, especially in a tri-lane situation, it's where... It's really weak if you jump in and you don't have anything to save you with.
Yeah.
So what would happen a lot is like you charge in with the Bensington. Let's assume you hit. I've definitely missed my fair share of Bensington stuns, but let's assume you hit for now. The enemy team just kind of gets to counter kill you, even if you get a kill. Because Bensington is not that tanky, and you don't have any kind of...
It puts himself in a bad position, yeah.
Yeah. And that's why they, generally
reward.
speaking, they kind of like combine it with something like an Infora a lot. Where you can put the heal bomb on top of the Bensington, and if they want a mana up, well, the heal bomb is just going to heal the Bensington. Oh, we see rotations, actually.
Well, yeah, I was going to say that. So, the Keeper, he spotted... One of the big benefits of having a Keeper the Forest is electricity gets really low, but will survive, is he's great at getting information early on, scouting out. And he was doing so with those trees, and you could tell they got some kind of information that you mentioned. Forsaken was lining up mid initially, but then Forsaken and Deadwood started to shift. And now we see the lane shaping up as they are. We got the 2-2-1 setup. Forsaken's top. We got Deadwood is at his homeland of the mid lane. And then, of course, Keeper is soloing the bottom. So the laning phase already starting out a bit better for the Legion side, especially compared to last game. Certainly with that information there.
Yeah, and like it's so important to get your initial lineup set up properly, because some people can say like, well, you can always just rotate, right? You can always just swap. Well, let's say that like they rotate, the enemies rotate, they teleport to the top lane. At that point, you can just teleport to the bottom lane. And then like they need to wait out their entire TP cooldown, and you're basically in the same advantage position that you were prior.
Behind.
Yeah, you're always reacting to what they do at that point. And we do actually see the Iker rotating top now with the TP. So they kind of need to get something done here.
I mean, lane is pushed up in Kaldek's favor right now. This is actually going to be some pretty good farm for him. He's obviously he has to be a little bit worried about tower dive, but this early on, I assume not necessarily going to take place. Apparently a little bit of a lag spike there for one of the players, but hopefully good to go overall. Deadwood is having a really good time in the mid lane, though, as you would expect. A great matchup for him already. Even has Master of Arms supporting him. Yeah, let's talk about this Master. So Master, speaking of diverse hero, a hero that could certainly play multiple roles, and in this case we do see in the support as top lane, that's going to be Bloodlust. Rhapsody goes down, and that's a Bloodlust kill going the way of the Hellborn. Meanwhile, the Bubble's in the mid lane. Back to that. He is trying to survive, and Sigma, he's going to be good for now. Although he's still in a pretty dangerous spot, actually. Master of Arms, needs one more auto attack. Cannot get it. Deadwood's like, yeah, I'm just going to focus on creeps. Kill him if you can. Okay, he'll just die to the neutrals, because at that point, you do not want to waste too much time, so...
Yeah.
Bubbles going to get back, but close.
He was caught like in a kind of an awkward spot there. And like Bubbles cannot get out of the roots with his Q, because it's an immobilize. And like the goo from the Massive Arms, it does so much damage.
Yeah.
It's always like... No, go.
Well, that's what I was going to mention. I mean, maybe there is that synergy to that point, actually, with the Deadwood. A lot of minus armor coming out, so maybe it's along those lines why they went the Master. But why do you think they prioritize the Master of Arms support here?
Well, for one, it's like the Master of Arms plus Deadwood is just a good combo. It's easy to lane. You can lane that combo wherever, basically, as Rhapsody goes down again, actually. And the Master of Arms has quite a long range initiation. I think Master of Arms is like one of the longest stuns in the game, or in terms of range. It's like 700 range compared to like most other stuns that don't like charge you forward. For example, take Rhapsody Q, only 550. Take Andromeda Q, it's only 500. So like Master of Arms with this Q is definitely like a standout. And the Master of Arms Q just sets up so well into that Rotten Grasp. So those two heroes just go really well together.
It is also a hero that brings a little more protection as well for someone like that Forsaken Archer, of course, with his ultimate. So, and of course, also could be used offensively if the timing is right and it's called for. So, yeah. Intrigued to see how Esperanza has impact on the Master of Arms here. Throughout this game. I mean, obviously, farm-wise, him and Rhapsody are both actually struggling a lot right now when it comes to any sort of decent GPM, but...
Oh, Keeper rotating?
Expect that to get better. So yeah, Keeper's teleporting to the top lane. Is he level 6? He is. So he's got that root ready to go. Ooh, they went for the... They're trying to bait them out and force a fight right here, you could tell, but Vinicius is not having it. Now, Keeper of the Forest, he's so close, but maybe with this creep wave pushing up, there's a TP in. Veil Master Ra's big fight brewing. Here we go. Rhapsody's like, oh yeah, fight me, please. Here comes the root eventually. No, he got stunned first. Oh, he's not able to root in time. Finally. No, he can't do it. Oh, what a kick stun right there. A big fight takes place. 3 are dead on the Legion side. Deadwood showing up pretty late as well. They kill Electrician and Sir Bensington, though, so numbers favoring Vinicius, but a couple of crucial kills for Noah Nugent. Oh, big grasp as well, hits Bubbles and the Icor. Bubbles is definitely dead. Icor, can he survive? Engineer taking the creep wave, not what we want to be doing. Deadwood barely surviving. He goes down, though. So does Engie. Everyone's nearly going to die at this top lane. Icor's being run down. Rhapsody, I don't think is going to have the damage or the mana. Maybe? No. With the mana battery there. Icor, the attack hits and he gets a hat trick on Rhapsody. And suddenly Rhapsody has 250 GP. What a clash at the top lane.
I can't believe that was that entire fight without the Keeper ultimate.
Yeah.
I thought he got it off initially.
Nope. He was in animation. He got keg stunned in animation, and then that's what prevented him.
Okay, they do need to push some resources to this Forsaken Archer now, because he ported bottom and the Keeper ported top lane, but instantly we see Engineer porting to the bottom lane. You already got an aggressive ward behind the tower done, and they are trying to stack. No, actually, Bubbles is looking at the stacks. A little bit, but they instantly turn up the pressure. So they know how to play against these players. And in general, I think what they have noticed, and what I have to admit, I've noticed as well with these Thai teams, is that they don't like to play from behind at all. Yeah. And when they play from behind, they start making mistakes. Well, if they're ahead, they play very coordinatedly. They play very safe in some situations, but they really capitalize on the fact that they are ahead, right? And actually, they're going up Archer.
Yeah, Engineer initial keg stun, but Sir Bensington gets there a little bit later on and unable to make a play really onto the Forsaken right there. Meanwhile, Deadwood farming a bit of the jungle with that Master of Arms support. We saw Deadwood. He used the, as I like to call it, a Falcon Punch, aka the Widowmaker, onto Bensington previously to get the first kill on him. So good movement. And yeah, I mean, Noah Nugent, again, especially compared to the game one, a much, much better laning phase going on for them. There's 6-6 hero kills. The gold lead is still favoring Vinicius by just under 1,000, but nothing too significant, of course. Speaking of Bensington, Papa Soul, again, he was doing pretty good farm, and that death slowed him down a little bit. About 290 GPM, though, and is finding a little bit of free farm right now. But yeah, Deadwood actually is leading the way. 375, especially after taking the stacks there. Well on his way to an eventual portal key, I would assume. We're going to be seeing from him. Oh, bottom. They're setting up. Keeper, he's got that root. We haven't seen the root yet. Is it going to be the first time? I mean, no point to use it on one hero. So they do get the free kill on Engineer. Bensington just a little too far away. There's a TP coming in from Electrician, though, and another big fight brewing down here. Rhapsody gonna be gone, and here comes that root from SRP. There we go. It's gonna hit. Here's the big Forsaken Archer. Also, Iker doing what he can. It's not gonna be enough, though. That's the combo you're looking for. If you're Noah Nugent, beautifully set up, and Forsaken, he wants the third kill. Iker is gonna live, but they got the damage done. Oh, actually, Deadwood's like, don't worry, I got clean up, dude.
Yep. And then maybe they were even looking for another TP or something. Maybe someone comes to save the Iker, and you know, that's not a free kill to do. And what the Master Farms is doing here in the mid lane, this is what Master Farms does best, basically. Oh, actually, I don't mean dying.
This is what he does best. He gets ganked by 3 heroes and killed, yeah.
Yeah, no, but he puts down the goo, and he just pushes out the lanes. And actually, Rhapsody also falls.
Very cool skull right there. And they take out a couple supports, but you know, if you're Noah Nugent, you're pretty happy with the outcome still. You got the tower, you Your cores are all still alive, so not too shabby there.
Yeah, and of course also we see the keeper putting the keeper, what's it called? The nature's guidance on the tower. And this is like one of the more frustrating abilities to play against, because
True.
it actually heals up the tower. It gives it like more armor, it gives it HP regen, which I don't think any other ability in the game does. And it just becomes like very hard to push against these heroes. Because you got Massive Arms just pushing out the lane with the W. If he just sits back very far behind, you basically cannot gank him. And if you slowly try to whittle down the tower, the keeper can just heal it back up.
Yeah. No, that's going to be very critical. That's a great point to bring up. I mean, that all 3 towers, minimal to no damage, thanks to Keeper of the Forest. I mean, even the mid tower, it's about 80% life. It's going to start healing up. Yeah, that's going to be difficult to deal with. Master of Farms did a good job of juking around right there. He's making this kill take a long time. Good ultimate go for the turn. Uh-oh, Bubbles, Sigma. Did he go a little too good? No, Rhapsody, Protective Melody is not going to save him. They do kill Bubbles, so still a worthy exchange for the Legion side, but unable to save his teammate. Keeper of the Forest top lane, by the way. He's setting up a route. He is low life, but they want these kills. He opens up with the auto attack, gets through the kicks on his, but here comes Forsaken once again with the combo. You know what? Keeper's like, hey, I did my job. Forsaken Archers, upwards of 500 GPM. This is more like
Rhapsody
it from
middle?
Colic.
Ooh,
Oh, Rhapsody.
no, Electrician is not going to go for it.
Well, the support's doing some good damage right here. But yeah, Colic on Forsaken, nearly 500 GPM. Again, this is a very comfortable hero for him, and no different in this game.
Yep. And like, where like Predator is a hero you kind of have to keep fighting with, especially if you don't go for a proper farming tool. The nice thing about Forsaken Archer, oh, he's gonna fall top.
Big kill.
That is absolutely big kill, yeah.
Sir Bensington coming in. You saw Deadwood doing what he can. Good job juking with the trees right there. Keep it the forest. No root this time around. You see the Lex Talionis from Deadwood amplifying some good damage. Goes to the grasp and misses NG. And now Deadwood needs to be careful to survive. That ain't gonna happen though. It's just too much damage. It's just one after the other. They keep coming, and Cthulhu, or not Cthulhu, Electrician. He comes in, and eventually.
Do they have dust? $1 million question. No.
They do not, and they're gonna just kind of throw a ability to kill trees. Oh, they did see him. He went too far. Oh, and they will take him out. Big catch by Vinicius, and just when it seemed like Noah Nugent was really starting to open it up a bit, that's Vinicius. They get 3 kills on all 3 cores.
Yeah, but look at the Forsaken Archer to meanwhile. That is an entirely triple stack jungle.
Right.
And he has 450, 460 GPM, close to Shrunken. Meanwhile, the opposing core on the Bensington is trying to get his Malthreat still done. That's quite a disparity, right?
Yeah, yeah, it's big. Forsaken's going to be difficult to deal with, and we've seen again with the supporting cast around. It's not going to be easy if you're Vinicius, especially with the start, but. The overall gold situation, it is very even right now, but individually, that's where you certainly, if you pull up that GPM chart, that's where you notice kind of the difference there, certainly.
Yeah, and if you like, you have to wonder, like, is like a lot of farm on the Electrician actually going to matter if Forsaken Archer gets a Nullfire Blade? And actually, the Electrician might be in trouble here.
He's in a lot of trouble. Can he dodge the grasp? The answer is no. That's just one of those abilities. It's so difficult to guess sometimes, and you got to try to play the mind tricks there, and in the end, it's Deadwood wins it. And that's a free kill on Electricity. So yeah, to your point immediately, it's like, well, they just gank him and slow him down anyways.
Yeah, but in general, also, like, if they just get the Nullfire Blades, and like Nullfire Blades now works better against targets with like high HP people, oh, and Engineer, sent back to the wall.
Back to Elwyn. 2,000 gold saved up for Deadwood, by the way. He's going to be going that portal key. So he's doing all this without that portal key. That's, what is he, 7, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
On Nong Dog.
Yeah, like a lot of this, honestly, is also the Lex. Like, Lex Talionis is such a powerful tool at the moment. Because, like, at max charges... Oh, actually, Bubble's setting up.
Here comes the call down. Bubbles, doing what he can with the kill field. That's not what you want to see. Bessie clashes into death right there. Forsaken Archer Ultimate yet again coming in the clutch. And the supporting cast, it's enough to get away. Deadwood barely survives too. They're all just going to run. Noah New Gen feeling themselves right now. Yeah, that's what you hate to see if you're Vinicius, though. You're position 1 Bensington jumping in and dying immediately.
Yeah.
Ouch.
But this is like the ultimate Bensington experience. You just like die in, or like, jump in, die, and repeat. Because, you know, the ultimate from Bensington, it's so choreographed, so... I don't know if choreograph's the right word, but like it
gives you time to set up.
Yeah, but it's like it's very easy to predict where it's gonna go, right? So it's just so easy for you to counter set up to him. You know, it doesn't even need to be like a route. Just use like Deadwood Q, and if the Bensington jumps in the Deadwood Q, Bensington is just dead.
Yeah.
Bensington is a hero that you can only really play if you are ahead, because. If you're behind and you're jumping in like these fights, it's become so awkward. I always, when I play Bensington, I always struggle to focus on farming, which is what you should be doing. And it's difficult to do on Bensington, because you have to ultimate. Oh, Bubbles.
Deadwood chased Bubbles from the top lane to the mid lane to make that kill happen. Just hunting him this game. Yeah, making his life difficult, man. I love it.
Yeah, Deadwood's making turtle soup, it seems.
By the way, I want to... Oh, actually, bottom lane. Big fight here. Yeah, porting in, keeping the forest. He already... his root is on cooldown, but they get a couple more kills. Electrician... at least the one more kill, I should say. But Electrician going down. They're hunting for Engineer, though. Good TP support. Not only safekeeper, but turn. We got to talk about this. Forsaken Archer, though, this is something that a lot of people can learn from, right? Because what's an item that carry players are notorious for not going in pub games? As Deadwood, that's a big kill there mid lane. But it's that BKB. It's the shrunken head. Yeah, here we got Colic. He essentially goes at first. I mean, I'm calling out everyone, let's be honest. But Colic going at basically, obviously, there's a lot of build-up here. Yeah. But, I mean, this is his first big item. That is something you don't see often.
No, like, even on Forsaken Archer, generally speaking. Oh, they have rev wards. They see the bubbles.
Oh, no. He's dead. There's a Nightfall. Is this going to be the same result? The big slime stun. They avoid the Forsaken Archer ultimate as well. And now Iker is doing what he can to help save the day. Rhapsody running in further. Forsaken Archer standing his ground. Says, I got to fight this. Shrunken Head is going to wear off. Multi-shots doing some damage there. Kills Iker. Engineer's dying as well. Electrician holding his ground. Has a bit of mana still to work with. Gets hit with a crippling volley. But it is too much damage to handle. And the Hellborn team, Vinicius, finally wins a pretty big fight. That could be the first one of this game in their favor.
Yeah, and like they kind of whiffed the Forsaken Archer ultimate there. Didn't really manage to hit anything. And the Deadwood wasn't there. So there was a 4v5 fight. But that's definitely like the fight that they want. The Bensington managed to not instantly die after jumping in. And this is also right before the null Fireblade from these Forsaken Archer. Because if Forsaken Archer had null Fireblade there, like the Engineer and the Electrician would have been dead. Would have been long dead by then. So this is definitely like the moment where they can still easily win these fights if they play properly. And actually, they see the Deadwoods. They're hunting him right now. Nice. They're getting set up for Congo, I guess. Oh, by the way, look at the mid tower. It's all the way healed back to full.
That's ridiculous. Yeah.
And the top tower is healing as well.
The bottom tower is a little bit below half-life, but something tells me that's going to change shortly. So, yeah, this Keeper's impact. It's one of those things that I'm glad you're bringing it up, because it's like you kind of forget it's a spectator, but it is having massive impact here. No doubt for the Legion side. Forsaken, you talked about but I'm also sitting here thinking on this Shrunken Head again. A great item always, but it does make a lot of sense this game. I mean, you have a core. Electrician's obviously a core that relies on magic damage and crowd control a bit. You got the CC across the board's very good. Energy field, kegs, bubbles, Hellfield. It's like, yeah, Shrunken Head is it prevents so much bubbles? Not only damage but crowd control from happening in this game. So.
Ooh, Bubbles almost was turtle soup again.
Oh, he is trying to get his revenge here on a Deadwood. Nightfall's even going to be committed. They really want this Deadwood, and they definitely get the kill. So turn him into those logs, and it's a good hunt.
Yeah, but like specifically the Shrunken Head is just really good this game because all of the Hellborn's abilities are what I would consider slow, right? So you can like Shrunken Head before the keg hits. You can Shrunken Head before the Joust hits. You can basically get rid of like most of the bubble spells, even most of the Iker spells. Actually, as the keeper, keeper got 4-man root.
That is a massive root, massive root. The TV Sports coming in. We're waiting for those piercing arrows. There it is. Not the best though. We've definitely seen better this game. They're able to run away. The piercing arrows came out late. Engineer, he's in trouble still. But actually, the Mines carrying off Keeper the Forest. And now they running back in is Vinicius. They want to continue this fight. They know a lot of firepower was used. Shrunken Head's worn off for the second archer, so he has to be very careful with his life. They do kill Sir Bensington, though. Does know New Gen. They have this tier 1 tower still helping them as well, so that's something else about this fight you cannot overestimate. Engineer gets caught by the combo of Deadwood. He's likely dead. Iker also going to be found, and in the end, it was a very, very... what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of like a passive fight there by the Legion side of Noah Nugent. They took their time, and eventually they do win it.
Yeah, it's an elongated fight.
Yeah.
That's a nice way to put it. Actually, I just saw the Master of Arms also pick up, or like at least buy the recipe for the Starscribe boots.
Oh, wow, yeah.
But
wow, his farm is good.
Deadwood, I kind of agree with Deadwood here. Sunkpop is notorious for being a dirty tree walker. And that was the Sunkpop, by the way, is the engineer player this game. And you saw him like enter the trees there, and he left like the right side of the trees right after. He's basically role playing a Deadwood here. And it's so frustrating to play against him because he does that so well.
I mean, but you're playing against 2 tree heroes. You got Keeper and Deadwood on the other side. It's like trying to outgame the tree heroes, man. That's ballsy there.
Yeah, but he managed it. And like, generally speaking, I think the unofficial agreement was made between all the competitive players. Is cliff walking is off limits, but tree walking is kind of allowed, but frowned upon by me personally.
That's fine. Personal issue, but hey,
No, like funny thing is, I started buying Dust like standard because of Sunkpop. Because every time, like after a team fight, you would want to kill him, and he would just disappear into the trees somewhere. And like I had the opportunity or like the choice between either buying Dust or searching in the trees for like a minute to find him. And it's like I couldn't be asked anymore. But they got
push, by the way.
Yeah. And
they're already knocking on the door.
Yeah, top tower taking some damage here as well.
Deadwood goes in, opening on Iker. There's the combo from Forsaken. The piercing arrow is not going to be used just yet. Holding off, has to be careful. They got the combo by Bubbles, but pops the Shrunken and immediately runs. Kelfield Rhapsody's also still caught, but no, she'll be fine. Do they use root there? No, they really didn't use a whole lot. They still have piercing arrows. They still have root. So Noah Nugent actually being very conservative on their abilities. The catch by Deadwood misses. Thanks to Sir Bensington using that joust to get away. And now looking for the turn, Sir Deadwood going a little too committed. He does end up dying. Master of Arms just trying to take out the Sir Bensington, but he cannot. And now he might be in trouble himself as a result. This is a tanky Bensington, though. He has the Astrolabe. He has the Starcaller boots eventually potentially coming, as we saw. But Master of Arms, yes, it's going to be coming. There's that piercing arrows. That timing is perfect there, but the damage follow-up is not there. Forsaken gets nightfalled on. He's dead. They take out Sir Bensington still. But Forsaken, the raid boss, is killed. Keeper the Forest making his way over here late. I mean, this was a very delayed fight again, but it just kind of kept happening in the mid lane. I mean, I don't know. I mean, both teams definitely have some positives out of it.
Yeah, I think that was definitely like a positive for the Hellborn side. Like killing the Forsaken Archer, which is basically like their solo core at this point, is... You're always happy whenever that happens. And actually, Rhapsody might be being hunted down. No, there's no mana on the bubbles. But you saw like the Forsaken Archer got like 3 or 4 hits off there. It really wasn't more. And Engineer, Electrician and the Bensington just kind of died. It just does so much work, that no Fireblade. And actually, there's a Mind Trap here. I don't think you see it if you're smoked. So,
Master. He just tanks it, I love it.
Apparently he did the calculations.
Yeah. Yeah, he's actually, he's pretty tanky. He's not Iker tanky, but he's He's somewhat close. He's able to tank a pretty big mine trap right there, so...
Yeah, and I think
Well
he
played.
basically has Starscribe boots in 200 gold, so that's a lot of healing as well.
Yeah. Oh, wait, they
Um,
have double Astrolabe, by the way. I'm just noticing that.
Oh yeah, they have
Rhapsody.
Astro on the Rhapsody and on the Master of Arms.
What do you think of that? Is that oversight, or is that good?
It's definitely not good.
That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, especially with like the popularity of Dreamcatcher makes it like a little bit worse, because Dreamcatcher reduces your healing by 60%, right? So, like the efficiency of that item has tanked the popularity of the Astro by quite a bit. But like I'm guessing that the Master Farms just kind of wanted to get Starscribe boots because it tanks you up so nicely. And to get Starscribe boots, you need to get Astro. And I think the Rhapsody just bought Astro to also maybe tank up a bit. But they're doing the enemy Congo here. I think they might just get it.
They're going to get it. No, Nugent, this just shows you their confidence right now in their team fight, right? Like, the fact that they just kind of walk over to the Hellborn Congo and just do it without really, you know, being in a situation necessarily do it in. Electrician is trying to TP out. He goes for the grip, the TP. No, that ain't going to work. It's not going to last long enough. The Willowmaker happens, and Electrician, now it's the game of can he actually escape? The answer is no. It is just too much firepower. So they kill Conqueror, they take out Electrician, and now Forsaken's farming up the mid lane. He's got a level 3 Nullifier now, by the way. We cannot look over that. That's massive.
But I also just saw the Keeper port to the top lane again and started healing the tower again.
Oh, yeah, they have 1 tower kill at 27 minutes in. That's crazy.
Oh, Engineer might be trouble.
Oh, they have 2 tower kills, actually. They got the bottom tier 2 as well. But yeah, Keeper the Forest, making life difficult. Engineer is dead. He's definitely dead there.
Yeah, so the funny thing is about like the way that the towers work at the moment. It's like if you look at the armor of the tier 2 tower and the armor of the outer tower. I think that's tier 1 or tier 3. The outer tower.
Yeah.
Like the outer tower has like significantly more armor and even more HP, I believe, than the tier 2 tower at the moment. So if you can keep those outer towers, which the Keeper has been, you know, putting effort into actually doing, they are like really hard to actually push down, and that's a token for the Forsaken Archer.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Keeper also picked up an barrier idol with mostly magic damage coming out from the Hellborn side. They cannot really jump him anymore. If they try to burst him down, like also with 3 Conqueror kills. Oh, they're actually going on Deadwood.
Deadwood, there's a Nightfall in. They do kill him. Keeper the Forest gets there a little bit too late, so nice find by the Hellborn. I mean, they do have this blow-up burst potential, definitely.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there is mitigation, the Shrunk and the Barrier Idol you're just talking about, but this kind of goes back to the point, though. This is where there's 2 different games being played, obviously, by either side. It's the Legion team, they want to fight as a team. They want to group up, death ball push, pain train, whatever you want to call it. Hellborn side, they're all about the individuality. They want to, you know, pick you off one by one. We see Bubbles down here doing his thing. In fact, is going to be found by Keeper. A little awkward now. Uh-oh, staccato stuns. He's dead. Yeah, he is going to be found. Great find by Keeper, just as we're talking about him there. And Bubbles, no chance to get away, but...
And this is also like a read on a personal level. Like, you know that there are these players that will just sit in the trees for like a minute to then like snipe the wave behind your back.
Yeah.
And that's so frustrating to play against it. But at some point you realize that, you know, people have these play habits that they fall into. And that was just a great read from Keeper, I think, finding the bubbles there. And top down. Well, they actually did it.
Hey, they did it. I love how that's like an accomplishment. 29 minutes into the game. Good job, Vinicius. Let's go.
Yeah, the mid tower like is almost back to 4 HP again.
Meanwhile, bottom tier 3 being put. Deadwood's like, let's go. Electrician. Oh, that's an electrician. He just gets blowing up right there. He does not have money for a buyback. That is big. Imbo Boy's dead for another 55 seconds. And with that electrician, they have 0 frontline presence on the Hellborn team right now. So they're just going to have to give up these racks and I mean, talk about it's kind of funny because that's not a target you would think is like the prime target to jump into a fight, but it does make sense. They were confident they could blow him up as they did, and without Electrician, you just can't fight really if you're Vinicius.
Because like Electrician is tanky, but only if he gets to actually activate his W. And they jumped him so fast, and I guess he wasn't really expecting it.
Yeah.
That he didn't get his W off, which meant that, he's just not that tanky if he doesn't do that.
Look at the mine trap. They're avoiding the mine trap somehow.
Staff.
Oh, that's a jump. That's big. No, he has token room. So even if he dies right here, Rhapsody with the flint melody, there we go. There's a token. So he's going to come right back up. Pops the BKB, trying to run right here. Doing as much right click as he can. It's Forsaken Archer. And Impa Boy is back up now, but okay. He's able to grip actually on a Rhapsody. But not much further commitment by Vinicius. They understand this is not a team they want to just continue to pursue and fight more.
Yeah.
Use their base, so they're going to do that.
Yeah, there's just so much healing from these supports coming out, and there's they had the barrier up as well still. And Deadwood going in again?
We've seen this before. It's like deja vu all over. Electrician's dead again, and that's another set of racks. How do you defend this, especially with that Electrician? Bubbles is like, well, we got to try. He jumps in, goes for the TP out, or the blink out even, but it's just too much firepower at this point. This death ball is rolling full steam ahead.
He just spawned. This is bullying. Report him for bullying. He just spawned, damn it.
Yeah.
He was alive for like 15 seconds and he instantly died again. But yeah, like the Electrician at the moment, he just does not have that much armor. He has the gnomes, and that's about it, right? But that is, with the gnomes, it's basically 10 armor. Q and the legs from Deadwood make stats 0, and yeah, you will just fall over and die.
Something we didn't even talk about going into that fight that I noticed as well, but by the way, 5,000 gold on Forsaken, so let's see what she goes for next. But she did get the Sinner's Inscription, so she upgraded that. So a couple of these newer items we're seeing. Of course, the upgraded Energizer also picked up by Master of Arms, aka the Vitalizer. So big pickups there.
Yeah, the difference between the Energizer and the Vitalizer at the moment is that, like, the Energizer only works for heroes, Vitalizer works for heroes plus creeps, more or less. And also, like, a small stats increase, but in general, like, the Master of Arms just went for, like, auras, right?
Right.
And they have a Mind Trap here, which could be big, actually, Master of Arms.
That's Icor.
Oh, keep it.
It's going to be jump this time. Meanwhile, for Rhapsody is likely dead. Okay, they kill Rhapsody. Trucking Head's not going to save her, but Forsaken Archer's like, all right, I got my distance. Piercing arrows just tears through Electrician yet again. Stop me if you've heard that before. Frostwolf Skull delivered mid-fight, by the way, to Forsaken Archer. So she just uses that 5,000 gold. Now, teammates dying around Forsaken, but that doesn't really matter. I mean, Electrician with the buyback, he's dead. He ain't coming back this time, and GGs are being called. We are going game 3 in this lower bracket finals. The Thai squad of Noah Newgen showing once again they absolutely can compete here.
Yeah, and like the Electrician kind of needed a staff to be useful, but he was just not really able to, or at least he needed staff to be tanky, but he wasn't really able to farm it properly. And Engineer did actually manage to pick up a staff of his own. I don't know if we talked about that. Last team fight, I think their plan was to, which was also, by the way, a 3-man mine blow up from Engineer. The Keeper, Master of Arms, and Rhapsody all basically instantly got blown up by the mines.
Oh, didn't
yeah, 3 mines there, so right on top of them. So even with all that, they managed to not win the team fight because the Forsaken Archer actually got his Shrunken off before the Engineer ultimate landed. So, because it's a little bit of time before it lands. But that meant that, like, the Forsaken Archer just got to right click, and yeah, the right clicks, Benston just cannot compete with that without a Shrunken or something. So yeah, well played by Newgen. They really showed that they got what it takes here.
Absolutely. And, you know, so if you're finishing, again, it all comes down to this now. The final game for these two teams, potentially, it's obviously if you lose, you are done. You win, you go up against Lunar Tier in the grand finals. And it's going to be interesting to see. It starts with the draft. And obviously, there's so much to think about there. You know, do you ban Forsaken Archer? Is that, we mentioned it going to game 1 even. Game 2, clearly a hero that Colic is just so good with and comfortable with. And as a team, they play around it so well. Well, it starts with that and so many other questions. So we'll see what happens. But ladies and gentlemen, we got that game 3 coming up. Break CBK joined by Dutch Onage, Vinicius, Noah Nugent. Game 3. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Game number 3. This is what we play for. Remakes of games, because we're going to be remaking this one. Obviously, there's a bit of an issue there with which team was banning and picking first. Got to make sure that is set up correctly. So we're going to go ahead and go out here and we'll make sure get that all back set up and going quickly. Anyways, I'm CBK, joined by Dutch Odich once again. This is it, though. We got Vinicius versus Noah. It's not. I keep calling Noah New. That was their previous name, I guess. Technically, it's Noah Sky Cruise. Noah's their team name, really, but Noah Sky Cruise. Do my best to call them that. But man, they again came to play, especially in game number 2, and thus we got this third game. So there's always going to be the post game analysis, the hindsight mentality. It's like, what do you think? Was this more of a Vinicius maybe not playing the best? Did they maybe pick the not that great, or was this more Noah Sky Cruise showing and playing very well? Like, what would you lean towards?
I mean, obviously it's a skill issue, right? That's the only conclusion I can draw. No, of course. I think the Bensington in general. I think we talked about this a little bit before as well. Bensington just doesn't really work. In my experience, in theory it should work, but in my experience it never really works as like a solo core, because you just end up dying a lot because you always jump in so aggressively and the enemies have so much time to prepare for your eventual jump in, that if you don't have like a lot of defensive utility to save you, you're just going to die. And even if you win the team fights, then if you die and the enemy carry survives, it's you're slowly falling behind. And what I think we kind of saw that as well this game, where Bensington just wasn't really able to find the farm that he needed to really contest the enemies. And that was kind of like a big issue for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good way to put it. It's like one of those cases. You can always look at the draft and everything, but definitely like to focus on. Actually, join back into this game. Huh? Yeah, interesting. I joined in, and it's like at the hero selection screen already.
Yeah, I think that's the old game.
Oh, that would make sense. Okay, well, we're still setting it up then, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm trying to join Paradise as well, but yeah. So I don't really know if Vinicius could have laned this any better. I will also say that the electrician right now is just not the strongest hero, in my opinion, at least.
Yeah. Well, okay, so we'll start talking about this as we're getting this game set up. Still, is Forsaken Archer. Is this one of those okay, clearly dominant, has been dominant before and called? Is this if you're Vinicius, you first 3 ban that hero? Is we got to get rid of this hero right away.
Wait. Sorry, I cannot do 2 things at the same time.
Oh, you're good. Yeah, hold on. We're asking Rena. So Paradise, you can hear us. I'm trying to join, but it literally is.
Okay, let's go through the search option, because I think if we click on Paradise, it takes us to the old game for some reason.
Yeah, any of the players, it takes us to the old game. Yeah, that's weird. All right.
Just join the lobby through the search option. But so back to the game. Forsaken Archer is definitely a hero that can easily solo carry. I think Bensington doesn't really work well in that situation in most times. Especially also because with Bensington, even if you have your Shrunken, you're usually forced to pop your Shrunken before you actually complete the channel from your ultimate. Because you channel, I think, 2 seconds with Bensington, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 2 seconds. Mm-hmm. Then you fly for 2 seconds, and then you land, right? But while you're flying, you cannot actually pop your Shrunken. So I've had games where I was playing against something like a Nomad, mm-hmm. and Nomad sees me flying as the Bensington, and I'm just looking like a freak ultimate. So he stands right on top of me, presses ultimate, I get instantly stunned and died. Mm-hmm. And there are a lot of abilities that kind of work like that, where it's just a free stun on the Bensington. So what you really want to be doing is pop your Shrunken even before you land, but of course that's -2 seconds on your Shrunken.
Yeah.
So you kind of want to be in a situation where if you die as the Bensington, it doesn't really matter. You want to be like position 2, position 3 maybe.
Right, okay.
But you want to have some other physical damage threats to back you up in case
it needs to be
your
like
game
a
doesn't go
tri-core setup, essentially,
Yeah.
if you're going to be running a Sir Bensington. Which they didn't necessarily have that game, yeah.
And Electrician can be played as a core, but you don't really want to be the only physical presence as a Bensington, because like Electrician, of course, doesn't provide any physical damage. And we also saw that that was an issue for them because Keeper just went for the Barrier Idol, and they were just unable to kill the Keeper.
Yeah, I think the laning phase too, man. It's just definitely that's the other big thing, of course, that we're going to look out for is how does the laning phase begin? Because that's the other thing with when you compare the games too. That the game 1, it was just pure domination by Vinicius. They crushed all 3 lanes. They forced Colic to move to all 3 lanes throughout the first 3 minutes into the game. I mean, and that's just never a good thing. Where game 2, it wasn't necessarily dominant by Noah, but they were able to just hold their ground. And if anything, it was just back and forth. They won. Colic got his open farm. That was like the big key. Deadwood did pretty good, of course, against Bubbles mid lane, and Keeper survived. So it's just, the laning phase, I mean, I know it's kind of an obvious statement, but in the comparison of the game 1 and game 2, that's what really stood out to me the most between those 2 games.
Yeah.
So looking out
No,
for
but
that
you're
again.
absolutely right there. And like where in game 1, they kind of got ran over and couldn't really find any space for the Predator to farm. In game 2, they kind of met them head on, kind of got out even in most of the fights. And the second that like the Vinicius team kind of let off the aggression, kind of backed off and chilled a little bit, we saw the Forsaken Archer and the support instantly rotate into the jungle and just clear triple stacks.
Yeah.
And at that point, it was basically Forsaken Archer with a free Shrunken. So I also do have to say, as we point out during that fight, during that game as well, very good itemization by the Forsaken Archer.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that she had a Shrunken head instantly meant that she just never really died. At least not initially.
Yeah, it was clearly a very potent pickup that maybe even caught Vinicius off guard too for these earlier fights they wanted to take. It's like all of a sudden you're immune to most, if not all, of our damage for a good 10 seconds or whatever it is. It's like, wait, this is not what we need. So 7 seconds. Okay, I'm picking way past. But point is for a good duration there.
The good old Shrunken head that times from 10 to 5 does not exist anymore.
It's definitely changed. Rhapsody Geomancer opening after the Deadwood opener by Noah Skycruise. Now, again, the obvious here, Forsaken Archer not banned, so it is open. Do they go the Forsaken with these next couple of picks now? That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, so you want to pick up Forsaken Archer with like a good defensive support for sure. I see Iker open, I see Monarch open, although Monarch isn't really played that much. Master of Arms, not really the strongest defensive support, but like we talked about, Deadwood plus Master of Arms, that's a combo you can lane anywhere.
Yeah.
And also, Deadwood specifically is so good against Geomancer, because Geomancer is normally like a really slippery hero, but Deadwood with that, the 3 seconds immobilize is one of the few abilities that can just lock down the Geomancer for you to kill him.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the question now becomes, how efficiently can Forsaken Archer and the Noah Sky Generation, how efficiently? Yeah, I'm just gonna mix. I'm just gonna mix and match all the names.
The Noah Sky Generation.
Noah Sky Generation and Noah New Crew. One of those two I'm going with. No, but how efficiently can they dodge the tri-lane? Because if you get like a tri-lane with Rhapsody, Geomancer, and maybe like another stunner or like some sort of initiation, that's not a tri-lane you're gonna win. Not really, at least.
Yeah.
So you want to maybe get like Forsaken Archer into a safe-ish lane. Because also I think we have seen like the Team Vinicius tri-lane both games, right?
At least for the beginning. Yeah, like the very beginning, yes. Game 2, they adjusted pretty quickly, but from the very beginning, similar to that. I mean, this is if it ain't broke, don't fix it. There's obviously that mentality going here too for Noah Sky Cruise. It's like you got 3 heroes that we also last game. Now it's not going to be exactly the same because Keeper of the Forest banned pretty quickly there by Puppet Soul with the next tier of bans. You do have who else?
And also the Andromeda ban is quite big because Andromeda is another combo for Forsaken Archer plus Andromeda. It was a combo that Imbaboy picked up a lot in like the tournament 2 years ago, where you just kind of frontline with Forsaken Archer, and if you ever really jumped Forsaken Archer, she just gets swapped out and she's safe again. And it's very difficult to play against it because you cannot really prevent the Andromeda swap, even if you sheep the Forsaken Archer, even if you root her. She's gonna get swapped out, no matter what. Oh, that's a proper carry.
Yep, he's pretty good at that that whole carry thing. Also brings the Galvanize, which is decent armor against, we were talking about a lot of this minus armor, a lot of physical presence from the Hellborn team, so an ability that certainly can come into play.
Yeah, it also applies to your team now, if you activate it.
Wait, it didn't always?
No.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought it always. Oh, that's interesting to hear. Okay.
Ooh, actually, maybe it did always do that, but
yeah, the activatable I thought always did. Yeah.
No, but like at some point they swapped the armor from the Galvanize to be passive and not on the activatable, right? So instead of like only having armor while he activates the Galvanize, he always basically got passive 8 armor.
Yeah.
And I mean, recently they also gave him like 4 armor on the allies whenever you activate Galvanize.
Right, okay. That's what you're saying, yeah. So he actually maxed out, so he gets actually 12 armor when he uses it, because he has the 8 passive and then...
I don't know if it works that way.
Really? Oh, well, guessing... let's not overthink it.
I'm guessing allies... okay, someone in chat test it. You got nothing better to do.
A lot of item or a lot of. There's been a lot of changes over the time. Yes. All right. Anyways, point is, it's still there is some kind of armor presence, which is important. Now, speaking of armor, Demented Shaman, another hero that provides minus armor and also positive, of course. But of course, Stormcloud very good for that. And then they finish with a Magnus, get some more crowd control here. But it's clear the mentality that they're going for on the side of Noah Skycrew over here.
Yeah, and also Hammerstorm doesn't really want to go for Geobane. He doesn't really want to go for a Null Fireblade. So it's not that difficult. It's not that easy to get rid of the Stormcloud as a Hammerstorm. You basically only have Shrunken to get rid of it. And more physical damage with the Defiler pickup.
Yeah.
I am not that confident in the, because like in isolation, I say Legion lineup looks great. I like the Legion lineup. Lots of stunts, lots of potential. You can lane this in various situations. I think they're gonna run a tri-lane with the Meraxes and the Defiler solo.
Let's get it on.
But looking at that lineup against the Hellborn team, and especially against the Demented Shaman, I am a little bit nervous, because the Defiler ultimate is so delayed in its damage output. And that is what like Demented Shaman excels against. Because it's like the ultimate, it stacks up to 24 armor. The Defiler ultimate is not going to do anything at that point. So yeah, I think this. I think it's gonna be a big question of how are they going to lane this.
Well, and that's what I was gonna say. So, like, obviously, there is that is one, and it's an important one. Of course, the Ultimate Defiler definitely makes this hero in a lot of ways, but the other side, there's the other side of the spectrum where it is a tankier core, which I think that's pretty clear across the board. They got a Hammerstorm, Meraxes, and Defiler. These are all kind of beefier cores. They're not necessarily going to get blown up, and so they ideally are looking at that part of the strategy, as well as Defiler is a very good laner. I think it's a fair statement, right? So, wanting to get a hero that would ideally have a decent laning phase. But
yeah, so Defiler is definitely good in a 1v1 situation. Because these days, like the Defiler has the Soul Siphon, the E ability.
Yeah.
And I think the easiest comparison is to the Empath Link. You just heal yourself while damaging enemies. But let's say like that's the Hellborn side lanes Master of Arms plus Deadwood middle against the solo Defiler.
Mm-hmm.
I am not that confident that Defiler is gonna do very well because like she has 2 armor. She has pretty decent starting HP, but no escape. I think she's just gonna kind of die.
Not what you usually want to hear if you're picking a hero like Defiler, but
Yeah.
we'll see. It's going to come down to Puppet Soul, how he plays it, and keep a close eye on that. So, of course, there's items that you can get to. Things like the Storm Spirit come to mind. You know, a very popular item on that hero that prevent those deaths from happening. But we'll see.
Yeah, but we'll talk about the laning stage here, right? Like Defiler is not that strong in the laning stage if it's not a 1v1 situation. Because like you cannot really dual laner either. Because she doesn't really provide stun, she doesn't really provide lockdown. It's just the wave, the Q, that is like consistent damage output because the link has like quite a long cooldown. And we see a lot of rotations happening from both sides, actually.
Every single game, man, these teams are just mind gaming each other. I love it. Just, to that point, it's like the early scout happens. You see this early ward place down here at the bottom side in the jungle by the Hellborn. I think he might have seen Rhapsody down there. I'm not 100%. I believe they did see each other. And so it's like giving away a little bit of information there, but clearly they're using that to now make some adjustment. I mean, this is 4 heroes right now going up here for Noah Sky Crew, so still maybe not really sure exactly what to expect, but they're going to try to go for a bloodlust, I would guess, on Meraxis.
Yeah. I think they're like with the mindset of, if you guys want a tri lane, fine, we'll give you a tri lane. And bring Magnus as well. Rotate that to the top lane as well, I believe. No, but I think they are going to probably, if Meraxis is going to stay solo top, I think they're going to send Master Farms middle, Magnus to the bottom lane to kind of just siphon XP there.
Imba. Does Imba pick up on this? He's suspicious.
Yeah, I think he knows something. So I don't know if he saw the Hellborn players.
Well, I think it's the lack of heroes showing bottom. I think that's probably the biggest thing. It's like, wait a second, where the hell are these guys?
Yeah.
So
and like especially like in competitive, like you should definitely call that out, right? That should be definitely called out. And we see Master Farms now rotating middle. And yeah, Defiler is going to have to start playing a little bit defensively, because the moment that these 2 players hit level 3, they are in a bit of risk. We do, however, see the Geomancer now rotating to the sub lane, and Defiler's in trouble.
They're just going to dive this, because why not? They have 3 heroes here. It is going to be the Bloodlust kill. Rhapsody TP's in, but it is just too damn late. I mean, Magnus came in the flank there. That's to your point. It's at level 1, sure, but this Defiler is going to be very vulnerable to being killed here by this Hellborn team right now.
It's the lack of escape, because like the Master Farms and the Deadwood just sit on top of you after they use their spells. And if you don't have something like a Hack Blink or like a Geomancer Dig to save yourself, yeah, good luck.
Right.
No, you're not gonna survive that. Oh, Max is top lane.
They're fighting. Imba Boy doing what he can to survive, puts a stop on this. Rotating Magnus is doing work right now. Ganks middle, gets the Bloodlust, comes top, helps to kill Meraxis. Rhapsody is going to get the turret kill to Demented. The crippling volley missed. Try to go for the finish off on Geomancer, that is, but unable to do so. You see a health potion just drop there for Colic, so you'll be able to take benefit of that. But yeah, that was we definitely have some good engagement here at the top. But I'm most intrigued by this Magnus, as he's gonna get a free teleport back to base. He's just playing pure rotating Magnus right now. He's just going for kills, not worried about a landing phase really.
Yeah, and it's because like they kind of lack good setup stuns for the Hellborn side right now, especially with like you don't really want to use the Forsaken Archer Q2 really readily. You want to like kind of follow up usually. But we do see the Magnus now rotate to the bottom lane because the lane was just basically empty, right? And the reason that it's still even right now is because like the Magnus was actually not even getting XP in the bottom lane.
Hammerstorm's like, yeah, I'm 2 levels ahead of you. I'm not going to let you bully me. He just stands in front of him and smacks him in the face. So But yeah, Magma's going to get some levels now. Obviously, has the lane push. You do see the Mighty Swing is level 2 now, so just naturally that lane is going to get pushed in Magnus's favor, and he'll start making up some experience. So yeah, the early phase all about getting kills, but now SRP is going to try to find his groove in the lane and go from there.
Yeah, and they are tri-laning top right now.
Yep.
And actually, mid lane. What are going?
That's a dive once again. Oh my god, that damage, you're right. One auto attack, and that's a kill right there, but...
Yeah, but they don't need to commit. If there's someone in the jungle there, right, that they can get a counter kill.
Yeah.
If they just back off right here, that means the Defiler likely has to go back to base or pop a health potion as he did. Or else he's just going to be in trouble, right? And they can just buy like a mana potion or two on the Hellborn side and try again in 10 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
So I like the restraint, is what I want to call it.
Right.
On the other side, though, Colleague is maybe in a bit of trouble here, as 3 people from the Legion side are actually rotating over to him.
Look at Defiler. This is how scared he is. Yeah, but you mentioned though, Colic top lane. Dimension's nearby. Does have the cape as well. Yeah, he's gonna throw that on to Colic, and Geomancer cannot land the stun. Another TP coming in. Now they need to be careful not to dive too much here if you're the Legion. That is Deadwood making his way over. He's not level 60 yet, but yeah, he wanted to make sure they did not commit further, so good restraint there. Bottom lane, meanwhile, Hammerstorm beat down on a Magnus, catching that late myself, but no brute strength even needed, just simply hammer stun and auto attacks is enough.
Yep. And in general, like the Hammerstorm, I think has just been spamming his Q on the Magnus's face. The hammer stun, hammer throw, is not that expensive mana these days. Especially if you get something like a Bring to Teacher, that usually sustain yourself with mana enough to just kind of spam it on the enemies. So that's usually an angle they'd like to take. Deadwood is clearing some stacks though in the meanwhile.
Yeah. Kid's level 6. He allows Master of Arms to also make up some farm in the mid lane, so sharing the love right here.
Yep.
As Defiler's currently missing, and she's in her own jungle, of course. It's level 5.
They really want to go top lane. They've been playing so aggressive. But one of the issues they've been having is that Geomancer just does not have a lot of levels.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's level 2 still. Yeah, he's definitely underleveled in this game right now, and going to put some pressure on the tower. You see Forsaken Archer kind of having to accept that, but now with the TP coming in, that's going to be Magnus. Rhapsody will TP out, and Legion team is going to make their adjustment. Rhapsody goes bottom. You got to think is going to start focusing on stacking some camps soon, because you have a hero in Hammerstorm that it's all about taking stacks. So I'm gonna keep a close eye on that, because currently there's no stacks in the jungle, but you got to think that's going to start happening soon.
Yeah, I think that's also because Defiler, who, by the way, picked up 2 Guardian Rings to try and mitigate some of this physical damage that's coming out all the time.
That's funny, actually. Wow.
Yeah, honestly, good call by him. Deadwood wants to go again. He looks at this Defiler, and all he sees is like a tasty snack.
What the hell? Because the one can turn into at least like a Ring of the Teacher, maybe Gnome's Wisdom, I guess, but is the other one just simply +2 armor?
So I'd say for sure it's just +2 armor at the moment. But if you want to pick up Sinner's Inscription, you do need 2 Guardian Rings.
Okay.
One for the tablet, one for the Abyssal.
That's fair. Yeah.
Oh, and Deadwood's running into the Hammerstorm.
Yeah, they're going for a play on the bottom. They would love to kill Hammerstorm, but it's not going to be easy, especially with Rhapsody there. They'll settle for the Rhapsody. Never mind. Now Deadwood's the one that has to be careful. Rhapsody may go down, but at what cost for them? Here comes the Defiler showing up. She pops her ultimate. The ghosts are flying around. They take out Deadwood. Magnus is going to run the other direction, but they don't care about him. They got Deadwood, and now they're going to push this bottom tier 1. That should be a free tower kill for them. So great rotation from Vinicius, and it was ambitious. I mean, to try to kill that Hammerstorm right there, but with just the Deadwood.
Forsaken Archer might be trouble.
Moraxis, Ava Boy opens on Forsaken. There's the blow up with the Matrix. Here comes Geomancer. They're going to cut him off. So Master of Arms, great save by Master. It keeps him alive for the time being. Is it going to be enough? Another save as well. The crippling volley. It's just not going to matter. Got the piercing arrows off, but they're able to dodge a good amount of the damage. Now Dimension Shaman in trouble too. He's got his own mana battery, and that'll help keep him alive. Master of Arms showing up pretty late to the party. But yeah, great kills, both bottom and top lane. Vinicius, wow, a 4,000 goldie just like that.
Yeah, I like especially the kill on the Deadwood is just so big, because the kill on the Deadwood there, it delays the Lex Talionis or even the Ghost Marches on the Deadwood here. And like not allowing that extra -3 armor is just very big. And they have the stacks. I don't know if Vinicius is aware of it. We do see Hammerstorm, of course, smoked up here. And likely they know that he is smoked up, as in he is not farming bottom lane. But I don't know if Vinicius actually knows that the hard camp is still triple stacked here. Because otherwise, maybe they would have, made a beeline for it with that Hammerstorm. And Magnus might actually be setting up top lane.
Yeah, this is an opportunity for Noah Sky Crew with the Magnus up. He doesn't have Blink or anything like that, of course, but he is level 6. But it is just him currently. Master of Arms and Forsaken being found by Geomancer, and that kind of thwarts any efforts there. There's a TP now coming in. Magnus will hit the sudden Hammerstorm. That's a big kill if they can manage it. Deadwood, Rotten Grasp. No, not going to be used just yet. Actually got stunned first by Rhapsody. Going to go for the TP out. Beautiful play by Hammerstorm. He TP's out in time, and now here's a supporting cast showing up pretty late, but with that ultimate of Defiler active, you gotta be careful. Oh, protect him out, it saves Geomancer! Rhapsody gonna live as well, dodges the piercing arrows, gets the call, Mastermind has more access, and is also gonna take out the Forsaken eventually. No, the heal! It was actually the save from Dimension Shaman right there, thanks to the cape. Dimension Shaman will go down, but Forsaken Archer does manage to stay alive, but, I mean, yeah, Imba Boy dies too, but an amazing save there from Rhapsody initially, and I gotta say, again, Hammerstorm just TPing in the midst of that fight as it began. Kept him alive, too. Huge for Vinicius.
Yeah, it's just the timings are like a little bit off for the Hellborn side here, because the Deadwood, of course, died instantly without getting any spells off. Then we saw that Forsaken Archer, Magmastan hit actually 3 people there. After the Deadwood died. But the Forsaken Archer ultimate, I think, was on like 10 or 5 seconds cooldown at that point. Because he died, he used it like as he died in the top lane. Which meant that if Forsaken Archer had the ultimate there on those 3 people, I think they would have instantly won that team fight.
Yeah. I mean, how bad it though? Forsaken Archer, at this time in the game, last game, I want to say had around 450, almost 500 GPM. Yep. He's got about 275 right now, and that's after farming a couple stacks right there. So clearly, again, goes back to the laning phase, the lockdown's been there. Meraxis is going to find Forsaken. Is it going to be enough, though? Geomancer trying to get there as well, just out of range, but now with TP support, Meraxis the one that has to be careful. The Matrix, it's not going to be enough. And now Meraxis, he sends for Master of Arms, going to take him out, but obviously goes down in the process. Geomancer, you see slippery enough, but Defiler and Hammerstorm, everyone showing up for the lead side. Devil's going to get beat down there. The brute strength is active. You do not want to fight into that, as well as the Unholy Expulsion. And so the rest of the Hellborn will retreat, but again, Forsaken continues to be delayed. Deadwood hasn't really been able to find his groove either. He's only 260 GPM, no portal key in sight. And the struggles are definitely here for Noah Sky.
Geomancer wants this kill. You got Chalice? You might be able to get it. Geomancer middle.
Well, Meraxis is coming too. Yeah. He's going to go for it. Even if he dies, it's worth it. Yeah, he gets it. Well played.
Yeah. And Defiler actually, instead of going for the Sinners with those 2 Guardian Rings, he went for what I'm guessing is going to be Armor Boots, because he has the Shield of the 5. And the Ring of the Teacher. So just armor items. And we saw like that as he just picks up or finishes to play the Greaves there. And he managed to build up like both of the initial Guardian Rings into like useful items. And Deadwood punched the Defiler there, but it just didn't really matter. Because if you don't apply minus armor, the Deadwood ultimate doesn't hurt that much. So yeah, like he needs to hit his Q first. The Q first is so important for that matter. Or at least like maybe the Q first, I guess. Yeah. Same idea. But yeah, like I think the question for the Hellborn side here is how can we like make sure that Forsaken Archer can farm unbullied, right? Especially before the Meraxes and the Geomancer and even maybe the Hammerstorm gets their PK.
Yeah.
Because if they can manage to finish their PK, they're gonna be in a whole lot of trouble. And actually, by the way, look at the mid lane. This is such a good ward from Max here. In the Ancients, I mean, sorry. Because not only does this block the Ancients, it also gives complete vision of the mid lane.
Yeah, we saw this last tournament, I want to say, making a point of that, and we started seeing Vinicius doing this against Noah Nugent at the time, and of course specifically against Colic, and it clearly had impact. So yeah, this is great to see, preventing ideally more stacks from happening, given the idea if he is attempting to do those. Forsaken, by the way, you mentioned just how do you
go the father?
Oh yeah, actually, but again, he's so he is tanky now. He's got that ult or the so much armor now.
4-man TP or 3-man TP, sorry. Hammerstorm was close by.
It was good that Deadwood did not commit there, because that was definitely a turn kill in the making for sure. So
yep. And this is now a hasted Defiler going in.
Does he have ultimate? He sure does. He's just gonna run in with the Unholy Expulsion, and you gotta spread and run if you are Noah Sky Crew here. Master of Arms, he's definitely dead, just a matter of time. I don't think you can commit anymore. Yeah, Deadwood, you just gotta respect it now. Defiler, Deadwood may have had the laugh at first, but Defiler's laughing at Deadwood now. It's like, yeah, the game's a little bit different now, buddy.
Yeah, Defiler somehow managed to get like 400 GPM from these team fights. And I think that is like the big dividing factor here between the two teams, right? Where Defiler just kind of kept farming and kept like pushing a little bit and won the two team fights. The Deadwood, after he got his like initial level 6 or 7, he went bottom lane, died there, then TP top lane and died there as well. I think twice even.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's a bit awkward for them right now.
I almost didn't forget, but it's like then you remind yourself, it's, where's Hammerstorm been for the last? Oh yeah, he's just been in the bottom. The whole literal bottom side of the map belongs to Hammerstorm. The jungle, the lane, no one's even putting any contesting up. The free farm continues, 560 gold per minute. You do see a Master of Arms, Veiled Rye here. He's just trying to get some more information. Oh, going to be exposed. Got a ward down on Congra. Rhapsody just got to run some by. Was maybe looking somewhere else.
Oh, Max's PK. They jump Forsaken.
That's a jump on Forsaken. Demented Shaman there. The Crystal Field doing some damage. There's the heal. It's not enough. It's just too much damage output to handle. Deadwood's making his way over, but hey, here's Hammerstorm. He's like, yeah, remember me? I'm still here. Beat down on Demented Shaman. They catch Magnus, and the lead just really grows now. Nearly 10,000. In fact, it is a 10,000 gold lead for Vinicius at this point in the game. Only 16 minutes. Yikes.
Yeah. And like Hammerstorm is just a hero that can beat down Forsaken Archer if it comes to that, right?
Yeah.
Because Hammerstorm with that's in the Insanitarius and the Elder Parasite, he hits like an absolute truck. And the nice thing is, like, Deadwood does, the Hammerstorm doesn't need to be afraid to be ganked by the Deadwood, because he has 22 armor at the moment.
Oh yeah,
so, like,
no, he's not going anywhere.
No, he's just gonna get tickled. Oh, Master Farms in the dead in the mid lane, I think.
Yeah, it's a little more than tickling happening there.
Yep.
Tickled to death there on the Master of Arms. He's just trying to make some space for the team, understandably, because there's very little. You talk about being constricted. I mean, it's the map. Hammerstorm controls the whole bottom side of the map. It's the top side is kind of half controlled right now by the Legion as well. You got Forsaken just being. I swear, Demented Shaman. Every time I look at Forsaken, Demented Shaman is like holding hands with Forsaken Archer this game, just sitting right nearby just in case, which still hasn't even necessarily been enough at multiple times. But
yeah,
that's just the game you got to play. You got to just stay as close as you can to. He doesn't even have boots, by the way, so it's even hard to keep up. But he's trying.
They come as a package deal for sure. And like we do see them, they play like this every game, by the way. Like whether it's Iker or
Rhapsody.
What else? Rhapsody, exactly. He just tends to get like a link item and like sit behind Colleague and save him if necessary. And as a carry player, that's amazing to have against like gank teams. But in this case, it just hasn't really been enough. Also because Vinicius has been making sure that it's not just like a superficial gank that they are putting up here, but it's a gank and the backup is already on the way. So that if the enemy decides to contest it, to actually fight it, they can take the fight and they can win it. Because if the Hammerstorm, for example, doesn't actually... Oh, actually, Master Farm's in the mid lane again.
Shut him up and knock him down.
I don't mean to laugh at it, because it's just like, you know, Hammerstorm just comes and throws a hammer and just died. It's just like, no chance to get away there.
Yeah, and this is one of the weaknesses of Deadwood in general. As, oh, they're setting up for top lane, actually. I think they're gonna be fine if they TP out fast enough, yeah.
Yeah, they're out. Yeah, Hammerstorm actually stopped his TP. He's like, it's not worth it. He's just gonna continue farming middle.
But like, this is the weakness of the Deadwood is he doesn't really push out lanes at all. And of course, that's where the Master Farms comes in. Master Farms does, of course, push out lanes quite well. But Deadwood has issues ganking people because of the lack of, you know, push out lanes. And oh, Hammerstorm going in.
Oh, Deadwood's sitting there like, I got this. Oh, beautiful kill on Hammerstorm. So that was, you know, Hammerstorm thought he had I mean, he did have the opener first, catches Deadwood off guard, but Forsaken Archer happened to be in perfect position to assist, and everyone else, frankly, and obviously we saw the damage output. So, hey, one step at a time. Again, similar to game one, yes, it's a massive lead for Vinicius, but you got to take what you get, and that was certainly a big take there for Noah Sky Crew. And I mean, Forsaken is definitely starting to find a little bit of space now, nearly 400 GPM, is going that shrunken first once again. So again, going to be a bit later than game two, but making priority to get that early on as well here.
Yep. And like Forsaken Archer in general, once he gets that no Fireblade, Moraxis is not going to be a threat anymore. Because no Fireblade on Forsaken Archer just means that the Moraxis is going to be out of mana in like 2 or 3 hits. And that's the end of Moraxis, right? Moraxis cannot really do anything anymore. Sure, he'll survive, but he's not a threat at that point. And Forsaken Archer also hasn't really been taking the Ancients. Honestly, neither team has. Like, neither the Hammerstorm or the Forsaken Archer has actually been trying to farm these Ancients. Probably because it's just dangerous to do. In general.
That's what I was going to say, yeah. It's
oh, Hammerstorm farms enemy Ancients.
Just as you're talking about it, he's like, yeah, we'll take their Ancients.
He's listening.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Deadwood, there's a jump from Magnus as well. Hammerstorm can low protect, and Melody, though, will save any chance they maybe had. So he cleans up the Ancients, they clean up the heroes, and now they're just going to naturally transition into the Hellborn Kongor as well. Will Vinicius, so this is going to be another kill for them on Kongor, and again, it was a little bit of a chance there. A little bit of a chance for Noah Sky Crew, but just not enough firepower. And the lead will grow.
They had no vision. Like, they jumped completely blind, and it was a good call. Because I think they saw one of them on the rev ward, maybe? Or like glimpses of them on the rev ward. So they knew they were doing their Ancients, but they just didn't know how many people were there. And as luck would have it, right? I think Magnus never actually got his Q off, if I'm not mistaken. It was just Deadwood jumping in, Deadwood Q, and just carnage from there. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I think we're gonna see Vinicius take the allied Kongor, or the help. Oh wait, they already took Legion Kongor. What I'm talking about?
They took their own, yeah. It's kind of funny. You talked about lack of Ancients so far. It's like just like that within the next minute. Hammerstorm's doing both Ancients now. The stacks.
Yeah, we really haven't seen like Hammerstorm prioritize Ancients so much because he has been relatively busy with just farming his own jungle. And I think this is like where something like Hammerstorm can can shine relatively well. Where the Demanded Shaman has been sitting this Forsaken Archer basically the entire game. After like minute 7, Rhapsody hasn't really been bottom lane at all. Rhapsody just ported to the top lane and kind of chilled there with the tri lane. Mm-hmm. And been putting pressure, while the Hammerstorm just kind of farmed bottom lane solo. And that's also because the Magnus alone, as like a suicide hero, doesn't really provide any threat. While if you had something more ganky, like, I don't know, what is a good gank hero, like Grinax or, you know, some good gank hero with like a lot of damage outputs. Hammerstorm was maybe a little bit more in trouble, but like this, nah, he's fine. Oh, actually, Master of Arms is on a mission.
And Master, well, he's on a mission to survive. He was found initially by Rhapsody, he ran away, and oh, that's not where you want to go. He runs right into the pain train. Yes, and obviously that was a very, very difficult escape there through the Legion jungle.
And the point up with the smoke. They want to fight
they
this.
immediately go top. They absolutely do. Brute Strength is ready. Here we go. There's the opening. Unholy Expulsion goes off. Hammerstorm, he's dealing with this Deadwood, getting locked down. So that's helping the Hellborn side. In fact, Defiling gets burst down. Piercing Arrows will finish the job. Deadwood able to get out. Magnus unable to TP, though. A couple of smacks from Hammerstorm stops that. Demented Shaman, no, he ain't getting out. But at least Forsaken Archer survives. They play, you know, a little bit of positive here for Noah's Sky Crew. And again, they killed Defiler. But yeah, numbers definitely favoring the Legion.
Yeah, so they managed to burst down Defiler, which is definitely good. I don't know if the Defiler got her Storm Spirit off, but I don't think she did. And the Deadwood actually used Ultimate on the Hammerstorm, which I think was fine as like just a stalling tool. You know, cancel the PK, lock him down. He didn't have Shrunken yet. Just keep him there while you kill the Defiler. It's just a bit unfortunate that they managed to not really get out afterwards. Because of the 3 people that teleported, 2 got caught. Like, at the literal end of their teleport. So yeah. I guess they're just not really tanky at all on the Hellborn side either, right? Magnus with only 5 armors.
Yeah.
Yeah, still gonna melt.
Similar to game 1, again, this is just, it's like they play that pretty well, but you're down 15,000 gold.
Top lane. I believe Master Farms is gonna live. I believe in him.
That's a big confident belief for
I want to believe.
I mean, that ain't happening, buddy. There's some more heroes here. Okay, I'll give you this. He took a long time to die.
Oh, Meraxes finishes off too. Yeah, and at this point, like the suicide players, actually Meraxes picks up a health flower. That's insane. It also gives him a bit of a mana pool, so I really like that item here. But at this point, like even the suicide player becomes dangerous at 400 GPM. Because this is a suicide, yeah, quote-unquote suicide, right, Meraxes. And he might actually be in little...
Oh! He's beating it.
He faked it, he faked it.
Well played. Very well played. Yeah, I was like, wait, I thought he ulted the creep for a second. I was like, no, that makes sense. Okay, he's juking out the Arcane Shield, and he very well played to get the kill. But now Forsaken Archer has to pop Shrunken and go for the run. Does have piercing arrows, but is more concerned about surviving. And yes, will do so, just barely, but...
Deadwood running for his life.
Get out. Deadwood is trying to run for his life. Obviously has the tree walking, and that could help, certainly. Goes for the TP, and he is going to be successful. So, okay, they get away. They ultimately, mission successful. I mean, it took a lot of time, but they get out as well, and Forsaken's back to farming.
Yeah, so the Meraxes there was actually in time with his W, the Arcane Shield, and the Arcane Shield, of course, does fully absorb the ultimate if it's pressed in time.
Yeah.
But Deadwood just played it a little better, and he just faked it. Like, to be fair, you kind of have to press the W on the Meraxes, because if you don't press it, if you don't press it, you're and he commits to ultimate, you're just dead. Right? There's no way around that one. It's the same thing as like if you take cover initially while the spell comes out with the bubbles and stuff. Of course, you can try to fake it as well, but generally speaking, you just kind of have to commit and hope that they commit as well.
Yeah, I mean, you can't expect a player to just continue to try to fake their Arcane Shield used to. That's just, at that point, you're just going to die, really. So, yeah. I'm with you there. You kind of just have to. But, yeah, that's more just well played by Deadwood, expecting that and making the play that he needed to do so. It's a team smoke immediately after they kill Conqueror. I love to see it.
So, like, it's also, like, the question of, do you know, like, who the... two people get rooted while smoked. Oh, I love it. Anyway, so do you know like who the enemy is, right? I don't know if they know it's Imberboy and Amraxis, if the Thai players know that. Because I'm fairly certain that Imberboy is a person that like the Thai players know. He's he even played like in Thailand a couple of times, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So
He did, yeah, you're right.
I like if they know who he is, right? You can expect someone to like that to be fast enough with this W. So at the point it's warm bind clips. Master Farms falling again. Like Master Farms, like is getting picked off a lot, yes, but he's kind of doing what he has to do, which is push out lanes. Because if he did not push out lanes, towers would be falling left and right. And instead, Backbus just gets out.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was saying earlier too. I mean, obviously when you're this far behind, as Magnus is eventually going to get caught, though, cut off by Moraxis, and he's going to kill. Allows time for Forsaken Archer to get out, though. But you just have to kind of accept that, yeah, you're going to die. You know, get some split push though. Do what you can to create space on the map. If you're dying, you're Forsaken Archer in the completely opposite lane is staying alive and continuing to farm, and that's the ultimate goal here. And to their credit, Colic is now 523 gold per minute. I mean, this is becoming very respectable by this Forsaken Archer. Has a level 3 nullifier, has a firebrand, so her damage output is certainly becoming a bit of a threat now.
Yeah, but like one of the issues that the Hellborn team here is having is this is going to be the 4th Conqueror for Legion's side, right? Like for this Rhapsody, that is basically 300 extra HP. Geomancer, 300 extra HP as well. Mraxis is maybe going to get his 4th stack of damage. Hammerstorm, 4 stacks of damage. These like the supports are just tanking up, and the cores are just becoming much more threatening. And at some points, you're just going to take too long to actually kill those supports, you know, because they're not like weak at this moment. They're quite farmed. Even Geomancer is like 300 GPM here this game. Because all the outer towers are gone, 4 Congors, and just been winning teamfights in general. It's slowly running away from them, and all the split pushing and stuff it's buying time, but it's not necessarily putting them in a better spot. Necessarily.
Yeah. Token of Life also picked up by Moraxis, so we'll have that now. As obviously the map control is very dominant, continues to be so by Vinicius. I mean, we're at the point of Noah Sky Crew is just sitting in their base. They kind of have to accept that fact. Let the Legion try to make a move.
Double damage from Rex. Oh, the Hammerstorm, sorry. You can just kind of go full Smork on the base here if you want to.
Yeah.
I mean, they have a lot of counter push, right? With the Q from the Deadwood and the Q from the Master Farms. They can basically kill a wave without ever being within like 1000 range of it. But at this point, yeah, they pop the Defiler ultimate. And honestly,
so much damage.
Why not?
Yeah, exactly. Let's just push up past it. And that's going to be a quick kill on Moraxis, but again, the token. Nice job with the volley. But now Geomancer jumped to the front lines. Here comes Hammerstorm. Oh, speaking of damage, Hammerstorm says, yeah, I got plenty of it. Truck in hand, he's going to get hit by the Widowmaker, though. Stop to play. It's all nice stuff from Magnus. Stop to the belly. The Prince against perfect setup. They kill Hammerstorm. I mean, when you're practically diving the fountain, bad things are going to happen if you're Vinicius. And, well, Noah Sky Crew says, thank you very much. We will gladly take this opportunity to fight back.
I feel like I know how this went, right? One of them said, just initiate. There's no way we can throw this and lose this team fight. And turns out there was a way. 4-man Magma stun.
Yeah, that was big.
Against 2 Shrunkens as well. That's just... It's bonkers. It's absolutely bonkers.
I mean, they got the perfect piercing arrow set up as a result. So, yeah, this is... now, again, Vinicius is still a pretty comfortable lead, but for the next 30 to 40 seconds, this is now free farm for the Hellborn team. They're definitely taking advantage of it. They're pushing out the lanes. Forsaken Archer just bought something. Maybe is it going to be a Geometers? Yeah, just finished the Geometers. Fantastic pickup for her, of course. And
yeah. I think it's likely going to be a wing bow next on her. Oh, maybe not. Actually, she doesn't have lifesteal yet, so maybe the Sinners again. It definitely would not be bad here. They could definitely use the armor against the Defiler. But Defiler now also has her own Shrunken. I would love for Defiler to pick up a Thief's Cloak still. So I just think that a Thief's Cloak on Defiler is just an insane item. For technicality reasons, your ghosts still do full damage, even if you deal reduced damage because of the Thief's Cloak, the debuff. If that makes sense.
Okay.
Because the ghosts are counted like as separate entities. Yeah, it's one of the better items on Defiler, in my opinion at least, because like a Thief's Cloak in general is just such an anti-burst item, and they have a lot of burst on the enemy, right? With Hammerstorm, with the Insanitarius and Elder, the Rexus even as he jumps Deadwood in the mid lane.
Yep, Deadwood getting a little too confident as everyone's up on the Legion side, and of course, did not expect to get jumped as quickly there, but
he does have buyback, I believe. Yeah, he does. Top tower is
wants
also
that
1
Shrunken,
HP, so they should
like
probably
that.
just deny it here.
yeah. Yeah, he tried. Master Farm thought about it, but couldn't really do that.
Buyback and Deadwoods. So they popped it to buyback whites early. And I think we see the Vinicius just kind of back off here, right?
Yeah, no point to I mean, especially after that last fight. Vinicius is definitely going to play a little more careful. Not to go too crazy here. I mean, they have a very dominant lead. There's no point to push the issue. They're not in necessarily a rush. I mean, yes, Forsaken Archer is finding more and more farm, but your Hammerstorm continues to also find more and more farm. And you're still pretty confident with that matchup, I would think.
Yeah.
Through the Legion.
And we also see some more aura items now on the Legion side, right? So we see Meraxis actually finishing the Abyssal Skull, which I'm guessing is going to be the Sinners. And after Defiler finished the Shrunken, I'm guessing he's likely gonna go for something like a Demonic. And after they finish the Demonic, I think there's so much armor on that Legion side, that it's going to be difficult to fight against that. Because like a lot of the damage from the Hellborn side is still physical damage. And we see Defiler actually going in.
Yep, here we go. Look at the spread, though. I mean, Hammerstorm way back. There's going to be jumping Deadwood. Raxus, the one going in first, protect the Melody. This one's going to be a good duration right here. They kill Deadwood, they take out Dimension Shaman, Forsaken Archer, all the way back at the Tier 4 towers. Make sure to keep your distance, but damage done. Now it's a 3 versus 5, no buybacks happening. No ultimate from Magnus either.
I just noticed that Rhapsody picked up a Shrunken Egg.
Yep. Pretty critical of that last fight there. Forsaken's going to pop the Shrunken as Defiler is out of place, but no, the BKB TP, and she will be fine. Forsaken is trying to get them chasing. Good job of the Geometer's Bane to disjoint. Hammerstorm, though, able to blink away. Oh, he went for all of them. He misses all of them as a result. And Ember Boy will die. We definitely have all been there. You go for the God Stud, and you end up hitting nothing, but again, good retreat by Vinicius. It goes back to there are no very quick time frame to win here. Let's just settle and regroup.
Yeah. Also, I have no idea what you're talking about. I cannot relate to missing stuns ever.
Oh, of course, yeah.
I don't know. Does not sound familiar.
Locked in.
Yeah. Now, it might also be, of course, like Boy is rusty. I don't think he's been playing much at all recently. But of course, also is also a little bit of a delay because, of course, he's playing against the Thai team here, and that takes some getting used to. It's definitely not impossible to play, and like both teams, of course, are playing on a little bit of delay here. But you gotta set your mind to it, you know.
Yeah, it takes some time to adjust, and
we see 4 people rotating for Congo right now, and that's gonna be the 5th ape dying.
I was gonna say that the 5th Congra. This is ridiculous. That's to be even more stats for the Legion side.
At which points do we start giving them bananas again?
There's something else. Let's just say things work a little bit different in HoN Reborn.
Yeah.
Times will change.
Spoilers. No, but like they're just going to go for their for the enemy Congo right now, and honestly, I don't know if they can fight it on the Hellborn side. They're going to try, because we see like a 4-man smoke, 5-man smoke here. Sorry, and they gotta start getting some wards up. Oh, look at this, by the way. Master of Arms picked up a Bola. Oh, that's huge for them.
Yep, that's could be critical in the fight. Magnus jumps in, but the follow-up is not really there. Morales now, yeah, it's very scattered. You could tell Kale just gets blowing up, and that should all but do it. No buyback for Kale. It was one of those, obviously, again, you're so far behind. We keep stressing, you got to try to make some kind of crazy play, and Magnus tried there, but they were clearly just a little too spread out, not folding on the same page, and Vinicius just eats them up, and that is going to do it. Good game is called, and we got Vinicius going back to the grand finals. They get a chance to defend their title of tournament champions, as they're going to have to do it against another Thai squad, now being Lunar Tier, who knocked them out earlier to the lower bracket in this very event. So
that was a 2-0 actually. So yeah, definitely. After the first game, where we saw like Vinicius dominate completely, the 2 games afterwards, like the was it Noah Sky generation completely came back, and they showed what they were capable of. So absolutely very well played from Noah new Sky Crew generation, and yeah, I was absolutely joyed to see. But for now, Vinicius, of course, are winners. They played it a little bit better. And especially like the supports in the end game just had so much farm. Rhapsody with 350 GPM. Just insane, right?
Yeah, across the board, Vinicius looking very clean there in that game number 3. And it was a fun series, but in the end, Vinicius are your winners. And like I said, they get that rematch against Lunar Tier, who, as you mentioned, was a 2-0 for Lunar Tier in the winner bracket finals. And why Vinicius had to play this very match here. So that's going to be some fun revenge opportunity for them. But Lunar Tier, I'm sure they're going to be ready. And we got a best out of 5. That's right. It is a grand final. So starting 0-0, we're going to reset here, take a short break, of course. But we got a best out of 5 grand final coming up at you. You do not want to miss that. So go grab your snacks, your lunch, your dinner, whatever it may be. Get ready for a hell of a series. I'm Brick CBK, joined by Dutch Ownage. We got game 1 of that series, Lunar Tier versus Vinicius. Coming up next. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Jump on his grab, but no, Berserker's also going to be collapsed on Mammoth, putting the damage into him. Down to no life. The sanitary switch not going to work. Down goes Berserker. Maker provided that aura, but now Kraken releases Kraken on a profit actually in the backline. The Kinesis blow up as well, and they take out Apex, and now Profit's in trouble. He goes down.
Coming through, but Saddle comes through. Brother Pharaoh going in on top of Jairus, but Jairus actually just melts down the Pharaoh. And Captain Huggy trying to do anything he can. Captain Huggy's actually getting eaten alive right now by the Silhouette. The Silhouette's starting to turn and do damage. He walks back into Winsy because he hits Winsy in the face!
But the fight continues. Oh, the Hellborn team does not want to let that kid to death go without some vengeance. Renix, though, just tears through the Witch there. Protected Melody going to be used. Saving Wassel. Initially, the BKB is activated. Dependent Shaman falling in the midst of it. He's going to be terrorized. The KPM keeping it alive, but everyone's dead. I mean, they're just all dead.
Trying to run in with the dig coming through. Captain Huggy gets hit by a dig with his volatile pod down. Volatile pod explodes, healing up. The Captain Huggy's getting eaten down, trying to do any damage I can. Electric Tide coming through, and he gets the deal actually ends up stunning out.
That's talking about that. Critics pops the drunken, and he jumps to the back. Look at that Icor surviving. We've said that once twice before, but in the backlash for second Archer. For second Archer gonna blow it up, but the support comes in, isn't enough. The ultimate, oh my god, he's gonna live. Are you kidding me? Some way, somehow, he survived. Kills Boo Boo. Down goes Wild Soul, and Rhapsody is also dead. We haven't really seen it, but there is that setup. The Joust hits Forsaken. He's already a half-life. The keg on top, and Forsaken Archer gets blowing up there. He is going to stay there for about 30 seconds. There is a teleport coming in, but now Andromeda gets taken out. Here comes Pestilence. So energy field, a little awkward of an angle. They do kill Benzing's hand, and now obviously doesn't want to run through the energy field. So Pestilence.
Oh no, this is a disaster.
So actually the Madman gets jumps there, but Madman is going to survive with 1 HP because of the shield. And that's a huge turn actually from that Sapphire. Now in a bit of trouble, Sapphire dies. The Pearl ultimate is preventing so much damage from that.
Oh, yes.
Okay, Puppetmaster actually Puppetmaster gets hooked back and he instantly dies. Wait, what is going to happen now? They're going in there. There's the Loathsome ultimate on top of the Moon Queen gets ultimated by Mister. He's dying so fast. The Rhapsody ultimate not able to save his teammates this time. Wings the W on the Martyr. Martyr is going to ultimate the bubbles, saving the bubbles there. Martyr is running for his life right now, though. They're so deep in here. The Madman uses the W on. That's 3-man stun from the Magnus ultimate going on top. Valkyrie jumps in. That's a Q from the Valkyrie on top of 3 people there.
Different plays down so far, but oh, that's an illusion. Think they have the jump. There's the shockwave jump, and Vindicator ultimate comes out just after the fact. You see the Thunder's Bolt as well and explodes. Moonqueen goes down. It's a hat trick for Captain and there's the vote you can see popping up. Got there really late at this point, as you also see Sapphire putting the crystal down, and more supported casting than Monkey King joining the party late, but Monkey King gets eviscerated there. Monarch is going to end up being killed as well. Moraxis is like, yeah, this did not go.
When team fight.
Look at Pebbles. Pebbles is going for it, trying to find the target. Typhoon's put down. Not the place you want to find necessarily if you're the Hellboard side. Meanwhile, what you got to miss it, but another protector not in the last second. It saves Wild Soul. Wild Soul Lifesteal kicking in, and will finally go down. But they used everything to focus the Wild Soul. There's that combo. With the team smoke, we know a big fight's a brewing. Here we go, the initiation of the count field. It hits Predator. Predator blows up immediately. Torturer's caught out as well. The eruption's going to be right on top, and down goes Torture, protecting Melody, mitigating some damage. It charged out immediately though, but now Kraken with the ancient stack and Congress. The field is ready to be used, not using it just yet. Trying to find the right opportunity. At least they're at half-life. There's the energy field. There's Protector Melody off to the outskirts zone, protecting Swiftblade. Loses his teammate Lozo, but now Swiftblade, the Protector Melody was out of range. The energy field definitely doing work, and kills the Swiftblade when it's all said and done. Grenix is also dead, but now Pebbles jumping back in with the group chuck. Speaking of staff, he's got his as well. Able to take out Legionnaire. Nice dodge though. A bit of a sidestep kicking in. Vindicator's still alive, by the way. May end up dying in the big picture, but South 4 is, I can't believe he's still alive. You know, you look at his items and it's like, oh, okay, that kind of makes sense actually.
Yeah. And like the Dark Lord's presence, the E. Face me. The Dark Lord's presence. Calamity and the 4 porting top lane, and they get to turn on the Corrupted Disciple there, but now Calamity and the 4 come here for the flank. The Rhapsody is standing his ground. The Machaba is going to fall. The Silhouette is going to fall. Loadstone now all alone, running for his life. That is doing quite well, but Bramble going in the mid lane, and Bubbles is taking a lot of damage there. Bubbles is not actually his mana for the Q, and he's going to fall down there instantly. They're not, once again, does not actually properly get the tablet done, and that means that they actually are in quite a bad spot. And Kane ultimates the Moon Queen. Moon Queen taking so much damage. Moon Queen is so low. Moon Queen is dead, and that means that the Legion side, the Albert side, suddenly doesn't have damage anymore, but actually the Moon Queen, they got the dust.
We found it! They found it! Let's go! We did it!
They did it! The turn is real! I believe they can do this! They located the side shop and they managed to do it. Oh, I am so proud of my boys. Oh, actually, face me, says the Kane on the Predator. Predator has now bashed, so Kane is going down a lot. Loads of ultimate top. Predator going so low. Predator trying to stay alive. He's going to be able to stay alive there. Predator's Calamity ultimate, 3 people hit in there, but and there says you on the Torch, and Torch actually gets taunted by the Kane, and meanwhile the Monarch actually is super low, goes down Josiah. Meanwhile the backline also instantly dead. Actually, that's a 5-man smoke here. Congo is so low. There's a huge team fight. Segouch has shrunken now. Everyone, the Helper side is falling. Kraken's out of mana. And that's not a hook on the Corrupt Disciple. Corrupt Disciple this time does not have the shrunken, but he does of course have a little bit of team support still there, and that means that he is going to be fine for a little bit. He goes down. Kraken and Armadon are now on the run and in danger. They're in danger a lot. Sapphire is all the way in front line, but that means that he's all 58. Oh, so Kane goes in the backline and so much damage coming out. The Apex ultimate hits 5 people there, and here comes even 4 top with the Calamity as well. The ultimate from the Rhapsody saving anyone that may have been low. Actually, so Geomancer whiffs a little bit. Mageman in the backline. Pebbles is stuck. Pebbles is stuck on top of the cliff there. He can't move. Oh, he finally gets unstuck, but he's going to die to Dreamcatcher. Most likely knows he's gonna live actually. So Forrest, Magnus, and Benson now in a lot of trouble. Suplate's still alive, and Wharton now is gonna fall at the end.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is it, the grand finals here of the HoN Awakening Tournament, Paradise League, tournament number 2. We have Vinicius coming out from the lower bracket. Of course, a great performance by them, winning that series 2-1 over Noah. Now they match up against Lunar Tier once again. Lunar Tier awaiting in the grand finals as they knocked down Vinicius to the lower bracket a couple weeks ago. So they got a nice little break there. But we got a best out of 5 now coming. This should be a good one once again. The Thai squad of Lunar Tier trying to prove that they can take the whole tournament, where Vinicius attempting to recreate what they did the first event and win it all. Of course, they are the defending champions. Wouldn't have it any other way. This should be a lot of fun. I'm Breaking CBK, joined by Dutch Ownage. This should be a good one. I mean, the first thing you stressed, Dutch, was that it was a 2-0 victory by Lunar Tier over Vinicius a couple weeks ago. It's been a couple weeks, but still, I'm very intrigued to see how this kicks off with Game 1.
Yes, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't remember too much of those 2 games, and I'm trying to look it up right now. What actually happened in those games, because they were long days. You probably know the feeling. If you're casting like 10 games in on a day, at some point they kind of blend together. I'm looking at it right now, and it just looks like 2 kind of early wins. So just with the standard heroes that we have seen them play like a lot in general, actually. I see the Tundra, I see Bubbles, I see Forsaken Archer. Haven't seen that hero before. So definitely no strange picks there. But maybe we can see the Vinicius team make some kind of adjustment to their playstyle, because I mean, you have to go into these games with, well, last time they beat us 2-1. Did they analyze their games and look at what actually went wrong, assuming something went wrong, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And did they learn from it? And I know that these players on the Hellborn side here, that they're definitely capable of doing that. And I hope they put in the hours to properly analyze what went wrong. But for now, we see a first pick Corrupted Disciple. We don't see that very often.
Yeah, starts with the lightning phase, and yeah, so to that point, Corrupted Disciple off the bat. You got to wonder if Vinicius expected that, or if that's going to already be throwing a bit of a curveball. But they are going to respond with their Lodestone NG combo, pretty potent one itself. NG, of course, is just a support that you're happy to pick up. They especially have proven. Yeah, Vinicius, they are coming into this too with, you could argue, their own momentum. This is what's always interesting about these quote-unquote championships, Sunday, Saturday, whatever it is, where you have the lower bracket matchup that then is followed by the grand finals. And obviously there's the case of, yes, there's one team in the case of Lunar Tier, they've been sitting idly by. I'm sure they've been playing maybe pub games, doing their own kind of warm-up. But it's nothing like, playing tournament matches, where obviously Vinicius has been doing that, and they got to play 3 in a row. Now, you can look at that from 2 perspectives. One, they're warmed up, they're good to go. But then there's also mental fatigue, right? They've just played 3 games. They have a 15-minute break, and now they need to hop into a best of 5 series. So, yeah, a lot of different aspects to certainly look at when it comes to getting ready for these grand finals here. But Kraken Rhapsody is how we'll finish before the next tier of bands to happen now, Dutch.
Yeah, I'm definitely more in the camp of like the second option that you said there, where these comp games are, at least for me personally, they're mentally fatiguing. They're mentally taxing, because you constantly have to pay attention to the map. You constantly have to discuss strategies with your team. You constantly have to pay attention. It's not like you can just kind of chill and farm. And kind of play an autopilot. It's 3 hours of actively engaging with a game, and that is it has this, or it pays its toll, But for now, Artesia ban, that is surprising to me. I don't know if we have seen Artesia. Yeah, I think we've seen Artesia being picked up once, but Artesia, in much the same vein as many of those other supports that they like to draft, it's a hero that can heal a lot, right? It's the same thing as Pearl, it's the same thing as Rhapsody. It's a backliner that just heals and heals and heals their tanky frontliner. And in this case, like Corrupt Disciple can probably survive the initial burst. And if the Artesia can then keep him alive somehow, yeah, that's insane. Anyway, I think you said that in spectator breaking.
Might have messed that one up there. Let's don't worry about that going on.
Anyway, yeah. For now, Flux banned on the Legion side as well. I finally see some respect given to the Flux, because Engineer Flux is still an amazing combo, and I don't really feel like it's picked up or banned that much, like compared to how popular Engineer is. Because I think we see Engineer basically picked up every game. Because, you know, we talked about this before, the flexibility, just in general, good stats, like 20 starting strength and 2.0 strength per level is insane. And amazing ability to follow up. And Moira. I don't think you've seen Moira picked. Yeah, that's absolutely.
It's been a while. It immediately, you know what? Whenever I see Moira, it takes me back to Insania. Honestly, I know that's a lot of a big throwback there, but that was a hero that he really liked to play, especially later on. And Moira's also in the right hands. Definitely a very entertaining support hero, very active, of course. Definitely an ability in that arcane vortex that can completely change and turn the tide of fight. So. Yeah, I love to see it from all that perspective. Now, as you're getting at, though, it's not really a support we do see a lot right now being picked up, though.
Yeah, I know we have seen Moira picked up a lot with Madman in the lane. Because what you would generally do, like the stun from the Moira is quite delayed. Now, the stun from the Moira, like especially early on, is really powerful. Because it scales insanely well. At least the first 2 levels. Afterwards, less, but generally speaking, the problem with the Moira stun is that it's quite delayed. The stun comes out only after, I think, like 2 seconds or something. And the Madman helps you a lot with actually hitting the stun, you know? Just pop the stun on the Madman, Madman stalks in, and you get a free stun. Right now, early on, I don't really see anyone that can really actively engage on the enemy to hit the Moira stun. So, of course, the Moira is really good against Kraken Ultimate, though. So maybe they picked it up for that.
Interesting stuff happening here. That's Grinix finish. I mentioned Grinix talk about ganking heroes. Very good at that.
Yeah, that is not a very late game lineup at all.
No.
They don't have any kind of actual late game farming presence.
Well, this is similar to their Game 1 lineup, right? In the first game of the last series, where they built a very go, let's win the laning phase. I mean, they had NG farming in that one. I don't think that's going to be the case here. He is going to be a support engineer, but yeah, Sigma will play that. Grinix, and yeah, to you're saying, though, this is a win the lanes, win early lineup for sure, coming out from Vinicius.
Yeah, but I think like Corrupted is really good against the enemy heroes, because Corrupted Disciple is a hero that struggles to farm. But in the laning situation, Corrupted Disciple, especially against something like a tri-lane, the Electric Tide is just insane. Electric Tide does so much damage and has such a long range, actually, like 800 range or something, that it's very easy to actually hit multiple people with it in a tri-lane. And I think they have... Like, I know, like, when tri-lanes were meta, Corrupted Disciple was actually often picked up as the go-to tri-lane hero. I don't think they're gonna tri-lane here, because they don't really have the heroes for it. You don't really want to tri-lane with both Oluna and Rhapsody. I think it's more likely that they run a 2-1-2 lane with, let's say, Mage Bane and a support running in one lane, and Corrupted Disciple and a support in the other lane, and Kraken solo middle. And then on the Hellborn side, I'm going to be honest with you, I have no clue how they're going to lane this.
Well, we've been seeing a lot, again, the previous series, Vinicius, a lot of movement happening right from the beginning of the game. So, yeah, curious to see what they decide to go with here. I got to talk about this Mage Bane, though. This is a hero that You know what? There's a fair amount of people returning back to HoN with the Reborn announcement and hearing more about Project Conquer and stuff. And I think that Magebane's kind of one of those heroes that people will come back and they're like, wait, what the fuck happened to Magebane? Like, because for the longest time, this hero has been notorious throughout early Dota and Warcraft. Like, this is a flash, one of the go-to late game, I'm going to ignore my team, flash farm hero, and eventually win the game 50 minutes, 60 minutes into the game, right? But with changes that happened to him, that big one, of course, being that he's now strength focused instead of agility focused. Yeah. The way he works with his passive, the Master of the Mantra, which can also be activated to then return damage.
Fair, that's a callback. That's a true callback, right?
So what I was getting at, though, is that I've still found it like, how is this hero played now? Is this going to still be kind of that? Yeah, he's going to ignore fights and everything and just farm and go agility items still, or do you build him more like this kind of tank and sanitarius, strength-focused items that wants to fight earlier on, activating his Master of the Mantra? What kind of style should we expect to see?
It's a very good question, first of all, because Magebane is currently very difficult to actually itemize properly. Because as you said, like in the past, what you would get is like Cleaver, Geobane, agility items, and you're done as the agility Magebane. But that's not really the case anymore. Generally speaking, what you would go for right now is just Steam Boots. You have the passive slow on your W and some attack speed on the E. So early game specifically, you're going to be fine. Generally speaking, people tend to not go for something like a Cleaver, but you tend to go for Helm to Black Legion to just tank up, and just something like Outbones into Mock into carry items, and just sit on the enemy. Because one thing that like is significantly stronger with like this version of the Magebane compared to the old version of the Magebane, I think old Magebane did like 110% of the missing mana as magic damage to enemies. Current Magebane deals 150% of the target's missing mana to enemies, to the target and enemies around him.
With a lot, yeah.
That's a lot of damage, and especially with like the popularity of Sinner's Inscription, which is of course an item that gives you like 12 intelligence and whatnot. If you somehow get like low mana, you're just going to die.
Let's get it on.
As you mentioned the callback, you know, this is kind of goes to the roots of the lore.
Paradise said keep the pulse.
I just said go on. It says Paradise need to actually okay.
Who gives a shit about him anyway, right?
Bantering with it. I don't know. I'm not the admin here. Listen to me.
Yeah.
I'm saying I'm ready. That's all I'm saying.
So you're saying it's their fault for listening to you?
Yeah. Why would they listen to me? I'm just fucking memeing over here.
Yeah. Well, why take me serious, idiots?
So I am very intrigued though. Again, it goes back to this just that thought of like, yeah, how is Thirsty, the one playing it here, going to be building, and how active he's going to be playing, and this new age Magebane here. So
now I will say this is how I have seen Magebane being played in the European metas, right? It's very possible that in the Thai metas, Magebane is played in a different manner, more like maybe with a carry style in mind, because we do see Magebane rotate to the short lane here, while Corrupt Disciple is going to the long lane. So I don't know necessarily what he's going to get. It's definitely like Magebane in general right now is. First of all, it's still, even after like 20 reworks, it's still one of the most frustrating heroes to play against. Because being hit 3 times and being out of mana is not my definition of fun, but you know, what do I know? So in general speaking, you just get like a little bit of the attack speed item. You hit like the enemy 10 times, and then you get to freely finish them off if they have no mana left. And of course, there are certain heroes that work really well against that. You know, if you have something like a Hammerstorm or Predator, you can just man up against them and win. But if you look at the enemy side as they go in, they go on the Corrupted Disciple top lane, actually.
Well, yeah, top lane, bottom lane, they're also putting pressure on low, so back to the top lane. Corrupted Disciple, he's dead. This is that tri-lane setup, go figure, once again being set up. Is he dead? Yes. So the auto attack comes through from Moira to finish the job. Actually, a little closer than I would have thought, but unable to survive as Corrupted. So yeah, there's patient. You can see Kraken was like hugging the tower as well. They were waiting to see where heroes were going to show up, and sure enough, well, Corrupted Disciple found out with a death right there. So now Corrupted is trying to figure out where he wants to go. Is he going back top? Okay, he's eventually going to TP back to the top lane, but like I said, the Vinicius, this is what they've been doing. This is what they do. They love to trial it. Now Luna's also in trouble. The shards of Harkon stun. He's going for the turn on Engineer. They want that kill. Luna's like, I know I'm dead, but let's at least get this kill. It's not going to happen though. To body block it on Corrupted. Grinnick's running in after he was farming the creep wave at the tower. He gets in there and down goes Corrupted. This top lane being absolutely dominated by Vinicius.
Yeah, and in that situation, you probably would rather have like a mage bane in a dangerous situation rather than the Corrupted, right? This mage bane, of course, has that escape tool and even has, if you level the E level 1, 10 or like 1 level, it's 10% damage reduction to magic damage. So I'm a bit puzzled in how they are going to salvage this, but actually Lodestone's take damage bottom.
Well, that's one way to do it. They get the kill on Lodestone. Yeah, the final auto attack happens from Rhapsody, and sure enough, will secure the job. So even with Engineer coming down here, to your point, it's like Magebane's not nearly as vulnerable as that Corrupted Disciple was, and fight back. And look at it. You know, something I noticed too. He went level 1 Blink. That's usually been like a big no-no in the past. I feel like on Magebanes, but he's just using his Blink so aggressively. Here we go again. He just blinks on in.
So the blink currently slows, gives you a shield, and if you hit the blink on an enemy, Engineer going mid lane, Kraken might be trouble.
Big kill, yeah, Kraken solo kill. You mentioned Engi's coming though. Is he going to be able to kill Kraken? I don't think he is. He needs 2 more auto attacks, and the trees, it's going to survive. Well played by Kraken, gets a solo kill and gets out without dying. That is huge.
That's the shield coming through there.
Yep.
He lived with 17 HP, and the buckler actually procs in the last auto attack. As we say, bless RNGesus.
He's sure blessing that RNGesus right now. The HoN gods in his favor. Managed to stay alive and get some support from a Luna. So yeah, the lane's definitely transitioning quite a bit. Top lane, you do see Corrupted though. This is the one lane that's going to continue to go pretty poorly for the Legion. Or is it? Corrupted will live? No. Yeah, the Hellpot. The tick. Look at the close call. Obviously that Mana Rift or Mana Sunder even causing issues.
Engineer is going.
He wants it. He wants it. He's going to go for it. The kick. Boom. Shakalaka. Gets the kill. Throwback right there. A Luna. Shards of Hark are going to be applied. Luna's definitely dead. They are able to take out more. But look, I mean, they're just diving this tower. This is ridiculous. Double kill for the Engi when it's all said and done.
Yeah. I mean, Grinnex, like, actually has so much damage if you just get those auto attacks off right now. And, like, Grinnex just has so much base damage in general that it's a very dangerous hero to play against. And also, one thing I will say is that I talked about like how Madman allows you to hit the Moira shards, right? Grinnex can kind of do the same thing, I'll say. Right? He has the invis with the movement speed to go in and like reliably proc those shards. And actually, haste.
They just died. They just dove low. I mean, he literally could not do a damn thing. They just blinked on top at the tower, and Engi ported it in, but obviously it was just too late at that point.
Yeah, I mean, in general, I like the words fun and interactive come to mind to me. But like, it's just the problem of like something like a tanky melee hero against a mage bane is at some point you're just not gonna have mana, and c'est la vie. Oh, actually, top lane.
You're right.
Grab the side. No mana on Grinnex.
Yeah, he's fine. You know, something we didn't really talk about yet, maybe we did, I apologize if we did, but now we're not going to see it yet, but eventually both Corrupted and Magebane, I mean, they're going to have their passives that reflect damage constantly. And so that's something else you're going to have to also be, it's that kind of just chip damage happening multiple times throughout these fights as a Luna I mean, again, there's that combo that you mentioned, the Mana Sunder as well. This is just deadly. I mean, anyone that goes a little bit too far up is going to die. So both short lanes are going very well for both sides.
Yeah, but like it's the Legion's job to survive the early game. Because if they survive early game and are not super far behind, they're gonna be fine. And Kraken is gonna be harassed a little bit. I don't think they're gonna commit to anything. It's very good rune control from the helper side, I'll say. Oh,
Is
Engineer.
Rhapsody? Yeah, running over. Close call there.
Yeah, the fact that Engineer like has boots in this situation is actually what's keeping him alive here. But for now, we see actually that the Kraken is winning middle quite convincingly. With about 10 more last hits. Even in the nice, but importantly, like he's 1 up to 0 against that bubbles.
There's that blink once again, bottom lane. Okay, he's fine, but...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but it's the shield that helps a lot, right? Because you get like a shield that prevents about 100 damage. And it absorbs like 50% of incoming magic damage. But you just allowed to actually... Oh, actually mass ports bottom.
And there's the ultimate from Loso. Ooh, the Mana Rift not going to be enough for the kill. Who wants to kill though still? They'll get it. Rhapsody to the final auto attack, but now in trouble. Grinnick shows up. Mage Bane, he is not tanky against that physical damage. It just shreds through him. Grinnick's good timing right there. The Illusory Assault being in play, and that's got to feel good for that one, because obviously Thirsty's been having a fantastic time in the bottom lane, but Grinnick's definitely making a statement there. Top GPM. Corrupted Disciple. They don't need Grinnick's. It's NG and Moira are more than enough damage and stun to bring down the Corrupted Disciple.
That's just the power of Engineer, right? Like, Engineer having 800 range on his keg is so powerful. Because it's the same reason why, like, Master Farms was a good hero in one of the previous picks. Or, like, for setting up things. Engineer can do the same thing, as long as they don't have some kind of dodge ability. And Corrupted Disciple not even having boots means that he is... very, very easy to kill, and afterwards, of course, after the stun, you can just push him into the creep wave with your turrets, and there's a very limited amount of things that the Corrupted can do, but I do feel like Legion, as a team, needs to start finding a place for this Corrupted Disciple. Because I like Mage Bane in a situation where you just kind of put Mage Bane in like a dangerous lane to farm. Because he doesn't really die anyway. Usually. Oh, loads an ultimate.
Yeah, Mage Bane bringing him aggressively again. Said that once or twice before. Here we go, the TP though from Moira. Moira has the ultimate herself, but no, she's going to be stunned out first. The Arcane Vortex eventually coming out. Will delay things somewhat as it does. Goes on the other side and trying to survive, but Mage Bane going to get another Mana Rift used right there. This one does secure the kill on to Moira. And now Grinnick's. He's thinking about it, but that would be a very, very greedy dive there.
Yeah, that was actually a huge Arcane Vortex. I didn't see if you saw that. Or the toilet, as it's often called. But like, he actually like went in at the halfway point, so he ended up at like the end of the other end of the what's it called?
Vortex, yeah. He was on the north side, yeah.
Yeah. And like that ability, it just takes a lot of getting used to it to properly use that ability. And what I like about Moira or Moira's ultimate as an ability from a design point of view, it's that it has the potential to be really bad for you, right? Because it gives you
Mage Bane in trouble. He did not expect. Yeah, as soon as you see him blink in, you're like, it's one of those. As a spectator, you know he's done for, but. Obviously, he did not have any clue. They're literally just camping, waiting for an opportunity. And they found it there. So that's another big kill on a Mage Bane, slowing him down once again.
Okay, so I see someone in chat say, by the way, that Mage Bane in Thailand is played with the old school split pusher with Cleaver into Frostwolf.
Right, I was seeing that, yeah.
So he does appear to be going for the Cleaver. A
lot of build-up early on first.
Oh, wow. Corrupted Disciple is in trouble again.
Comes for you.
Yeah, this Corrupted is... It kind of to your point that you were saying earlier, as I mean, he is still alive. Actually, the conduit's keeping him alive for sure, but he is not. Critics, he's doing no damage. But in the end, he will eventually go down. But yeah, that's where Corrupted's a little funky too. I agree because it's like he's playing this offlane role where usually it's like, okay, he's dying, but you know he's gonna get his ultimate. It's gonna be impactful in fights still. You know, like we'll have whatever ability, but Corrupted Disciple is not really that. The Overload's not necessarily gonna be that huge impact ultimate that you can rely on in these fights. So yeah, he is struggling and not going to be the most effective right now at this point.
Yeah, like Corrupted Disciple will always still have some value because of his W, and of course his Q also does a bit of damage. And the drain, the conduit, of course. Like if you put it on the Grenax and survive a little bit, the Grenax is going to do like significantly less damage. But that's kind of the point as well. You need to be at like a stage where you don't instantly die every team fight. And at the moment, Corrupted Disciple has 800 HP, is 0-5-0, and I don't really see him surviving any team fight in the near future. So I would love him to, like, he needs a little bit of love from his team, a little bit of space, so he can get some basic items and just survive, like, solo ganks and that kind of stuff. And then like he can play aggressive again and create space for his mage bane, but he needs to be boosted a little bit initially.
Now this does go back to the point though, you look at this Hellborn lineup as, by the way, that's a tier 2 tower, already dropping about 30% life or so.
Oh, do you want to go?
They definitely want to. Mage Bane's like, all right, let's go then. He jumps it again. He's got a mana point ready to go. Energy field put down. Lodestone gonna pop his ultimate. Mage Bane getting blown up. Mage Bane's dead, but they lose 2 in the process. The Arcane Vortex down here. Rhapsody and Mora going at it, but this double damage crack is like, yeah, I'm here. Looking to do plenty of damage as well. You see Corrupted Disciple attempting to help with that. Charge in 1, no, he chooses not to go for it. And Mora will stay alive, but I mean, they lost Mage Bane, but numbers do favor the Legion's side there.
Yeah, the way I'm looking at it, Kraken is gonna have his PK in now, basically, assuming he buys it. And at that point, like half the Hellborn team is gonna be in danger, basically permanently, because they don't have a good setup stun right now. Prior to the Kraken having a PK. And now with the Kraken having a PK, the Grenax is like 800 HP and dead.
Oh my god, that damage. You are so right. Go figure. He uses the PK right away. Called it. Obviously, that's the perfect show. You kill the position 1 with it to show it off. That's exactly what you want.
It to me felt like he was squishing a bug there, like a mosquito. And it was gone. And they're gonna get a tier 2 tower here. Oh, Mage Bane blinking in super aggressively.
Without Grenax, though, he's feeling very comfortable, clearly.
Oh, mic trip!
Oh, no! Okay.
Oh, it wasn't enough.
Another mine. All right, Mage Bane doesn't care. He's like, yeah, that tickles. Oh, whatever.
Oh, Engineer, no mana.
Engineer's dead. That's going to be Mage Bane chase. Successful. The blink on top. Here comes Shell Surf. No. Thought we might have seen a Kelfield, but it's actually just coming off cooldown now. Lodestone. Shatterstorm, they do take out Rhapsody, so the Hellborn team initially showing they want to fight, and now actually Grenax coming in too. Kelfield will catch Corrupted, only Corrupted. Oh, Mage Bane jumps back in. Grenax gonna get blown up once again. No, the Arcane Vortex, it saves him. Corrupted Disciple low. Mana Rift is still ready. He is gonna use it. No, Grenax gets away. Out of range, just barely. Thirsty, this is a downside of Mage Bane. He needs help keeping people locked down. He is going to go for Bubbles. Grenax was eventually killed off, by the way, by Corrupted Disciple. Is able to take him out. Blink from Mage Bane. Wants to use Bubbles? No, just going to go for the Lodestone. And a couple more auto attacks, maybe. Does he go for this? Yes, 2 seconds on Blink. You know he is. There we go.
Yeah, that's just the power of the Toxic Claw. Remember what I said with Toxic Claw on any melee hero? This is like why Toxic Claw is such an insane item. Because that 12% movement speed slow it's enough to just keep him locked down permanently. And in the top lane we see Moira going to fall?
Going to die. Yeah. Check out this lineup. So as we stressed, this is a win lanes, win early lineup for Vinicius. I mean, definitely, again, not gonna suggest the game's over, but this is gonna require a lot of firepower and a lot of things going your way if you're Vinicius, because being behind like this at 15 minutes in is definitely not where you want to be with this lineup.
Yeah, and what are your options at this point, right? Because if you take basically a chill stance, right? you just wait until, or like you wait to get some items. At that point, Mage Bane is gonna get they're going.
That Rhapsody ultimate, I mean, perfect placement by Pathetic there. Ain't so pathetic at that point. Takes out Lodestone. Mora gonna get some stuns out. But that's just the illusion there. Meanwhile, Grinix, again, he just has to run away. He was spotted there. The Rev Ward's doing work. Engineer cannot get away. I mean, this is the crazy thing to me, too. Like, Mage Bane, again, notoriously throughout history, a hero that just farm, ignore and fight, 4 versus 5, whatever. This is not that. Thirsty is go. He is thirsty for kills, and we're seeing that here.
Yeah, but it's because like the Mage Bane in the past didn't have a slow on his blink. That's one. Because it's a 35% slow. That's definitely not bad. And he also didn't have Toxic Claws back in the day. Like a Mage Bane with like an Ice Brand in the early game. If we talk about like 4 or 5 years ago. That would have also killed everyone, but you didn't have that like early slow item back then. At least not in the same vein that we have right now. And we see Mage Bane with his blink right now. And someone said that the most likely item to go next is Frostwolf, I think they said. I can also see it in Sanitarius, honestly. Like, in Sanitarius at the moment gives an insane amount of attack speed and just more tankiness, which is never bad.
Yeah.
But Frostwolf also does the same job where it's just lockdown, you mana drain them, and then you finish them off at your leisure. Because you don't have to hurry killing them if they cannot go anywhere.
I mean, it's just going to be that traditional build a big stat. He looks like he might go Geometer's Bane. Yeah, crack in the Mind Trap. It doesn't matter. Oh, that's something. Just happened to jump right over it, and now we see a chase. But Engie gets stopped, and now Engineer's also in trouble. Using an energy field for this that's commitment right there. But Kraken, something tells me he's got this. Yep, there we go. There's the auto attack. Ooh, beautiful keg, actually.
I believe in a snipe.
Meanwhile, bottom, there's that whole fight going on. Grinix and Moira dying, but we're still watching the run. Oh.
Yes, he dies in the trees.
The trees are not his friend here.
Justice. He tried and he failed.
Iluna's pretty good for those tree campers, that's for sure.
True. Next time they're gonna pick like what are good tree killers. Apex, maybe get like an arcane bomb as well to kill all the trees. No more hiding for you, Sunkball.
Again, we were watching that Engineer and what was going on top, but bottom lane, by the way, Rhapsody and Mage Bane just getting kills, but they're pushing tier 3. We're not even 20 minutes into this game. Tier 3 is just about dead.
This is not a squishy hero bottom lane. This is a lodestone. But like a lodestone without mana is not that scary, because the only thing you can do is auto attack, right? Oh, actually, they find a Kraken here. Kraken had an Invis rune, but there was a Rev Ward from Max there on top of the hill.
I'll take that. Kraken's 450 GPM is going to be stalled a little bit, but you look at the GPM chart and you see that not only see Mage Bane with the Rune Cleaver now, of course he's upwards of 500, but how about Corrupted Disciple, by the way? Talk about recovery. 370 GPM. He with the Astrolabe build. He's got the Mystic Vest, but he has bulked up himself actually quite a bit, and he is definitely having a lot of impact now.
Yes. So the Astro is the nice thing about buying the Astro is that like if you buy the the Fortified Bracelet, the strength item,
right?
It actually gives you 1 magic armor right now, and it's just a really efficient build-up item if you're struggling because of that. And we see here also, pick up the completed Shaman Tetris actually. And Mage Bane jumping bottom again.
Just the fact you can do that against that bubble. Okay, that's some good damage from Grinix, though. The Melody will just be in range, though, and Mage Bane able to survive. You see Mana Rift. Oh, Bubble scouts him. He ends up getting him with the Saga to Sea, and they're going to get Rhapsody as well. That's finally a feel-good moment for Vinicius in this game. That's been pretty much all Lunar tier here.
Yeah.
Corrupted? Okay.
Corrupted wants to make something happen. But yeah, like this is like Astro is just a really good build-up item, or like an item if you want to get like a little bit tanky because of the good build-up that it has. And I think what he likely wants to go for next is something like an Energizer, just to keep a little bit of movement speed and keep up with the enemies. But even, like, you don't need to build that much movement speed on the Corrupted here, as he may actually get jumped here.
Grenix, does it commit further? No, not really. A Luna stun. There's that Q, the electric tide of Corrupted Disciple. And
Yeah, Kraken was waiting.
Kraken was definitely ready to go if need be. Mage Bane obviously just resurrecting too. So yeah, if you're the Hellborn, Vinicius being very aware of that and not wanting to force too much there. They don't really have much initiation right yet on the Hellborn side. What I mean by that, the portal key on Lodestone is 2,200 gold saved up, so Impa Boy's almost there. But until he has that, you can tell the Hellborn team is feeling very vulnerable. There you go, though.
Yeah, and like Lodestone's ultimate it's such a difficult hero to play properly. Because you have to really go in on your terms with Lodestone. Because if you're going in on the enemy's terms, you always either pop your ultimate too early or too late, or it never feels quite right. Well, if you can go in on your terms, of course, like you can just time it perfectly with that. But if you get your Lodestone ultimate off, it is a really powerful tool.
Right.
But as I said, right, you want to go in your terms, and actually they want to go in here on the Corrupted.
There's those
Oh,
terms. Oh, the Shadow Storm missed. That's your point. It's not easy to land. I mean, Corrupted Disciple is still going to die. They used everything there, but
Kraken?
that is Flame Corrupted. I remind you that they used all of that on, and yeah, Kraken, he just cleans out. There's a Mana Rift. It just destroys Engineer. And Moria is just going to attempt her best to run, which is not going to be too successful. Grenix he just got there way too late. I mean, again, that's what I'll say. They blew so much on that Corrupted Disciple, only for this to be the end result.
Yeah, and Grenix is, I think, going for a cleaver here.
Oh, yeah. I was wondering, that or Null Stone, but...
It has to be cleaver, because, like, you don't split push as Grenix normally, right? Grenix is more played as like a ganker-style hero, as very similar to a Fade.
And he's their position 1, which is already out of position, right? So there you go.
And like, you don't really want to play Grenix as your solo position 1, so if nothing else, I would say that's just the weakness of the draft. And I don't know if maybe they wanted to pick up Mage Bane or Corrupted or something as the position 1, or if every other hero was banned, but I like to believe that there was a better option than Grenix carry. And I love like playing bad carries, right? I am definitely not innocent in this regard. Apex carry, super fun. Get a Doombringer and his Q can one-shot people.
I mean, I think a lot of it just goes. I think a lot of it just comes down to they had a strategy in mind that clearly was, let's win these lanes and win early, right? Obviously, that didn't happen as they hoped, and now that you're kind of just forced to make these adjustments, so I see what you're saying 100%, but it's like you're at a point now. It's not like they went into this game thinking, I'm going to go Rune Cleaver Grenix. I mean, maybe they did, but something tells me it is just more of an adaptation to how the game's playing out.
I know you don't know Kevin, but...
yeah, okay, fair enough.
I've seen this guy buy a Doombringer 50 minutes into the game, which later on he claimed it was an accident, but...
One of those, huh?
One of those people. It was in a competitive game as well. It was a lot of fun to watch, though. It was definitely an exciting game. No, but like, I think the problem with like positioning yourself with the idea of we're gonna win early and we're gonna be fine, is that like this draft is so early game that if you don't win early like completely, you automatically lose. While you, generally speaking, want to be more of like, if we win early, we're gonna be in a good spot. That kind of stuff, right? But yeah, I don't know what the bans were necessarily. I didn't really pay enough attention to that. So I'm gonna say it's probably also just well-drafted from Lunar tier. Because, of course, we don't know what they were initially going to pick, right? What their plan was. Speaking of plans, Engineer has a great plan, I see. I see 5 mines on top of there.
Oh yeah, trying to The plan is, please run over here and run into this mine trap, please.
Race, group up as 5 people and walk into this mine trap. Honestly, if you're gonna come back some way, that is likely the way. Ultimate on Lodestone.
Going in. Yeah, kind of missed though once again. And my boy is going to get the head smash on the Kraken. Particular Melody from the skies though of Rhapsody. Equipment is getting low, but Kraken is still chasing more. Energy field put down. Morgo's dead. So is Lodestone. Magebane's plenty alive. The mana rift eventually comes out. Something tells me. Obviously, again, it's their call in the end, but okay, there you go. There it is. The mine trap works.
I call that complete victory for Vinicius.
Yeah, no, Vinicius coming back now. That's for sure.
Plan worked.
Plan executed perfect. It could not have got any better there for them, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, like the ultimate there, Bubbles right now has approximately the same amount of HP as he has mana. So if Bubbles like goes down to like 700 or like 400 mana, which like means that he's missing 700. At that point, the Magebane ultimate one-shots him from full HP. And I think if he just uses the Q, the W, and ultimate, that's already bringing him down to close to that amount. So it's very, very difficult to play against the Magebane with a hero like Bubbles. And yeah, like it's just a great pick, partially because of that, right? Grenex does have his cleaver now. And of course, Grenex can really hurt, but generally speaking, Grenex doesn't really scale too well with items, more with levels. So maybe if he can get something like a shield breaker, he can do something with that. Yeah. Ooh, clutch escape by engineer, by the way.
Magebane!
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say earlier. Magebane's the one hero that's like, yeah, I don't even care. I'll just tank this for my team and continue on.
Yeah, you can also do some really fun things with Kongor and Magebane, because Kongor has like 2,000 mana, right? So the plan is usually, if you're very far behind and have nothing better to do as Magebane, you just mana drain Kongor preemptively, wait for the enemy team to try and do Kongor, and then jump in and ultimate Kongor and deal like 3k damage in an area.
That's definitely seems like one of those strategies that on paper it sounds fun, but it never works.
I mean, not with that attitude.
Got to keep trying, right?
Exactly.
Like,
they said the same thing about my Puppet Master plus Plague Rider shenanigans. It's not gonna work, and suddenly, boom, it did. Good old meme streams. Anyway, for now, I think Grenex might actually go for a Nullfire Blade. I could see that working out pretty decently against Magebane. And also, yes, the Soul Scream Ring that you have to build on something, right? At least you would like to. But it's just, at this point, like Lunar Tier taking map control, right? It took... Oh, Engineer going down here.
Yeah.
Oh, he was making another Mine Trap. On the left side.
Was it? On the left side. Good. That's going to be another Conqueror. That's going to be token, right, for them. Oh, they come in late. Oh, trying to steal it. Who's getting... Oh, Thirsty got the last hit. I mean, the timing was almost there, and obviously Vinicius in a spot of we just got to make some crazy plays, going back to that mentality there, but I think this is getting a little too crazy now. And it best of 5 as well, especially game 1. It's like, how much do you really try to continue to come back in this game? And there you go. There's the vote to concede. Let's just move on, they say. What's done is done, and well, what's done is Lunar Tier dominating game number 1. I mean, the draft is you certainly can talk about as well, but I mean, that Magebane though, that was fun to watch, and that's a hero that they definitely have to respect moving forward.
Yeah, and especially I think Magebane together with the Rhapsody, because the Rhapsody is not the most flashy healer, because it's not like a burst heal like a Pearl, but the W still heals a lot if you allow it to, because it's over a long period of time, right? So the Rhapsody just provides a lot of extra protection to the Magebane, and the Magebane just blinking in, draining your mana, and barely taking any damage, and then you have to get some new mana, and it's just like an infinite cycle of misery for the Lodestone there. So yeah, Lodestone really didn't get anything done. And Yeah, I think the only one that was kind of doing well this game was probably the bubbles, right? On the Hellborn side.
I mean, it depends on what you mean by well. Yeah, Puppet Soul was doing decent for sure. I mean, it's but just as again the lineup, I think it really, for me at least, it just goes back to they needed to win the laning phase across the board and
Yep.
build momentum off of that, and they just couldn't. The portal key on Lodestone came out a lot later than they would have liked. Obviously, he struggled in that Mage Bane Rhapsody lane, to your point, a lot more than maybe they hoped for, and they never really had the Moira impact outside of that very early laning phase, which certainly was felt. But yeah, I mean, again, well played by Looter Tier.
Yep.
And they now have that 1-0 lead. So that's what matters in their favor. But again, best out of 5, also what matters. We at least have 2 more games. That'll be game number 2. Going to be coming up next after a short break. I'm Brick CPK, joined by Dutch Ownage. Stay tuned. That game 2 coming up next. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Game number 2 going to be coming at you here. Lunar Tier versus Vinicius and Lunar Tier. Team out of Thailand looking very good throughout this whole event. If I'm not mistaken, they haven't dropped a single match, including the 2-0 victory over Vinicius in the winter bracket finals to get to this point. So this is a team that is just on a tear right now and already showing in game number 1 of these best out of 5 grand finals that they are still here to play, and they're looking to claim the championship title for this tournament. But Vinicius, the returning champions, definitely plenty of firepower themselves. I'm looking forward to a good response from them here in game number 2. I'm Breaking CPK, joined by Dutch. It starts with the draft as it keep going back to Dutch, and again, there were some question marks in that first game draft, and most noticeably the position 1 Grinnick's choice. We'll see if they go a little more traditional this time around.
Yeah. Like, trying something new is always good and exciting. Yeah, you have to wonder if this is the moment to do that, right? But yeah, I think they clearly have shown that they are capable of drafting good drafts in the previous couple of series, right? And it's, of course, it's very easy for us to say, like, it's very easy to see that it didn't work out, the draft. But it goes more a couple of times, like, what do you want to draft as players, right? And if they just kind of, like, take the wind out of your sails at the last moment there, and you kind of start panicking, don't know what to play, people don't like certain heroes, they don't like to play certain roles or whatever. There are lots of aspects to consider with that. And of course, like this, they're not even with their full lineup here, so it does make things a little bit more difficult, of course. But yeah, for now, Tundra first pick, that is definitely a very, very powerful hero. One hero that we have traditionally seen picked up by the Thai players a lot more than by the European players, but they did, for once, not ban Kayn, and we see it first picked here by the Hellborn team.
Yeah. Again, especially in these longer series, you always like to look at the initial bans and seeing how reactions are happening. And obviously, if you're going to react to the previous game, it opens up other heroes, and Kayn and Tundra definitely being those two. Rhapsody and Corrupted Disciple bans coming out, though. Noticed, of course, from the side of Vinicius. And interesting, obviously, Corrupted, we talked about his struggles in that last game, but the recovery was certainly there, and clearly enough of an issue that Puppet Soul and the team of Vinicius did not want to have to deal with it. But it does allow, once again, for a hero like Kayn to be picked up for themselves, and they go with the Vindicator pairing. But yeah, we mentioned the previous series, the possibility of it being there. Obviously, the early bans happening on this hero of recent play. I'm excited to see it. Really am, for Vinicius and how it's played for them. But that's going to be the Forsaken, though.
I've seen this hero before.
Yeah, and Kolik's not in this game, but something tells me Vinicius will play just fine.
Yeah, now I will say though, like, Kayn is a hero that can deal successfully with Forsaken Archer. Especially if you get something like a barbed armor. And you can say, like, yes, but the Forsaken Archer can just buy Null Fireblade, which is true. But you cannot Null Fireblade the Kayn if you're being ultimated by him. And the Vindicator plus the Kayn together also looks like a really good combo in my eyes, because the Kayn initiates, with the duel, the taunt. And the Vindicator provides these, like, certainty that there's no counter initiation, no follow-up from the supports to protect the Forsaken Archer.
Andromeda.
For example, with Andromeda. You can basically just completely lock that hero out of the team fight. And I think this is a combo of heroes we've talked about before, right? Andromeda plus Forsaken Archer together. Andromeda, of course, being a very good safe hero for that Forsaken Archer. But notably, though, if you swap Forsaken Archer out, he's still gonna be Kayn ultimated. Like, it's not like the Kayn ultimate has like a leash or something, like a break range. Even if you get sent back to the well by Ophelia, you're still going to run back towards the Kayn at max movement speed for the 5 seconds of the duel. So
yeah. The timer doesn't actually start until he actually connects, right?
True. One funny thing you can do is, if you purposefully disarm yourself, for example with a Void Stone or a Void Talisman,
Oh,
Then
yeah.
you run towards the enemy. Then once the Void Stone times out, you hit him. And at that point, the ultimate actually starts working. So you can actually get a 10 seconds ultimate at that point.
That's you and your just random mechanics. You just happen to
But,
test.
like, I like doing stupid, dumb shit, right? That's how I would word it. And not always it works out. But sometimes it does. And when it does, it's glorious.
Do they
That's
ever
at least-
fix the Pebbles Tundra combo?
Yes. Tundra Airlines is what we ended up calling it. It was beautiful.
That's good.
Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, they fixed it.
Yeah, so
Stupid
probably
devs.
no Pebbles coming out here, but yeah, obviously
no.
Tundra, hero they're happy
No,
to
but
have.
yeah, if we're being real here, let's say Kane ultimates the Forsaken Archer, Andromeda swaps him back, right? You kind of want something to control the area still, something like maybe an engineer with the engineer fields that the enemy doesn't want to run into, or maybe a Kraken ultimate that you can, some kind of area effect that makes it so that they cannot just commit with the Kane towards the Forsaken Archer.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see like what they're going to get to maybe achieve that.
More reaction from the first game coming out with some bans. See Puppasol putting the ban on Mage Bane there in the second tier, so not wanting to see that again, at least for now. But yeah, how do they...
I think, yeah, Kane and Mage Bane do kind of fulfill like similar roles. As in like they're just these tanky heroes that scale well into the late game. And actually, a hero that we really haven't seen picked up besides from this team is the Aluna.
Gauntlet.
I love that Luna tier has some like almost oddball heroes that they seem to pick up and no one else. Like Gauntlet is another one of those heroes. In theory, it's good, but it just lacks farming potential usually. And Aluna got changed a while ago where he cannot really efficiently like snipe creep waves anymore with his ultimate, with the power throw. So ever since then, Aluna has seen a little bit of a dip in the play rate, especially in competitive. Speaking of like area denial, I'd say Prisoner Amorexis can kind of do that. Because if you ball up too much and like commit to this Forsaken Archer, the Prisoner ultimate is just gonna kind of wreck you. So yeah, I think this is a good draft from Legion side. I wonder what the Hellborn side can really get here to contest this, because they need some kind of farming hero, some kind of soaker that can take stacks for one, that can split push lanes, but also kind of fight if they want to do that early on. Oh, that's a Moon Queen instead. Okay. Both teams going for the late game.
Yeah, definitely. Again, obviously, we got our question answered pretty quickly there with the Forsaken Archer pick of Initius. Will they go with a more traditional carry this time? And they certainly do. Prisoner support. I see. I was wondering because you mentioned they already got a drama that's kind of a savior against the Kane. Like maybe even another support hero that could fit that as well, like a Monarch, something like that. But no, it is a little more of an aggressive, tankier, beefier presence instead.
Yeah,
with the Prisoner direction that they go with there. So
now I will say the Prisoner these days is played in like a position 4 kind of way where you don't farm on him at all. You just get Striders, Chalice, and you kind of run around like old school Devour, right? Where you kind of just like walk around, hook people, and do that kind of stuff.
Right.
And Prisoner against like Leap heroes specifically, because of that shackle, is potentially like very good. And of course, if you ever get like a Staff of the Master on the Prisoner, the Prison Break becomes insane. Because at that point, you can like the ability becomes superior physical. So that means it goes through Void Talisman. I think it's one of the few abilities that has that tag. Gets 1200 range, and you can like toss it on enemies, and it actually like is guaranteed to proc at that point. So it's a very difficult ability to play against if they ever get that Staff of the Master. The question is, can you reliably farm a staff on a prisoner? And the answer to that is a most definite no.
That's definitely a high ask, an expectation there, at least at a relevant time in a game for a position 4 prisoner. So obviously, if they have a really good start and they're just rolling as a team, then at that point it's like, does that even matter? You know, you should be in a very good position anyway. So yeah, it's not something you could
or if you can
expect.
like if you can take this sufficiently late, right? Because if you can take this late enough. Also, thinking about this, they are gonna walk into the Luna here, and Prisoner is also a good trialing hero. Because, you know, you set up when the Andromeda stun, you hook, and then you slay the person that you hooked.
Well, Vinicius isn't going to try. They never trial him. Why would you say that?
Yeah. Never seen before. First time ever. No, but like they split up their 2 cores again, which is nice, of course. They have the Kayn in the top lane. You probably want to send the Kayn to the more dangerous lane, which they are doing right here. And Moon Queen is sent to the bottom lane, where she is likely going to have pretty decent lane against Meraxes. I am a little bit worried for the Moon Queen, though, in general. Let's say, like, top lane goes well. Second Archer can kind of survive together with the Prisoner, and Andromeda rotates bottom. I think the Meraxes plus the Andromeda can kind of easily kill this Moon Queen, because Moon Queen is just so squishy early on. Mm-hmm. And I don't really see the Vindicator properly protecting him. So yeah, I think this game is going to revolve around the question of can the Legion sides reliably get some early kills in the top lane so that the Andromeda gets to rotate. If the Hellborn side can kind of somehow survive top lane for like 2-3 minutes, then the Moon Queen is gonna be maybe too farmed to kill on the bottom with just the Meraxes and the Andro. And at that point, they are definitely like in a better spot.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Trial lane obviously showing for sure. Kayn and Aluna trying to figure out how they want to maneuver this now. Knowing what they're up against, Aluna is going to go for the pull early on. A Prisoner hook, speaking of pulling, just missing Kayn right there. Good sidestep on his part, and no-go, so Aluna with the pull, and they'll try to get some lane presence now. But obviously always got to be wary of getting caught there.
A very good block on the pull camp from the Luna there. Making sure that they cannot really get the lane back for them to do something with it. Luna might be in trouble, though.
Yeah, this is going to be hard to sidestep. No, he should be fine, actually. A little too far away. So, good job by the Legion, though, realizing what she was doing and taking advantage themselves. So, obviously, a bit of mind games and lane manipulation going on.
And meanwhile, on the bottom lane, we see Vindicator with that, what is it called? Master's Mantra? Master's Incarnation. Incantation, sorry. It's just such an efficient spell at the moment. With like, it doesn't aggro the creeps, and it just does a decent bit of physical damage. Or true damage. Oh, actually, Kayn is in trouble.
Kayn's in a lot of trouble. This is the angle you do not want to be at. Aluna will save initially, but the crippling volley, that should be an easy setup for Prisoner. The Comet into the hook. However, Kayn's doing some good return damage to Andromeda. I'm going to take you out with me, says. They get Bloodlust. Kayn eventually falls, but considering the situation, can't be too disappointed if you're Kayn right there.
That's definitely... It was a very good stun by the Aluna initially there, hitting 2 people. And one powerful thing of like the Aluna stun, as we see 2 people rotating bottom. Oh, they want to go bottom.
TPing in, going on Vindicator, the smash, it hits Vindicator. Here comes Andromeda with the follow-up comment, and Forsaken Archer, no mana, doesn't matter. Plenty of damage there to secure that kill. So clearly some rotations happening now as Puppet Soul will start focusing farm on the bottom lane against the Moon Queen, and now it's does Lunar Tier react? That's the question.
Yeah, because the Meraxes is gonna have to go back to base because he has 0 mana basically at this point. But I love this. Like, I was gonna say, like, Aluna should probably rotate bottom to ensure the Moon Queen, because the Forsaken Archer cannot rotate anymore. He just ported bottom. He's basically stuck to the bottom lane for the next 1.5 minutes. So if you think you're stronger right now, just rotate the Luna bottom and contest it. And I think that they believe that they're stronger, and I think I tend to agree with them. And meanwhile, on the top lane, there's just a prisoner there and a Kayn against like the prisoner cannot really get a Kayn, unless they hook him like this.
That's obviously a start of potentially making a play here. He does have the level, he has offensive force, he is going to rotate it here, but no, it's not going to matter.
Yeah, he should probably have swapped it to defensive, because it instantly gives you like 2 armor, which is kind of significant. And they are playing very aggressive bottom lane, actually.
Well, that was a play on both sides, trying to go for one another. Andromeda, actually, the damage is enough. Luna had to dive the tower to make that go happen, so now might be in trouble. Prisoner rotating in, no hook just yet. Does he go for it? He's gonna maybe try to make a play. He's wondering which target. You got the side steps are ready. Goes to the angle, catches Vindicator. Well played by Prisoner, waiting all that time to get the guaranteed hit, but it's not going to be enough still.
Yeah, he basically waited until like the one moment where Vindicator just literally couldn't dodge. Yeah. Like no way to sidestep that. But it did actually give Vindicator time to get his E up again. So, yeah. The death on the Kayn is a bit unfortunate for them, because he was doing quite well on top lane. And the second death there definitely hurts him a little bit. But oh, Moon Queen.
Big catch. That could be a dead Moon Queen. Yes, it is. That's a crippling volley. Makes it a very easy hook for Prisoner. And now Moon Queen's dead again. So again, this goes back to, Thirsty is not farming well. Under 200 GPM on the Moon Queen. Does she teleport back bottom here? Or does she go top? And I'm trying to decide what she wants
Vindicator
to do, perhaps.
Is top lane, so I'm going to guess that she's going to rotate top. And yes, she is actually going to port top lane.
Yeah.
Against this Forsaken Archer, the Forsaken Archer can set up the... Oh yeah.
There's our first face-off of the game, so that's what they're kind of waiting for, maybe. Just waiting for that setup to be successful, and they do get a kill as a result, so good patience
5 damage.
there.
5 damage standard on the Kayn right now.
There you go. Infinite scaling.
Yeah, it's like these early, like it's a snowball effect, right? Because every subsequent kill is going to be easier because of that like extra little bit of damage that you have. So yeah, I love that they're utilizing the ultimate initially, and especially against like normally very hard to kill heroes like Lodestone, like Moraxis. The face-off is insane. It's so valuable against that. And as it seems right now, they are rotating for this Kayn maybe, but he's playing very defensive.
Mid lane, Tundra. He has a haste rune bottled up.
Yeah, he's gonna run bottom, right?
Yeah, and I was coming back bottom here.
But
this is
look
the
at this
Striders.
Kayn knew something was up, and he walks all the way back, and that's actually gonna save his life.
Yep.
Like, so well played from him, honestly. Because he has no vision. Like, look at the map. There's 0 vision that actually gave away that the Tundra was there. Although, of course, like, Tundra's not middle. He has to be somewhere. But to basically walk all the way back behind your second tower and even smoke defensively there is... it's a very defensive play, and it's clearly worked out in this case.
Well, then this could also set up into something for them. If you're Lunar 2,
yeah,
you got Kane's coming to the top lane. There we go. Going to face off on a Prisoner. Moraxis going to do what he can, but with more support here, you got to be careful. You got to worry about your own life if you're Moraxis. Matrax, it's going to pop. Not the most damage. Piercing arrows. Oh, Moon Queen was caught. Moon Queen is going to die. Big catch there. And now Tundra shows up as well. Gauntlet going to hit by the Avalanche. Piercing shards will finish the job. And now Kayn goes for the waylay pull in. Not going to be enough damage, though. Without Moon Queen, they don't have the most. Tundra. Oh, Tundra could not get away. The haste rune unable to keep him alive. They're just going auto attack for auto attack here. I mean, Forsaken and Moon Queen both died, so.
Yeah, in the end, it was 2 for 3, I believe, right? If I'm mistaken.
Sure.
And Moon Queen just needs his team to be ahead. Because as long as his team is ahead, right, his team can then start creating space for the Moon Queen, and Moon Queen just needs levels and he'll start farming. And I love the fact that he actually bought 2 Soul Scream rings here. The only thing you need on Moon Queen is stats, and like maybe a little bit of lifesteal, but I don't even think lifesteal is necessarily a requirement to be able to farm jungle. Now I will say, Forsaken Archer farms faster without a lot of items than a Moon Queen does. Because the Moon Queen kind of needs like level 4 in the W. And of course, like Moon Queen only, generally speaking, only gets the level 4 W at like level 10. As he did actually make.
There's the hook, though. Defense, that's one of the reasons they picked up Prisoner, no doubt. The Eclipse, I believe, activated Moon Queen. No, that was just a 1 beam, actually. Got the kill on a Tundra. There's the Eclipse. It rains down. It gets one. Does not get Forsaken. Just out of range, but the chase continues. They want him. Do they have a power throw? Power throw is ready, but they don't see Forsaken on the power throw. Yes, the red power throw eventually comes out. Beautiful placement from Fongfo and gets that kill right there. Now Moraxis, TP in. Matrax may end up killing Gauntlet. No, Gauntlet's still alive. Juking through the trees. He's got the Inferno. It's been a great sidestep there as well. The axes hits it by 1. Moonbeam's coming out, or no, Moon Queen, excuse me, nearby the hook. Missed. Oh, trying to get help for the teammate. And got sidestepped, unfortunately.
Sidestepped by your own teammates. That's rough.
You know, Moon Queen's probably just so reactive to like Prisoner having a sidestep, just kind of in the moment.
Yeah,
so
I was like,
hook coming.
I think it was something like, oh, actually, Vindicator might be trouble here.
Yeah, he's definitely in trouble. Doesn't even realize it yet. Here comes the
like watching a horror movie.
Right, the
yeah, exactly.
Picking up, and there's the kill. All right.
Anyway, so like the Moon Queen currently does have his Steam Boots picked up, and is basically on par with the Forsaken Archer. And also both jungles are stacked. But look at this, by the way. Prisoner and Tundra.
Taking it, yeah.
They're cleaning it up.
That's big. That's a huge steal. Bottom?
The bottom lane.
They saw Forsaken Archer. Power throw comes through. Kane, get a waylay, get the kill. Yes, in comes Luna to finish the job. However, going to get swapped out by Andromeda, so trying to live. Deja Vu's not leveled up.
Yeah, but Moon Queen and Gauntlet are running in.
Oh, yeah. Now, actually, Andromeda is in trouble. If she turns around to go for it, but no, Andromeda knows something's up. Look at Gauntlet, though. Gauntlet is going to hit. What a play. That was a blind hook there for sure. Manages to hit it.
Yeah, and like they currently have good vision in their own jungle with good wards placed by Max there. So they know if the enemy like goes in there to try and steal their stacks. But the fact that they just lost all the stacks that they made for the Moon Queen is kind of rough. I think maybe they should have considered just kind of taking it together with the Kane and the Gauntlets and the Luna, right? Just use some spells and farm it. Because then you don't need to protect it anymore. Because this is kind of the problem with like making early stacks for your carry and not being able to farm it. You need to keep protecting those stacks, and at some point they can definitely like weigh you down.
Yeah.
And that's the strength of the Forsaken Archer compared to the Moon Queen. Forsaken Archer sees those stacks and he just like ultimates them. And the ultimate's just gonna clean him up. Even if he has like red boots and nothing else, the ultimate will clean up any stacks. Mm-hmm. And they're gonna run into Gauntlet here. I think Gauntlet might be it.
Well, 12-minute rune they're fighting over, and that Gauntlet might end up dying for it. Ooh, there's the hook. This time doesn't get sidestepped. However, Prisoner's nearby, and Prisoner finishes the job. But now Kane's trying to figure out how to play this out. He does have his ultimate. Go for it here. Prison break. Got pulled in first. He didn't actually pack. There we go. There's a face-off. Meanwhile, Moon Queen got cut off. Andromeda able to help finish him off with the assistance of Tundra. But now Andromeda's going to die to a Luna. Here comes Moraxis showing up late. Kane, Forsaken Archer, barely TPs out. Avoids the power throw of a Luna. Kane wants the kill. He's not going to get it. Tundra piercing shards take him out. Luna, there's that Deja Vu now. The red stun and the power throw to finish off the Moraxis. These teams just not afraid to clash, man. I mean, what? We got 29 hero kills, and we're not even 13 minutes in. Holy crap.
Yeah, it's the vision that Vinicius has in this area is definitely what is winning them the team fights, right? Because we saw the Gauntlet just run into the prisoner there, and it's partially because of this ward that they have up the cliff here. I don't know if he saw the Tundra when he went for the rune as well. I don't think he did, but it may have been because he was smoked. And afterwards, the Aluna couldn't hit the snipe on the Forsaken Archer when he was TPing. It's a little bit unfortunate. Oh, cool.
Well, look at Aluna, though. I can't
yeah, he's 9-1.
This is a support Aluna that's top farm on the team right now, whether that's good or bad, but he is playing very well. And yeah, we've seen these power throws doing work. 9-1-3, 350 GPM just about. This is the support Aluna that is doing this.
Yeah. At this point, at what point, with what score, do you go to your Moon Queen and say, look at me, I'm the carry now?
I mean, you probably don't do that, but I see what you're saying. Because Moon Queen's certainly still trying to fill that role. But obviously, it goes back to, as you said earlier, the stacks that were stolen. That's obviously slowing him down a bit. He is 1-3-5, not the greatest stat line.
Yeah.
But I mean, overall, this is still a very even game overall, right? It's not even 1,000 gold difference right now in this game. Forsaken Archer is the top farm, but it's not like he has a crazy lead. And we got another fight. It's been a minute. Why not? There we go. Gauntlet jumps in. That's a free kill on Prisoner.
Yeah, and ultimate there to prevent any kind of reaction is just very good.
True.
Meanwhile, Kayn is trying to set something up. He's maybe gonna find something in the mid lane. Don't know if they have snipe. They do have snipe.
He's got Blade Mill. Okay. Is this enough damage, though? There's the snipe coming. Oh, the swap! The swap helps keep him alive, and now Kayn is in trouble.
Yep.
Yeah, that well played.
Yeah, he needed to find someone else other than Tundra. Because Tundra went for Striders, which kind of means that Tundra doesn't have any auto damage. So, oh, actually Vindicator's in trouble again.
Got those shards, the range of that. Pretty damn good. Cleans them up.
And
And
also-
Tundra, by the way, also has puzzle box now.
Yeah, keep in mind, Prisoner kind of setting up top lane. Gauntlet might be dead.
Well, he avoided the one stun, but yeah, with the Gauntlet, he's going to have to open up on a Prisoner now, and that's just stun after stun is going to take place, and it's going to be an easy kill. Now, top lane pushed by Moon Queen during all of that, so a little bit of something there for Lunar Tier, but I mean, 17, this is, somebody in chat, and I kind of agree, made the point, it's like, oh, we're in for a boring game. It's Moon Queen versus Forsaken, both teams going to just farm. No, that's not the case.
That's nuts what's happening. I think both teams are kind of afraid to let the other farm. And in theory, right? The team that doesn't bring their carry to these fights is more likely to win or to lose the team fight if all other things are equal. And Tundra actually getting a ward up there. I don't know if they see this. They might see this with the Rev ward. Yeah, they do actually.
Yeah.
They also should
Obviously.
know that the Tundra is close by now, because he did smoke up and you can place wards from smoke, but
Yeah.
they literally just saw him place the ward. So, do they capitalize on that? Because Tundra does have that puzzle box right now, right? Level 1 still, but still. Actually, maybe level 2 soon. Oh, doubling.
Ooh, the Luna's running in. Moraxis will pop the Arcane Shield. It wears off, though. Buys time for a blink. Gauntlet actually going to hook into Luna. Is this the play, though? Vindicator ultimate in response. And look at Gauntlet. Gauntlet blast, however, it's not enough damage follow-up. Now turning away, and so it actually is going to prove to be a good hook by Prisoner. Forsaken's unfortunately unable to hit the Gauntlet, though. Although Prisoner says, don't worry, I got you, boo. Hooks him right back in. Tundra?
Moon Queen is down trouble.
Tundra catches up to Moon Queen, the Avalanche opening. There's the puzzle box doing work with the Eclipse, though. It's a lot of minions to bounce to, but Tundra's taking the brunt of it. However, is going to survive, and Moon Queen gets stopped for the kill. The piercing shards help to take out Vindicator. It's just kill after kill, and we definitely have our biggest lead yet now for Vinicius.
I think Kayn might be able to solo kill Forsaken Archer for him, but I'm not entirely sure. Because he has that barbed armor.
Yeah.
So Forsaken Archer will do a lot of damage to himself. But on the other hand, Forsaken Archer also doesn't have... Kayn also doesn't have the highest auto damage himself. So I think they picked a Luna plus Kayn together with the idea of you ultimate and then snipe on top. Which makes a lot of sense. It's the same reason why like something like Kayn plus or like a Tundra plus Luna is good. But for now, the Kayn pick doesn't really seem to be working out too well. The Hellborn's also Legion side has just been very on point with like their responses, and Kayn might be trouble.
Yeah, Kayn's definitely in trouble. And one could argue too, and I'm not saying this is like making the biggest difference, but to me the barbed armor also feels a little preemptive. It feels a little. I mean, I guess there has been a lot of fighting to be fair. So in that case, barb ideally is good for that. So,
but well, you could also argue like if you're fighting a lot, right? Do you really want barbed armor if you're fighting in these 5v5 team fights? Or would you rather get something like an Abyssal Skull? But of course, your Moon Queen already got that, but you know, like the general team fight items, Abyssal Skull, Energizer, maybe even Malfred's Knuckles.
I mean, when it comes to initiation, they're not necessarily the best yet. They got Gauntlet, but he's not getting a blink anytime, so he just went Alchemist Bones actually. So
yeah, Gauntlet does kind of need Alch Bones to be able to scale into the late game. As like that hero doesn't farm at all. Oh, and it's a 5-month smoke. I don't think they saw that at all, so this might be big for them. But look at this. Now we have a null Fireblade on Forsaken Archer. And this is the moment where Forsaken Archer becomes scary.
Huh. Lunartier going a very defensive approach with the smoke.
Yeah, they're setting up for bottom lane. I don't know if either team sees each other.
I don't think so. I mean, but again, without a blink or anything, they really just can't go. Forsaken's too far away. And that'll be the end of that, so.
Yeah. The Tundra Bird is making things difficult, because look at... I'll give like a nod to Sigma here. Look at how good he is, like microing the bird, giving his team vision. And just staying just on the edge of like the vision, because the Tundra Bird level 4 gives 1400 clear vision. That's about the range of max range Devo Hook. For like easy reference point.
The Legion have destroyed
And it's such an amazing tool to have. Of course, like the downside is if it dies, you don't have it for like 60, 80 seconds, something like that. But if you have someone that can play normally while microing his bird, it's such a valuable tool to have. Of course, the downside is it's difficult to do, to properly play your hero, last hit, and also micro the bird.
Now, Lunatier's doing they did the Legion Kongor, actually, so that was a good snipe by them, really. Trying to make the best of the situation, and obviously feels pretty good. He's the Hellboy by the time by the time Vinicius realized the Legion side, they obviously were too late. So a little bit of a comeback climb there, coming out from Lunatier.
They've mainly been focusing on offensive vision, not necessarily defensive vision. So that's good call from Lunatier, of course. Yeah, It does seem like the Legion team now commits to the Hellborn Kongor, and that Kongor dies fast.
Yeah. No chance at a response unless a power throw comes in. I'm just like waiting for it now. No power throw. So they get the tier 2 tower top, but yeah, obviously giving up the Kongor for that as well. So both teams gets the Kongor in the end.
Yeah.
Moon Queen, by the way, did finish her inscription there, the Sitter's inscription. So
yeah, but when all said and done, and Moon Queen at the moment at 400 GPM, Forsaken Archer at 600 GPM, and not showing any sign of stopping. So, Luna's in trouble.
a lot of trouble. Gauntlet was right there as well, invis, but kind of saying you're on your own, Luna. Go for the save. No, just too spread out. Doesn't want to risk his own life. Understandable.
Yeah.
The Luna die at that point.
I'd say like maybe they need to play a little bit more aggressively with the bird for vision, because they should be able to just secure the bottom lane. Actually, Gauntlet might be setting something up here.
There we go. Gauntlet catches Forsaken. That's the prime target. It is enough damage. The beam comes out. That's exactly what you need if you're the Hellborn right now. So Lunartier, still a lead to overcome, but the beginning of doing so, absolutely. I mean, she's dead for 50 seconds. Can they find more? Gauntlet's going to get hooked in. Do you want to do this? Kane, meanwhile, catches Tundra, so Gauntlet's dead, but now Tundra's in a horrible spot. He's going to get blown up. That was a Moon Finale used right there, so they wanted to make sure to guarantee it, though. And the overall goal does start climbing more and more in favor of Lunatic, or more so going down for Vinicius.
Yeah, because that was like a 200 gold lead for the second archer of the Moon Queen. That just got brought down to like a 100 gold lead.
Yeah, even less.
Yeah, that's like really good. And I will say, like, the big thing there was actually the Vindicator managing to silence the Andromeda. But to deal with that, look what Andromeda's getting. And actually almost has.
Okay. An old stone there, yep, is coming. Of course, it's obviously adapting to the game and what's important, certainly. But also Portakey was picked up by Kane going into that last fight as well. And of course, we saw that impact as he was able to lock down Tundra and eventually help set up that kill. So he's got, now they have their really strong initiation tool. I also saw Alchemist Bones just purchased by Vindicator. So another kind of, gives him a little bit of more farm potential throughout the game. And this is a hero that he can start scaling too if need be, if this game does go long, obviously. I know you mentioned the Master's Incantation ability. It's a hard one to say. I just call it the W.
Yeah.
His W abilities there. Yeah,
I call
very
it
good,
Skatoosh. Like, there's the Space Wizard avatar. I don't know if the one with the rainbow bead.
Oh, yeah.
Every time he hits someone with the W, he says Skatoosh. And if you get like an insane amount of attack speed, it's brilliant. No, but yeah, it starts hurting like a lot in the late game because it's true damage in general. True damage just scales like really well.
They're pushing tier 3.
Yeah. I mean, it's
tough.
just like making a response happen from the enemy team because there's only one PK on the Meraxes. Like the Tundra chose to forgo the PK, which is kind of limiting their catch potential a bit, right?
Yeah.
The Meraxes is not too tanky. He does have a bit of armor, of course, with 16 armor because of the W as well. But no magic armor, so if he just jumps in, I think he still kind of dies quite easily. Because partially because of the Moon Finale, of course.
Well, and in a lot of games, I mean, it's going to come down to initiation. I mean, both teams have tools for that, like reactionary, but I think the Vindicator is the ultimate key there.
Yep.
With the ultimate of his
The Vindicator
final
just
chapter.
prevents, like, a follow-up or prevents, like, further initiation.
Both,
so unless,
right?
Yeah. So unless, like, you have PKs on everyone in your team, or like, let's say you press Tundra ultimate and at the same instance you press Forsaken Archer ultimate. Yeah, the delay is just, the fight's gonna be delayed and it's gonna be super awkward. But for now we see a 5-man smoke actually, and this is gonna be a clash.
Yes, it is. It's brewing up that way, at least. Schiffer, it's scouting out. Good information. Colin is going to get the opening. Prisoner got the hook off as well. But here comes the Moon Finale. Bouncing around. Gets one call matrix. In the background, Kane going for Forsaken. Gets the lockdown. He's going to die. But a lot of return damage. Forsaken Archer just melts. Nearly killed himself in the process. Basically did from the beginning. Tundra wants to kill a Moon Queen. Can he do so? No, he cannot. Lunatic taking control here now in game number 2. As they completely wipe out the Legion.
Yeah, and that was just the power of the Vindicator once again, right? Moon Queen, basically, it doesn't really matter if he gets stunned. As long as he gets his ultimate off in a position where there's no one near, the ultimate is just gonna wreck shit. Because, like, as I said, like, the Meraxes just completely died to the Moon Finale there. There was also a prisoner with 1.6k HP. Doesn't really matter if you just, like, tanking a Moon Finale. And the Kane, very well positioned, just instantly bolted for the backline, ultimated the Forsaken Archer with the barbed armor active, and Forsaken Archer went down to like 30% HP or something. She even got swapped out as well. It doesn't matter, right?
Yeah.
You get swapped like, 600 range, and then you're still in a bad spot and still taunted to this Kane.
Right, and he's just he's playing so defensive at that point. Yeah, it's despite the smoke, the team smoke, and the Shiver Scout, it still worked out beautifully for the Hellborn side. And again, as you said, the final chapter, absolutely a big part of that. for the Hellborn side. So they get the melee racks out of that as well, as Moonqueen was able to just do enough to push that. And she's sitting on 4,000 gold now. So she's got the inscription, she got the Geometer's Bane. You know what? Maybe like that butterfly or the wingbow going to be coming up next. That's where she's already pretty scary, and obviously the GPM reflects that too. What it was I want to say about 10 minutes ago, Dutch. You're like, look at the GPM. It's about 250 difference. It's
Yep.
Moon Queen's now ahead of the Forsaken Archer, so that tells you.
Yeah, but like basically neither one has been farming any creeps in the past 28 minutes, or sorry, in the past 5 minutes, I would say.
Yeah.
It's just been 2 team fights that like Lunatir has. Like honestly, I feel like they won because their coordination was just better. Like everyone kind of had a sort of a role that they performed in that team fight.
Mm-hmm.
So in case of like a Luna, it was breaking the smokes. In case of like Gauntlet, it was breaking up the initiation. Vindicator ultimate on top, Moonqueen just hitting stuff, and Kayn going for the backline for the Forsaken Archer. And Prisoner got 0 spells off. The Meraxes got like 1 spell off. I think just a stun.
Yeah.
And Forsaken Archer just killed himself on the Kayn.
Not fully, but almost.
Yeah, almost, yeah. And like Kayn died for that, but if you get to stall their carry for 5 seconds, you're very happy with that.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, for now, I think it was Legion side that paused. So I think either they're screaming at each other, which is a possibility. I don't want to discount the possibility, but more likely it's probably just like, okay, guys, how do we deal with this bloody Vindicator? Right? Because I think they need to try and find a way to jump this Vindicator.
Again, it's maybe just a very easy answer coming from a very newbie player, but Blink on Tundra, you know, right? It's just something like that. You got to get that extra mobility. You got to get that extra jump potential to just be able to jump the Vindy and kill him quickly, and then gotta have the fight go in your favor. So.
No, you're absolutely right. And like, of course, like a part of that is also use the Shiver to find Tundra. So yeah, use the Shiver to find the Vindicator, the bird. And if you can find Vindicator, jump him. Then you can maybe win the team fight. But the answer of like just get a Pika and Tundra is, do you want to delay your puzzle box by 2 levels and like potentially 4 minutes to get that PK? And the answer is kind of like not really, because puzzle box level 3 is just so much more powerful.
Yeah, I mean that's a high, like still good though, right? Like he has level 3 puzzle box now. Like it still makes sense to get a portal key now.
True, yeah, now it's good, yeah. But like, would you rather get like a PK or puzzle box level 3? I'd say like in most instances, I would be very hesitant to keep your puzzle box at level 1 and just go for the PK.
Right.
But of course, like hindsight's 2020 and whatnot. But I think he should have gone for PK first and then gotten the puzzle box. Specifically because it's just so difficult to play against the Vindicator. And this is not a hero they've like never played against. They should know this.
I mean, again, Andromeda, the main reason he went Lincolns, as you said, or Nullstone, is really for that purpose. So, obviously, understanding the power that Vindicator is bringing to the table. But look at this stacks being farmed by Moonqueen. He actually just ended up doing them. The Ancients there.
Yeah.
I was going to say, he's definitely buying something, right? It looks like it is going to be the Wingbow.
Oh, he did not go for Shrunken?
No, he just bought the agility item for it. So.
Huh. I would guess, like, Shrunken still. I mean, there's a lot of physical damage. Oh, it's a full Conjuro.
Okay.
I would not have mind if he bought a staff here as well. Because I don't know if you know the staff on Moonqueen, but it is so powerful.
The Moon Finale, like the mini stuns and just more powerful, yeah.
Like one aspect of it is as well that your ultimate's cooldown goes to 90 seconds instead of like 140. It becomes kind of just a ganking tool at that point. But usually, if you go for the OS, they 5-man smoke actually.
Yeah, I just love how coordinated they are.
Yeah. If you go for the staff builds, you generally speaking want to kind of rush it very early. Oh, that's DD rune.
Oh no! Oh, the DD rune!
But they saw them pick it up.
Yeah, they're like, wait a second, where did it go?
One of them should have just broke the smoke there. Like, activate any ability.
I agree. I was expecting a clash for sure, but...
Like, just pop your Geobane or something, you know, on the Moonqueen.
Right. Puppet Soul is so lucky and he doesn't even realize it.
I don't... They saw the DD rune, right?
They
were
100% saw it. Yeah.
Okay.
I think they just had a... You know, honestly, it probably was a moment of... Do they have like a bottle or something? No. Or yeah, Gauntlet has a bottle. Maybe they just thought Gauntlet like picked it up and just figured they would keep on going. But either way, it's picked up by Forsaken. Now he's not going to be able to use a double damage rune really for too much here. But again, the fact that he lives is the key.
Kane does have another smoke here and is actually setting up. So they may be... Oh, it's basically sniffing Moraxis, yeah?
Yeah, I don't know how he didn't break there. That seemed like it should have.
And just nighttime, right?
Yeah.
They need to actually have vision of each other. Which I think, personally, I think that's a fun aspect of the smoke in general. From like a design point of view. That like the moment that the smoke breaks, you're basically guaranteed to have a fight. Actually, I think they saw the Moon Queen go invis here. They have a ward on the rune.
Oh yeah, I mean they're backing up as if they did, so...
Yeah, so they may have, if they were more willing to take the initiative here, they could have actually set up on this Moon Queen, because, again, no Shrunken on the Moon Queen. Tundra ultimate plus Forsaken Archer ultimate, and...
Luna gets saved by Gauntlet initially. That Matrax, it's going to explode and not really do the most here in the end. Meanwhile, can't catch his Tundra, and Tundra gets eviscerated. He does have a buyback. We'll see if it comes into play. Final chapter was already used. Prisoner also now caught. The Moon finale in the front lines as well. But Forsaken Archer actually pretty good placement. Trying to keep his run. The piercing shards. No kills though. He just needs to run. The Shurkenet has ward off. He's in trouble. The chase continues. The inscription forward. And Moonqueen will help finish the job on Forsaken. And here comes Thunder with a buyback, but it's not going to matter. The buyback for the dieback and the Hellborn side. Looter tier is unstoppable right now. They don't lose a single player that whole fight. That's crazy.
I love, like, everyone in their team, and I'm talking about, like, the Gauntlet, the Moon Queen, the Kane there, the Luna as well, I believe, was, like, at something like 100 to 300 HP, and they just did not care. They saw, like, it went red in front of their eyes, and they just went straight ahead. My team got my back, is what they all basically said in unison, and... Yeah. I will say, I don't know if you caught that, but Moon Queen dodged the stun from Moraxis with her Geobane.
Oh, did she split on time? Yeah.
Yeah. So Moraxis went in at exactly the same time. Moon Queen managed to pop her Geobane, and that meant she did not get hit by the piercing arrows like at all.
Yeah.
Like,
and this is the point where we see Moon Queen doing what he's doing here too. The Geometer's Bane illusions just pushing.
Yeah.
Those illusions are so scary.
Yeah, it's like there's not much you can actually do against that.
Yeah.
Maybe you should consider getting something like an Arcane Bomb for that, but who at this point really wants to get the Arcane Bomb? Did they buy something on Tundra, by the way?
No, he bought back. He bought back, Prisoner bought back, Forsaken bought back. So yeah, they used a lot of gold right there just to stay alive or come back in the fight. But
yeah, because like Tundra is still just not close to his PK.
No,
and the Moon Queen now is 100 GPM in front of the FA. And I also kind of have to wonder a little bit at least is... Let's say this Andromeda did not go for the Nullstone, but instead went for the Sinner's Inscription.
A Legion barracks has been destroyed.
Yes, you cannot swap your Forsaken Archer, but just giving him lifesteal is also valuable, right? Oh, yeah. Luna's gonna fall.
Okay, yeah, it's fine under Luna there. It's gotta feel good if you're Vinicius. Again, it's clearly the game's completely shifted the other way these last 10-15 minutes, but you take what you can get. By the way, Staff picked up on Gauntlet.
But look at where Moon Queen is. Look where Moon Queen is.
Oh my gosh, I'm like looking on the map, like, wait a second, where is she? Oh, there she is, killing Gauntlet at the tier 4 tower.
Yeah, the kill prisoner. Yeah, but like she's just pushing top lane, and she did manage to pick up her Shrunken right now, which I do like because, of course, the Forsaken Archer still does a lot of magic damage, and Vindicator managed to pick up Rescue Stone, but Vindicator might be in trouble.
Keyword might. Matrax explodes. There's a slow. Here's the help, and now it's Moraxis that is in trouble. Vindicator will live, and he has a regen, by the way, too. Look at, oh yeah, you know it. He's taunting. They're feeling themselves.
Wait a second. Sorry, I'm seeing a little bit of a visual. Okay, if you click on the gauntlet, do you also only see 3 abilities?
I do. Yeah, I think that had something to do with the staff not showing
Probably,
up.
yeah.
With the ultimate, but either way, yeah, he's got the staff now, and
yeah, this new staff on Gauntlet is so much fun. I don't know if you've ever seen it, but it's basically like an AoE staff. So you fire it, like think about Meteor from Tempest, but instead of like it being a meteor, it's like the ultimate from Gauntlet that goes down in AoE.
Oh, so he comes crashing down from the sky.
It's just a fist, but yeah, that's the idea.
Okay, interesting.
And it's
not like global or anything. No, there's a range. Okay.
No, it's I don't know how much range it is actually. I think it's like 1200.
Or 600. We're gonna see him hook right here. Can catch his Tundra. There's a pushback. I mean, this one's all but over. It's just a matter of them actually conceding at this point.
Oh, Moon Queen!
Okay, Moon Queen. Geometer's Bang gets pulled in pretty far right there. Is she? She's actually alive still. She's alive. Alive still? Okay, she finally goes down. They're just having fun, though. Lunar knows that this one is basically over. In fact, it is officially now. Vinicius throws in the GG. Game 2 going to Lunar. I know a lot of people in chat at a point of this game, and I gotta say I had a similar feeling. I thought we're gonna see a 1-1 series here going to Game 3, but no. They say hold your horses in Lunar. They win a couple of fights, and before you know it, they're taking over, and, well, they got a 2-0 lead now. This is a best out of 5, so still not done yet, but that's going to be a long climb for Vinicius to come back in this series now.
Yeah, and this is just like pure team coordination that is carrying them through these team fights and to the victories there. It's like everyone in their team just knows what they're supposed to do, and they execute it perfectly. So it's, first of all, like an absolute joy to see. And secondly, it's just really well played.
This was a fun game. I mean, this was action-packed, even despite the lineups. You're worried about like two cores that like to just sit back and farm, but neither team wanted that. You made a good point. It's like both teams were almost scared of that, letting the other do it. And so instead, we had an absolute brawl here in Game 2. So that was props to both teams, frankly, for that one. But well, we got a Game 3. Need to catch our breath, as I'm sure the teams do as well. But again, best out of 5. It ain't done yet, but Vinicius, they're at that mentality now of it's one game at a time. And it starts with game number 3 for coming back. Or is Lunar Tier going to keep their unbeaten streak alive here in this tournament? They have not dropped a single game in this tournament, and they're looking to keep that going on their way to the championship and the victory of it all. But that's what's on the line. So game number 3, ladies and gentlemen, short break coming up. We'll be back. Stay tuned. right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Game number 3 upon us here, the grand finals of the HoN Awakening Tournament number 2. And Lunar Tier is up 2-0 over Vinicius in this best out of 5. Lunar Tier, a team out of Thailand, trying to really show that they came to compete and looking good doing so. Vinicius, of course, the returning champions from the previous month's tournament, but Lunar Tier has other plans. So really excited to see what happens here. Game number 3. I'm Break CPK, joined by Dutch Ownage once again. Again, this is a game 2 where Vinicius definitely had some good control. Leon, the Forsaken Archer, had the farm they were looking for, but a couple of really solid fights. And we're talking about the kind of the break there, just teamwork. Teamwork's definitely proven to just be a bit better, frankly, on the side of Lunar Tier.
Yeah. And honestly, like, you have to wonder what is more frustrating. Losing because, like, you have a bad draft. In my opinion, that's less frustrating because, you know, that's an easy fix. Just draft better. But losing because, like, the enemy team is coordinating better, that's rough for your mental state. I can imagine that's rough. So they definitely have a chance still, right? Because we have seen, like, crazier comebacks. And so they need to really, for the lack of better words, get their shit together. And start playing properly as a team and coordinate, and they can definitely win because they were ahead last game, as you said. They definitely were ahead with 600 GPM Forsaken Archer. But one slip up, Forsaken Archer dying in the mid lane with the Vindicator ultimate. I think that was like the start of the turning point for them.
Oh yeah, that absolutely was. It was that fight there in the top river area that just really turned the tides in favor of Lunar Tier. So, yeah, I mean, as I said at the end there, and I always like to stress in these, especially these best out of 5 series, you're at a point now, it's one game at a time. It's, yes, you have 3 games to win to ultimately win the series, but you can't think of it that way if you're Vinicius in that case. Obviously, you just got to take it one game at a time, and so focus on what you can do here. And, yeah, to your point, I mean, they're absolutely a team that's capable of defeating Lunar Tier and winning these games. So we'll see what kind of play we have out of them here in game 2, and of course starts with the draft. But that's going to be a Corrupted again. It's also going to be another Kraken once again, the Corrupted Vindicator Kraken opening from Lunar Tier. Rhapsody Pharaoh, the early picks for Vinicius.
Yeah, and the Vindicator has been proving to be kind of a problem for Vinicius, right? Where a lot of their team fights revolves around them jumping from, like, distance usually and following up from distance. So that's not working against the Vindicator because Vindicator just preventing that kind of follow-up. Generally speaking, what really works well against the Vindicator is if you just get this team fight, heavy, tanky team fight team, like with I don't know, like maybe an icon front, or, like, you know, a keeper with a barrier, or those kinds of just tanky heroes on front, right? And then you just start pushing towers. Yes, they can silence you for 3 seconds, but if you're just, like, definitively stronger at that point, the silence doesn't really matter, and they cannot burst down your cores or your supports within those 3 seconds. So I think that's definitely a way to play around the Vindicator. The problem is, I don't think that is how Vinicius likes to play.
Especially into these Thai teams that we've been seeing.
Yeah, because we've seen, like, we've seen the Thai team do this. If we go back to, like, the first game with the Corrupted, the Luna, the Kraken, the Rhapsody, and the Mage Bane. At some point, they were, like, ahead, and they just grouped up and started pushing towers. We really haven't seen that much from Vinicius, right? Where they just grouped up and started pushing towers.
Yeah.
So
yeah, maybe really think about having those frontliner heroes that can just kind of control the team fights in a better way, but that don't rely on, like, jumping with momentum. I think that's the proper way to play against Vindicator. But for now, another Hammerstorm game.
Yeah, I mean, interesting. Now, Hammerstorm, correct me if I'm wrong, but especially into a Corrupted Disciple matchup, it's a little, I would say risky, but it's something you got to think about right with the Conduit and how as a prime target for Corrupted Disciple to channel into.
Like, yes and no. Yes, you have a point like that the Corrupted can drain his damage, but Hammerstorm can easily have up to 500 damage with the brute strength. Let's say like you're halfway through your drain, which is like 100 damage roughly. Is the 100 going to 400 really going to save the Corrupted from Hammerstorm?
He just does so much damage that it does.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Okay.
It's like a little bit too much. Well, if you have like a hero that relies a lot more on, for example, crits or something, that gets like entirely negated by Corrupted Disciple.
Yeah.
Or like, I don't know, something like Predator maybe even, that doesn't really have a lot of damage. Then only the E really starts doing damage. While the Hammerstorm probably just has too much damage to drain it all in the later stages of the game. But Sephoris is definitely a good way to deal with the Hammerstorm.
Ooh, the Defiler final pick. So we're going to see the Defiler again. Obviously, the previous series, there were question marks about it at the point, but it did end up working out beautifully for them. This game, I don't know how you feel, if you feel similar as you felt from the last game, but the matchups, of course, much different this time around. But I'm also seeing Lord Salforus. I mean, and I was actually curious with that pick, are we going to see Corrupted maybe in position 1 role this game? But no, it is going to be played by Rampier, so he's their suicide player, there's position 3. And then Thirsty, of course, going to be the one playing that Lord Salforus. So a couple of interesting picks here to finish, but yeah. We'll start with Lord Salforus there on the Legion side. So what do you think of that?
Yes, like Sephoris has typically been picked up by the Thai teams a lot more than by the European teams. Sorry, other way around. Sorry, the European teams really favored Lord Sephoris compared to the Thai teams, and Lord Sephoris in general is just a soaker. Because of that Q, deals like 400 damage and has a 5 seconds cooldown. You just take stacks like an absolute madman. And the Sephoris is kind of the frontliner that I was talking about previously, what is good against the Vindicator. Because you kind of just get like a Dreamcatcher, you get like a little bit of like a Gnome's Wisdom sometimes, you get tanky, and you just kind of start running at them. And you just heal so much, you become tanky, and it's very difficult to deal with a Sephoris at that point. Now I'm looking at the bans, and I'm not mistaken that Kayn was actually open as well. And I feel like they had a lot of success with it last game. Yeah. I'm curious to see if this game they didn't want to pick it up because they were just afraid that, well, either like the Rhapsody was just going to heal too much, or maybe the Hammerstorm would just deal too much damage to the Kayn. And the Kayn would just like fall over and die. So I cannot read minds yet. I've been trying, but it's not going very well, I have to admit.
A little bit of logic there, I think, is at that point, so you're saying maybe pick like the Kayn last instead of the Salforce, but at that point, they already had the Corrupted Disciple, which, as we saw the first game, was played by Rampier, and now Rampier is also their Kayn player last game, so maybe it's a comfort thing for Thirsty. Does he like to play Corrupted? Yeah. Maybe True. Not, so yeah, it could be along those lines as well, but...
Yeah, because Kayn is like kind of an awkward hero to play sometimes. It definitely does require a lot of practice. And as you also said before, actually, Kayn has not really been in the meta for the past 6-7 years, if not more, whenever he came out, really. No. So it's not really a hero you gravitate to naturally if you are preparing for competitive play. Like now the recent, the latest buffs that he got, of course, did bump it up a little bit, but I feel like a lot of teams and a lot of players are still also kind of, figuring out how to deal with Kayn. For example, Storm Spirits are insanely good against Kayn, because for the same reason that it's good against an Legionnaire, you get free control while the enemy is Storm Spirited. You can do whatever you want because you're not taunted anymore because you cannot attack him. And actually, interesting. I thought they were gonna dual lane with the Pharaoh, but no, it's a solo Pharaoh top lane with the... It's Imboy and Pharaoh, of course. And it's gonna be a tri-lane bottom.
What?
No, I did not expect this. No, it's like new grounds being breached here by. Wait, is
I
it?
don't know. Is it? Yeah, no. You actually got me questioning. I mean, obviously, we'll see eventually here, but
Is it a
NG's
tri-lane
moving up
top, maybe?
here.
A tri-lane
Pharaoh?
Pharaoh. You never expect it.
That would
That's
be
not gonna do it.
silly.
So the reason I think they're gonna tri-lane bottom is because Engineer has a wind whistle. Now, I got a
he's gonna be
comment.
seen up here maybe by the ward.
Yeah, I got a comment from what you got that asked me if I could give some more insightful commentary about wind whistles. Which, of course, naturally, I am honor bound to oblige.
I feel like
Right.
every cast it's brought up. It's like wind whistles really. It's like I know I understand. It's a PSA. You guys really want to make a point of it for pub games as well. Like, yes, I will say
at
it's
this
worked
point,
on me.
At this point, it's a religion. So either you join
I have
wind
taken it to
whistlism.
heart.
Okay, good. I'm happy to hear that. No, but they're tri-lining here. We see the engineer rotating over, and Vindicator might be. Vindicator was very aggressively playing very aggressive there, but he had a ward up on the hill, so he saw the engineer rotating over.
Yeah.
No, but what I was G-Force? Oh, that's a good silence though.
Keg's a little too late. Yeah, you're right. The Vindicator kind of threw that off and prevented the kill from happening. So good play.
Yeah. Sorry to come back to this. What I meant was that like they don't have two link items. If Engineer was going to dual lane, you would likely see both of the supports buying Orb Summons, because the items are just too efficient.
That makes sense. Yeah. God, this Vindicator's so good at just. You're gonna try to do something? No. That's we're gonna go ahead and stop that.
Yeah. They like positioning is very important here for the Vindicator, and Force as well, of course, by extension. But like you cannot ever get dual stunned by the Hammerstorm stun, or by the Engineer stun for that matter, because you're just going to die.
No, kind of a minor thing, but something that could be pretty critical at this top lane, especially, is middle lane, a little bit of action. Engineer attempted to counter ward this ward block at the top camp there for the pole camp, but was unsuccessful. So that camp is going to be blocked for the full duration, and that does certainly hurt Pharaoh and trying to kind of keep the lane in his control. So we'll keep an eye on how that maybe not only Pharaoh's going to struggle a little bit, but Corrupted Disciple, especially in comparison to game one, he's going to have a fantastic time here.
Yeah, and Pharaoh will always still get something because of that soul. Like he can just snipe some creeps here and there with soul and harass in the meanwhile, which is of course like the power of the Pharaoh. No matter what happens. Oh,
That
Pharaoh's.
conduit. He's out of range. Oh no. Corrupted has to be careful. Corrupted might die. He's dead.
No way.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Humiliation indeed for Corrupted. Oh, well played by Pharaoh.
Yeah, that was insane. Like, I can't believe he actually lived there. He was so close to being in range for the last auto attack. Oh, and now Force is in a bad spot.
Gets pushed forward. The Glyph doing what he could, but isn't enough. Juking around the tree. Forest attempted to run out with that life tap. Goes back in, gets a little bit of life steal, and he will survive. Yeah, all three heroes, they just cannot kill the Forest. They are trying so hard.
Yeah.
They just don't have enough.
Like, what's really important here for the Sephoris actually is the fact that he bought the Protective Talisman. Because it protects a lot of auto attacks. Oh, he missed.
Now he's dead. Maybe?
But Keg missed.
Never mind. Yeah, Keg misses, so that'll keep him alive, actually. All right, well, sometimes you also got to take what you get there, too, obviously. In terms of some whiffs.
But yeah, but they're out of region for now. And Hammerstorm just bought like another mana pot to just keep spamming his Q over and over again. And I think Engineer should just play a little bit more careful, or sorry, patient with his Keg. Because every time he misses the Keg, that allows the Force to get back in XP range. While if he keeps the Keg, every time he's in the stun range, that's danger, right?
It's one of those classic mind game abilities where if you're holding on to it, then it's almost better at that point. Lord Salforus, He's no keg nearby, though, so he should be fine here, although Vindicator could be in trouble. There's a TP coming in. They did not want to allow them to commit for this kill, and that'll mean he survives. Luna running in, so now we got a try versus trial lane. Corrupted Disciple going at it with Pharaoh. Pharaoh, of course, being a good heads up there. Realizing it's now 1 versus 1. Engineer is in a bad place, and yes, he's going to get killed. Lord's on force. Auto attack, not enough. He heals up. Are you kidding me? Don't tell me he lives again.
Oh, Rhapsody?
He is actually going to live again, and now Rhapsody could be in trouble. Vindicator running in, another couple auto attacks. Yep, the smackdown happens. Oh, Lunar Tier. They are filling themselves once again. Lord Self-Forest heals back up with the regen. It's taken off there a little bit, but man, this is quite the lane. Wacky lane down here.
Yeah, and like, I like this rotation a lot because I think you can kind of leave the Corrupted in the top lane versus the Pharaoh. Pharaoh does not really have the biggest kill potential or something, although Corrupted does need to get some regen for himself to make sure that he at least is full HP. Oh, Lords of Forest.
We've seen this once or twice before, though. I feel like every time it feels like he's going to die, he doesn't. Okay, this time he actually does.
Finally!
It's too much.
Yeah, but they're just bullying them out of regen at this point. Oh, and that's a good keg by Engineer, actually, managing to finish off the Vindicator there. But Luna smoking mid lane.
So while that... they want to set up for a kill on Defiler here, but I was going to say, while all that's happening bottom, we really haven't touched too much on the mid lane, speaking of that. And also top lane, though, the Conduit's up, and that is going to be a kill for Corrupted. This time, he ain't getting away. Meanwhile, Defiler is caught. The Unholy Expulsion is up. Is it enough to keep him alive as well as damage output? No, it's not. And there you go. That's what I was just going to mention. I mean, they've been going back and forth in that middle lane quite a bit, but now, of course, that's going to set Kraken ahead, as Corrupted will also get himself killed by neutrals because he already got the kill on Pharaoh. Bottom lane, Lord Self-Forest. Once again, now with no supports, although here comes a Luna. Here's a stun. However, the keg hits, and now Self-Forest in a horrible position. He will end up going down. And so they get another kill onto him at least, but
yeah,
action all over.
A little bit too confidently played by Self-Forest there. He just needs to survive, but of course, you saw like some opportunity to heal up a little bit as well there, because that's also what you're hitting your Q on enemies is as well. Like, they get HP back in the form of HP regen and an opportunity to heal a lot. But meanwhile, we see the opposite happening in the mid lane right now, where the Kraken might be in trouble of getting ganked. Or in danger of getting ganked. Do they see him here? I think they do, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they
Kraken's
see. Oh,
not as easy of a kill. Oh, no. That's awkward. And just like, wait, this is not what was supposed to happen. I was the one setting up on you. Not vice versa. So nice kill. Hammerstorm, meanwhile, using his hammer to try to take some of these creeps as they were contesting at the bottom lane. But, middle lane, Pharaoh. Oh, no! Oh, Imba boy. Just a little off there.
That's honestly probably Rust. Pharaoh is also just a difficult hero to play. And if I'm not mistaken, Pharaoh's never really a hero that's... Oh, actually, Engineer's in trouble.
Pharaoh's coming in, though. No Wrath of the Pharaoh, of course. They do kill Engie very quickly, but Pharaoh with the Hellfire in the Mummy Wall, still very useful. Luna likely dead as a result. Likely. Tormented Soul in 10 seconds. It's not enough. Luna's going to live. Are you kidding me? How does she live? Is he going to Tormented Soul in 5, though? It doesn't matter. Luna's going to TP out, and she'll be fine.
That's very kind of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Pharaoh maxed the Q, which I generally like. I'm personally not really a Pharaoh player, but one of the better Pharaoh players that I know, Fulka. We played for... We got played in What You Got's team. He tends to max his Q as well, because the Q just does a lot of damage if you allow it to. While the Soul is more just slow harass damage, but you don't get any kill potential with that. By the way, they did actually swap their lanes now, with the Pharaoh going to the bottom lane, Engineer and Hammerstorm going to the top lane. So Corrupted Disciple may need to play a little bit careful, because Corrupted is not Lords of Force. He's not that Lords of Force. Speaking of...
Well, there's Lord Self-Forest. He is going to get taken out. Top lane, though. I'm watching this, Aluna. Running in the flank, there's the tide, and Corrupt Disciple is up. The conduit was applied, it broke quickly on a Hammerstorm. Engineer doing what he can to stall this and survive himself, let alone keep Hammerstorm alive, and it looks like mission accomplished, Engineer. Although maybe not still. The power throw snipes him out, so never mind. Good getaway there. Or attempt, but obviously not to be. But Corrupted focusing back at farming. You see Corrupted's farm. He's actually slightly ahead of the Hammerstorm now, too.
Oh, Corrupted might be in trouble. The Hammerstorm going from behind here, and the Pharaoh's here as well now.
Oh, yeah, he's definitely in trouble. Conduit is ready, but he's not going to be able to get it off in time. And now he does. It starts trading damage. It's just not going to matter, though.
Yeah. I mean, the Hellfire still is gonna kill him there, even if he trains all the damage. But yeah, they don't really have the biggest follow-up with the Pharaoh. In terms of, like, you know, heroes that can easily follow up from 2000 range, you know, like the Pharaoh can. If they have something like a Bensington, for example, that's a very nice follow-up on a Pharaoh initiation. But I guess they didn't really want to play around the Pharaoh too much because the Vindicator, most likely, if I had to guess. Because we would, like, kind of run into the same issue as we saw last game, where you jump in, Vindicate the ultimates, and that's that. Meanwhile, we do see them push bottom lane with a double damage, but in the top lane, Corrupt Disciple might be.
He's going to take the stun there, but clearly realizing quickly this was not a fight to take. Overload pop, the conduit's up, and now Rhapsody. Oh, actually, Corrupted's getting low. Hammerstorm goes back in with a hammer. Yes, finishes the job right there. Living life on the edge. Power throw in 1 second, though. Is it going to matter? If he gets Engineer, maybe.
It might snipe the Engineer.
Yeah.
Luna has been on point with these snipes. Oh.
Yeah, bottom. That was South Forest diving past the tower. I guess it is dead, but...
I guess they committed to the tower, and Pharaoh was actually in that area setting up for that kill for a long time. And Vindicator just not having the ultimate to protect his force there. But yeah, Force is... Like, the deaths on Force don't really matter, I will say. Because if I'm looking at the Legion jungle, I see a lot of triple stacks. And...
Okay.
If I know one thing about Force is that he loves to farm triple stacks.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Hammerstorm also loves triple stacks, but I'm looking at the Hellborn jungle right now, and not a whole lot of that to work with, unfortunately, so...
Oh, Pharaoh?
Is he dead? He sure is. Yep, South Forest gets some revenge. And he is now above that 300 GPM mark, and perhaps more fun to come. Oh, Hammerstorm, he's in trouble. Yeah, there's the tide that gets the kill. Engineer once again going to do what he can, trying to get away, but I don't think he's getting away. You're just too fast. The Melody's not in time. Here comes Defiler, at least, to try to push them out. It's still a plus damage for Corrupted. Rail gets the kill on Rhapsody, and now he's going to Ghost Marchers away. The Unholy Explosion used for this pops a health potion on the drive. But here comes Corkin to finish off Defiler. Oh, no. It just kept getting worse and worse for Vinicius. And that was the Savior teammate syndrome in full effect there.
Yep, and now, like, the stacks that they just made, the first stacks of the game, cleaned up by the enemy as well. Ugh. You know, they say when it rains, it pours, and it's pouring, all right.
It is a storming here in Game 3 now. Yeah, I mean, I'm...
3 versus 5, by the way. Or 3 versus 4, sorry, I should say. Because
right.
the Sephoris and the Vindicator were in their own jungle.
Well, and the biggest part about that is that's what I said with Save Your Teammate syndrome. They were kind of going trickling in one by one, so
yeah,
it wasn't really 3 versus 4.
Yeah, but yeah, you're absolutely right. I don't know how the Hammerstorm was that low, but the Corrupted Disciple with that Energizer is just kind of running them down so efficiently. And that's a Kraken PK.
Yep, he's got another the portal key. This is getting out of hand now if you're Vinicius. Rhapsody is trying to just do what he can to survive and may do so, but obviously the damage is done and she won't even survive.
And look at Sunk Bob. They find
catch
him!
me if you can, and they do.
Justice!
They do catch him.
Oh, so dirty when he does that. Anyway, so Force might be in trouble here if Pharaoh... No, good port by Vindicator. Like preemptive ports by the Vindicator, setting up to save his teammate there. But yeah, like the Kraken just instantly going for the PK and making full use of it basically instantly. I'm guessing Sephorus is going to get his Dreamcatcher soon. And afterwards,
The Legion have
since he's the
destroyed
carry
our
player, I'm
tower.
guessing he's gonna go for a mock. If like nothing else. Right? What would
But
you
to
go
note-
if you were... Oh,
Well,
top
it
lane?
doesn't even matter because he's third best farm in his team, but he's third farm overall in the game as well. That kind of just shows you where we're at in this game. They try to make a play that's Vinicius at the top, as you mentioned, but they're desperate and it's showing. They just go for the YOLO. It doesn't work out. Double tap happens. The Undying applied to Defiler in the back line. Defiler has to respect that. Just keeping her distance. And the Unholy Expulsion, it's like they don't even care it's activated right now. Kraken is going to catch. That's a complete wipe. We have a 13,000 gold lead plus right now for this Lunar Tier team at 15 minutes. They're just going to call it. This is a 15-minute concede in Game 3 of the Grand Finals. Lunar Tier did not drop a single game here in this tournament. They are the team to beat clearly right now on the scene.
Yep, and honestly, if I were to be given the task of like beating Lunatir, I would not be sure like how to go about this because they are so consistent, both in their they have like a quite varied like selection of heroes that they actually like to play, even like some off-ball heroes like Gauntlet and what else did they play? That was kind of Luna. That's not a hero we see anyone else play, but they play it really, really well. Luna just providing that like long-range damage support. And besides that, their team fight is just like their coordination in these team fights is just on point.
Yeah.
And that is something that is difficult to beat. So I would be hard pressed on like how to approach that as like as an objective. Yeah, it's a scary team for sure, but you know, we always have like a next tournament. People can take the time. The focus is definitely on Lunar Tier, for sure after this tournament. And I think like people are probably going to be cooking up some strategies to how to basically how to deal with them. Because everyone has their favorite heroes, everyone has their playstyle, and every playstyle has its weaknesses. So I'm definitely interested in seeing what people can, you know, think of to basically deal with them. But for now, just really, really well played by Lunatir.
Yeah, absolutely. Full focus for me, especially as you're kind of putting out there, is this is Lunar Tier, man. And they came to play, and they show that they have been practicing and cooking up some strategy, and definitely executed. I don't say flawlessly, but close to it. It feels like. I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head too with the teamwork. They clearly were the most coordinated team in this event, and especially from what we saw today in all three of these games, they were just on the same page at so many moments throughout that you definitely got to give a effort or applause even to all of them. This wasn't an individual single performance, and that I guess to me is also what stands out. Like, yes, you have your performance. Like, of course, if I had to give an MVP, I would probably say their mid player, which I'm actually blanking on the name as I say this, but
something with Dog, I believe. No Dog?
No. That was a previous game. That was it's so
okay. I
funny.
got you. 1 second.
I'm looking it up right here. The mid player Shino Sama, Shinon Sama.
I think you probably butchered the name like really badly.
Horrible, as I usually do. But Shinon Sama, we'll go with that. He played Kraken two games, the game 1 and game 3, but like he was fantastic. It's a hero that he's obviously very comfortable with and did plenty of work on. So
yeah,
well played by him.
Yeah, because like MVP, Kraken in general, Kraken still has some jank with the charge every now and then.
Yeah,
but I don't think I've seen him miss a single charge in like. Well, if basically like the entire series of the entire tournaments, and that is impressive in like long and stressful games against against other competitive teams. That's impressive. It really is. So he really knows his is Kraken. But also, honestly, I am still like really impressed with the supporting cast of Lunateer. Because the Rhapsody in the first game, and I think did he play a Luna 3 games in a row? Yeah, Longfam played a Luna 3 games in a row.
Was it actually all 3 games? Yeah.
Yeah. And last game, 9-0. The first game, okay, 4 or 5, but the second game he was like 9-1 at some point.
Yeah, he was the top farm, and that's where they're like, is this a good thing? I don't know, but clearly it worked out just fine.
Yeah, at that point, we still haven't gotten our answer to like when do you buy, your Hyper Crown is carry a Luna, right? Maybe next tournament we'll get the answer to that question.
Yeah.
But for now, I think we don't have. Oh wait, we do have an interview.
Well, maybe we do. Yeah. So I was trying to see about potential interview. All right, it sounds like we may. So that's going to be cool here from Lunateer. Again, somebody from their side to discuss how the day went and really the tournament. And again, it's impressive, man. It's not easy to go through a whole tournament undefeated, not dropping a single game against a very good team. Again, including against the defending champions, Vinicius. I mean, they went 5-0 against Vinicius in this very event. Like that's a statement if I've ever heard one, man.
Yeah, and like Vinicius is also just a very scary team when they get there to execute their playstyle. And I think like Vinicius, it's not like it was like completely one-sided all games, especially like the second game. Like Vinicius was ahead, and by quite a bit even, I would say. But yeah, it's just the coordination that it's difficult to beat. And maybe like the Vindicator just it dealt with their draft a little bit too well, and that was like difficult to deal with for Vinicius. We clearly saw. So maybe they need to also think about like how can we, improve our own coordination a little bit so we don't get overwhelmed in these team fights as much. Because, especially if you're not really well accustomed to each other in a team, because people switch teams all the time. It takes time to really get on the same mental level with your teammates. But for now, I don't know. I think we have Shino how do you say it, Breaky? The mid player, the Kraken player.
We should probably ask them.
Yeah.
Because Shinon Sama is what I would guess. At least that's how I would pronounce it. But is he? Oh yeah, Shinon. Hey, how's it going, man? How you doing? How you feeling?
Feeling good.
That's good. How do you pronounce your name?
Shinon sama.
Shinon Sama. Okay, good. I think I was right there. Awesome. Well, congratulations. First off, that's impressive. I mean, undefeated this whole tournament. Did you guys? I think it's you. Did you guys put a lot of work, a lot of preparation into this tournament to make sure you would win it all?
อันนี้ผมพูดไทยได้เลยป่ะครับ
So as far as practice goes?
Yeah, we practice so much.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so we were just talking about your Kraken. Your Kraken was a lot of fun to watch. You're clearly very comfortable on that hero. Would you? Are there other heroes that you like to play as well that maybe we didn't get to see here? Or is Kraken your go-to?
เขาบอกว่าอะไรอ่ะ
All right. Well, I'll go with yes, but we'll maybe see more in the future there. So, I guess maybe one more thing here is, do you think do you guys plan to continue to play a lot and play more in future events, or was this kind of like a one-time thing for you guys?
Yeah, of course.
Awesome. All right. Well, I think that's good. I think again, another big congratulations, man. This was it was a lot of fun to watch you guys throughout this tournament, and best of luck moving forward. And congratulations on the victory, and very decisive, very well fought, and a lot of fun to watch. I hope to see more from you guys in the future. Any shout outs you want to make? Anyone you want to call out?
ก็ทีมเราพยายามมาอย่างหนักซ้อมมาอย่างเยอะครับก็เลยแบบทำได้ดีเท่าที่ตั้งเป้าหมายไว้ทุกคนเล่นกันเก่งมากแล้วก็แบบไม่ยอมแพ้ต่อให้เกมเสียเปรียบก็คือแก้เกมกันไปเรื่อย
You know, with
I have
how
to-
long
I have to admit, like my tie is a little bit rusty. So anyway, like thank you. I think we probably should just wrap it up for today, right, Becky?
Yeah, no, we're good. I was gonna say, it's for how long I've been around this game in the Thailand house, I'm disappointed in myself. I haven't learned more Thai, to be honest.
Yeah,
But
I'm disappointed.
maybe it's about time. I know. You can all be disappointed at me, but no, I appreciate it though, Shinan Sama. I really do, and congratulations once again. And we'll
Thank
we'll
you
see
so
more of
much.
you. Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, so there we go. If you speak Thai, that maybe that I'm sure that made sense. So, but no, I will say this about it when it comes to I'm frankly happy to see these Thai teams coming in and even winning the big tournaments. All right, like that's for me, that's cool. The fact that we get these events, these international events in an online format, but to see them coming in and also not only just like maybe a win here or there, but winning the whole thing in such dominant fashion. We're shaping up to have some great competition moving forward, in this and eventually HoN Reborn, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing that I love to see the most, actually, for me personally at least, is the way that like both sides of the metas, so both the Thai and the European/NA meta, are like adapting to each other. Because we have seen, if you compare like the first tournament to like this tournament, like the hero picks, the hero bans, everything is like slightly shifted more towards each other. They're like looking at what is the other side doing, and they are adapting and learning and changing their own strategies. Mm-hmm. So I love to see that.
Yeah, it's I think HoN right now is in a very healthy spot when it comes to competitive HoN, and looking forward to seeing more of it. Don't know. I don't think there's been information yet on the next event to come, but obviously I look forward to seeing what that's going to be. And
what do you mean? We're going to have a podcast about talking about wind whistles for 5 hours.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. I'll like what you got. And
can you at least pretend to be excited?
No, I'm not even going to pretend.
Man, that's mean.
In fact, I'm going to make sure we nerf the item in HoN Report. I'm going to make sure.
How dare you?
Maybe we'll even remove it. That's probably the better choice. So I'll talk with our team about that. All right. So, but that is going to do it. Let's go ahead and officially wrap this up. Dutch, any shout outs, anything you want to say before?
No, like first of all, shout out to the other Thai team as well. It was Noah New Generation Sky Crew. That was, of course, also very well played last series. And also shout out to my French boy Volka, who did not make it sadly because he got knocked out last week or 2 weeks ago for now. But and of course, shout out to Paradise, our amazing host that's making sure that everything is going smoothly, and of course to you, Breaky. It was lovely casting with you again.
Yeah, I know. It's fun to be back, as always. I meant to be cast a couple weeks ago, but my voice wasn't doing the best there. But good to be able to get some more casting in here for the championship Saturday, as we're calling it. But look forward to more to come. So congratulations one more time to Lunar Tier, big victory, and really all the teams providing some awesome entertainment here. Vinicius as well, even as a runner-up. Still impressive from them. So, but we are going to be officially wrapping up. One more shout out to Paradise as well for putting on this whole thing, production of the tournament itself. Until next time, ladies and gentlemen, have a good night. We'll see you then.